Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. A green pendant appeared and a notification from the system came out, congratulating him on gaining immortality. The little guy's soul returned at that very moment. He immediately felt himself from all sides and said with surprise that he had been reborn, and then assumed that he had teleported, and at first he had only seen a fat cat before his eyes. He immediately remembered how the cat was reflected in his eyes and thought about it. Several of his teeth had flown out from the blow of the cat's butt, and he had broken his cervical vertebra, and he immediately noticed that he had been killed with his butt. Suddenly he noticed a system window behind him and immediately said that it was a mortality rating system. He grabbed the window with a furious look and asked what kind of nonsense this was. He immediately swung and hit the wall, screaming that he didn't understand where he had ended up and asked if he needed to die all the time, and then he was indignant that receiving power for death was not very profitable. Afterwards, the hero looked at the crack with wild joy and said that he was cool and praised the system. Afterwards, he asked with a sweet smile what skills were for. But after there was no answer, he looked at the window with an upset look and called her again. The guy lay down on the floor in tears and asked if it was true that there was no instruction for beginners and assumed that he would have to die alone. Suddenly, a man walking past the lying body approached him and asked what he was doing in another place and lying in the middle of the road. The protagonist immediately ran up to his body and, looking around, reached into his pocket. Afterwards, he looked at the coins with a smile and thought with a smile that it turns out that after resurrection he copies objects and thought that he can die more times and save money. But suddenly this confused him greatly and he thought that dying is very painful. But he needs to try, and in any case, he has already died and there is absolutely nothing to be afraid of. Suddenly he ran and flew head first into the wall and broke his skull. Then the guy jumped under the bow shot and got a sudden death. Then he died of gluttony. Suddenly his mortality rating became F, points at 0, and he sadly said that he died so hard, but they did not give him anything, and his rating fell. Suddenly he noticed that he had almost exhausted the limit of resurrections and he immediately went crazy. He began to tremble and said that in other words, if he accidentally dies, then after the number of resurrections runs out. He grabbed his face and imagined his past death, thinking that he will no longer be able to rise again, and in his past life he already died and now he has a system and cannot allow himself to die again. He hit the ground with all his might and thought that he will never die and you cannot die so easily, even if you can improve your skills. He clenched his fist at his hip and gathered his strength into a fist and thought that there must be some other way to die, and he needed to gain a foothold in this world. Suddenly, someone fell to their knees. The hero watched from around the corner as debt collectors tried to take money from a guy who tried to beg them and said that his mother needed the money. The protagonist smiled, thinking that this was the right moment. The debtor was kicked in the face with all his might. The debt collector walked away, spitting, and the reincarnated one approached the guy and asked about helping him repay the debt. The beaten man looked up at him and asked who he was. The hero smiled, adjusting his hair, and said that he specializes in helping people collect debts. A loud scream was heard from a large house. Suddenly, the villain clenched his fist and shouted that he would give them nothing and that they could try to kill him, but he would give nothing. The next moment, a blade was brought to his face. The man tried to remove the hero's blade from his face and asked him what he was doing and asked if he was really going to kill him. Suddenly, the protagonist put the weapon away and told him not to worry, because that's not what he was there for. The guy put the blade to his throat with a wide smile and said that his ghost would take care of him. The collector was completely shocked when he saw the blood splashes. He immediately spread his arms begging him not to die. At that moment, the mortality rate rose to D, as did his glasses. A week later, this scoundrel was lying in his house. Suddenly, he felt an ominous aura above him. He woke up and rubbed his nose, not understanding what was happening. The protagonist scared him senseless and ominous. After that, he left the house with the money, while hearing wild screams from there. Again, a week later, a woman was going to give her husband some medicine. But suddenly the plate disappeared. At this moment, Xiao grabbed the plate and drank it all himself. He raised his finger with a gentle smile, bleeding. Afterwards, everyone was in complete shock when they saw him fall to the floor unconscious. The sick husband immediately chased his wife and screamed that she wanted to kill him, but she tried to justify herself and said that the great official of the southern gate personally gave her the order. An hour later, they were already standing in the alley. The rescued one burst into tears and held out his wallet, saying that he did not think that his brother would be so selfless, and asked him not to refuse the reward. But he, shedding tears, said that everything was fine and would still accept the money, and he himself was full of happiness inside. Thus, 3 months passed. A leaf from a tree fell into the tea. The weather was clear and sunny, and the hero sat in the yard with a smile and thought about how he died for others and knocked out debts and grew up. Thanks to his abilities, he became famous throughout the city. He imagined the sign and thought that as long as he dies for others, his rating continues to rise. He imagined his progress step by step and thought that after so many deaths, His body has become noticeably stronger, and now he can stretch his arms up to 500 meters, far surpasses ordinary people in abilities and even runs at a speed of 10 meters per second. After that, he propped up his head and thought with displeasure that if he wants to increase his rating, he needs a larger scale death. And as far as he knows, this is a world where immortals and martial arts coexist, and there are many robbers and villains. He imagined himself in old age against the backdrop of an immortal pendant and thought that such people need to be dealt with in a special way. But their physical skills are still too low for him, and there will be no difficulties. But unfortunately, resurrection will not make him younger, and does not stop growing, and when he dies, the system will also die, and you can only watch the fun and continue to play even as an old man. He immediately became much more serious and thought that he needed to cultivate, and only then would he be able to find a way out. Suddenly, an unknown person approached him and asked if he really was a debt collector. It turned out to be a tall girl with beautiful features, holding a cane. Her eyes were blindfolded, and the hero introduced himself with a soft smile, thinking about how beautiful she was, and this was a standard story from adult plots. He immediately imagined her in a red suit on the monitor. She began to slowly approach and said that 6 months ago, the Xiao family was destroyed by the Uxahim clan, and she was the only one who survived, and this was a blood debt. She lowered her head and asked if he could help her take revenge. She leaned closer to him and said that in exchange she could teach him the Fist of Immortality from their family. But he stupidly asked her if her last name was Din. On one of the streets, someone loudly called the owner. The glove in the form of a dog moved to the counter, and the hero asked how it was possible to sell products in such a pigsty, and then offered to cut a watermelon to look at its insides. The owner was simply furious and asked why the kid came, but he immediately asked those around him if everyone heard. Then the big guy raised a knife and shouted that he would cut him into pieces. But then Xiao looked at him with a smile and said that he really was a master of martial arts, and then he called the enemy by name and said that he killed Xiao's entire family. He quickly threw the doll off his hand and clenched his fist with a smile, said that he would take revenge. But then blood splashed to the sides. The protagonist happily fell bleeding. A fountain splashed from his forehead, and everyone immediately paid attention to it. The hero lay with a knocked-out tooth and bled while people stood over him. The butcher immediately jumped on the wooden horse and shouted that they would not take him alive. Suddenly, energy began to flow from the dead body. The guy appeared around the corner and clicked his tongue in displeasure, saying that it actually hurt. He smiled, stretched his shoulder, and said that dying hurt. He took money out of his pocket and said that he expected more rewards from the system for his death. He looked at the system window, where his rating had risen to C, and was happy about it. He pointed his finger at the screen in surprise and said that skill points would be reported, and wondered if it was the right decision to activate the system, and it turns out that he can improve skills by spending points, and 5 points can be exchanged for mastering the Fist of Immortality, and then wondered where to put the remaining 20 points. He immediately demanded that the system grant him the Fist of Immortality. But suddenly a window appeared where it was written that the owner's death assessment did not meet the standard and the selection function was not yet unlocked, and until then the system would distribute points randomly. To which he immediately said with regret that he would probably have to look for more sophisticated methods of death. He rubbed his nose and said with a smile that in any case he had an old butcher in mind, and it was too early to let him go, and let him kill him a few more times. A strong wind blew on the tops of the houses. At this time, in an old abandoned house, leaving the transport on the street, the scoundrel told the gentleman that he could not restrain himself and killed the child who claimed that he had slaughtered the family. Continuing to write, he said that the Xiao family was completely exterminated, and then wondered how he knew. He angrily hung the letter on the pigeon's leg and thought that someone else was still left, and in any case, if so, then he needed to get rid of the last person. Suddenly, he felt someone approaching and turned around abruptly. At the entrance stood the hero, who frightened him by not dying. He frowned and smiled, saying that he was another person, and that he killed his brother, and he needed to pay with his blood. He immediately rushed to the attack and shouted that he was attacking for the legacy of his family. The old man immediately began to wave his blade and curse. A blade pierced his hand, and Xiao said with a smile that he had a knife in his hand and asked what he would do next, to which the villain immediately asked in horror if he could see it himself. The protagonist asked almost in tears if he would kill him, and he himself thought that it was very painful, but he could not give up. The bearded man tried to pull out the blade and screamed that he had problems with his head, but suddenly realized that he could not get it out. The next moment, he received a strong blow to the face and cursed. The butcher jumped back and said that he was different from his brother and much more powerful. He gritted his teeth and said that he would not allow such mistakes again. 5 minutes later, the hero finally flew away bleeding. The villain tried to catch his breath and regain his breath. Xiao died, and he said that the guy was able to avenge his brother and was walking towards death, but his head was definitely not right. He called his bird and did not notice how the soul was leaving, saying that the situation had changed and it was not worth sending the letter yet. Suddenly, a shard of window flew right in front of his face, and he gritted his teeth. The hero with burning eyes screamed that he would not forgive him, and would avenge his brother's death. During the fight, the bird tried to stay on his hand, and the bearded man, gritting his teeth, said that it was great, and since he was so thirsty for death, he would give it to him. Wild blows were heard from the house, and the bird quickly tried to leave the scene of the disaster. The old man fell to his knees and was bleeding. He was breathing heavily, and said that it was hard to kill young people. Another corpse lay on his back, like many others around him, and he wondered how many of them were there and whether they were all finished. At this time, the hero stood behind the wall, having received his points, and said that after the first death 5 points were deducted, and finally began to study the Fist of Immortality, and the second time 2 points were deducted and the mastery level increased by 20%, and the last 2 times only 1 point was deducted, the mastery increased to 40%, but the rating was lowered. And it seems that the higher the mastery level, the more points will be deducted, and the lower the rating, the less points will be assigned randomly, so there are quite a lot of restrictions and nuances. He looked at the statistics window and noticed that there was only 1 resurrection left, and suggested that it was worth coming back in a week. Looking at his opponent, he realized that it was now or never, because for now he was weak after the attack of the last copies, and he could not give up. He began to breathe to recover and thought that in the 4th battle, relying on 20% fist mastery, he almost caught up with him in the score, and perhaps he would not be able to fight like this again, but it was worth a try. He smiled, grabbing his hair and thinking that he would finish the task early, and then start a new one. The old man looked at the smiling corpse and thought that these guys looked very similar, but each one was stronger than the previous one, and his strength was growing and his skills were becoming more powerful, and this one had a strength almost like his, and then he thought that the next one could kill him. There was complete silence around. He smiled, bleeding, and said that now everything was over. But then he was wildly frightened by a scream from the Buddha statue, with words about everything being wrong. The hero seemed to him a demon in the flesh. At that moment, the protagonist hit him in the chest with a wild smile. He covered his face, smiling, while he was dying, and finally completed his mission. For this task, he received bags of money and juggled them. The guy looked at the piece of paper and asked with a dissatisfied look if this was really a secret letter, and said that the information was confirmed and this person really killed the Xiao family, and the first time he died from his knife, the rating was C, and then wondered if the death rating would be related to the identity of the person who killed him, and whether the death rating at the hands of a villain would be high. And then suggested that they needed to find confirmation of this. The black-haired man smiled slyly and said that he did not understand the rest of the letter and needed to show it to his sister. A guy in a hat was walking along the alley of Yanchen City. It was the hero who came to the door and called Snow, saying that he was back. The beauty opened the door for him. She reached out her hand through the veil. The beautiful lady anxiously asked where he had been. Suddenly, something confused her. She immediately pulled her hand back and said that the voice was different and suggested that he was not her friend, to which the protagonist immediately thought that from a blind girl who had lived alone for more than half a year, one would not expect anything different, and by the way, his muscles had become even stronger. He pushed her into the house and apologized for the fact that his voice had changed, and then she asked him if he could prove it. Then the hero put his hand to his chin and thoughtfully asked if her last name was Din. He had done this every time for a month, so the blind girl immediately recognized him and meaningfully remained silent. She immediately rushed to his chest and touched him. The reincarnated one immediately smiled and, a little embarrassed, thought that this was true happiness. She put her hand on the bench near him. After that, the girl moved away and, putting her hand to her face, said that it was really him. She threw her legs over each other. The girl opened the vase and said that after the disappearance of the family, her eyes began to move, which is a sign that the eyes of heaven are about to open, and also she is very perceptive, so it is not worth lying, to which he immediately thought that he knew everything about her. He took out a sheet of paper with a smile and said that she is the only one who remained in the family, but the enemy will not kill her because she was born with spiritual consciousness and endowed with special talents, and then asked if it was time for them to continue studying the technique, to which she immediately said that if he wants to improve the skill, it is enough to just warm up the blood and energy. And the process can take several years. Then he began to demonstrate his muscles that tore clothes and said that he was not going to work for nothing, and said that from the very beginning they agreed that he helps her with revenge, and she him with the technique, and he has almost reached the peak of strength, to which she said that he is assertive. The girl took his hand and pulled it towards her. With a soft smile, she pulled his hand to her chest and said that her sister wanted to check if he had enough strength. She touched his hand as gently as possible. She immediately calmed down and did not understand what was happening. The girl was very embarrassed and asked about what she had just touched. The hero began to wave his muscular arm and told her about it, asking what she imagined, to which Snow immediately said that they had only known each other for a month, and then asked if it was really okay to cultivate together. She touched his forearm again and said that it was incredible, because training strength takes a lot of time, and he had already reached this point. The guy took her hand away and with a sly smile immediately said that since she also thought so, it was worth teaching him something new. He continued to smile slyly and thought that the Fist of Immortality was a unique technique of the Xiao family, and if you bring it to perfection, you can live much longer, and there is only one path to immortality, and you need to move towards it. He imagined breaking through the barrier, and thought that his path would not be easy. The hero continued to dream sweetly, and then his little sister told him that although he was showing success, he had only been training for a month and there were hundreds of hidden abilities in this technique, and in the future, when he fully mastered the Fist of Immortality, it would be possible to teach him a few more techniques, to which he said that there was no need to worry, because he was easy to learn, and had even killed a butcher. The beauty was in complete shock and asked how this was possible. Xiao scratched his head and said that he not only killed him, but also got hold of a secret letter, but he could not decipher the tadpole letter. The girl imagined the villain in the past and said that such a letter was most likely a special cipher used by the association, and it seemed that he really killed him, and she herself thought that she could not even imagine that he could kill him. The hero took the letter with a smile when she said that since he really killed him, then he would continue his training, and asked him to come closer and start meditating. It was daytime outside and she began to read mantras. Half an hour later, the Fist of Immortality remained at 40% of the study. The guy stared at the notification and thought that it was better to rely on system rewards than to train himself, because it turns out much faster, and he needs to find someone stronger and kill him. The girl handed him a book, saying that it was a dictionary for encrypted text, and he needed to look at it and read it to her. Xiao took the book and waved it in front of her face and began to read it, thinking that she could not see the text, but she was able to find a book on translation and assumed that she was only pretending to be blind. Some symbols on the sheets matched. The hero studied what was written and said that the letter said that the emperor was going to go on a journey from the capital of the empire, and the association was preparing to gather its members. Suddenly he opened his eyes wide and said that they were going to kill the emperor. Snow immediately ran up and asked in horror if there were any details, to which the protagonist immediately said that the code was quite difficult to translate, and that it was not capable of more, and the specific time and place were not said. At the same moment, the beauty abruptly sat down on a chair. She clenched her fist and gritting her teeth said that the association was quite bold, and if this really happens. The hero looked at her, propping up his head and asked if they were really that strong, to which the girl said that earlier she had said that their family had been destroyed, but did not name the reason. She imagined a figure of a man and said that it was Shenzhen and said that it was the second in the world in martial arts. She imagined a picture of extermination and said that he founded a martial arts club and destroyed many families and clans practicing martial arts. Afterwards, the beauty imagined many people sitting in the hall in front of the scroll and said that they do not value other clans and do not allow them to increase their influence. The blind woman lowered her head and said that the Fist of Immortality is a unique skill that is passed down from generation to generation in their family, and they have never managed to master it. Her hands were shaking and she said that she taught him this skill not so that he would kill him, but simply wants that when he achieves great success, no one will be able to defeat him. She clenched her teeth tightly and said that she wants to kill him with her own hands. The guy calmly looked at her and meaningfully remained silent. He put his hand under his head and said with a smile that he had an idea and perhaps he would be able to join the association. She turned to him in horror, asking if he had gone crazy and asked why he needed to go there. Suddenly, Xiao slammed his palm on the table. He stood up proudly and said that he would first join the enemy, and then kill the emperor, and thus the emperor's court would start a feud with the association. He looked like a sly man and said that if the first option did not work out, then he would simply find out what exactly they had planned, and as soon as he found out all the details, he would set up the association and help them take revenge. She immediately slammed her fist on the table and called him a fool, saying that it was unrealistic. But he thought with a soft smile that in such a situation it would be possible to kill the emperor himself, and perhaps his name would even appear in textbooks after his death. He spread his arms and thought that in addition, the association should be full of all sorts of skills and he would be able to learn hundreds of techniques, including the Fist of Immortality, and then thought about whether this was the limit of his dreams. He gave a thumbs up and thought that this was beautiful. Afterwards, the hero looked away and put his hand to his chin, saying that since Shenzhen is very strong and it is almost impossible to kill him, then at least he can cause trouble and it is better than nothing. The beauty immediately got excited and asked what would happen if he was killed. Then the protagonist, with the look of a stylish man from JoJo, asked if it would work, although he was laughing inside. The blind woman immediately lowered her head down. She pressed her hand to herself and thought that he was not lying and not even excited, and wondered if he was really serious, and then thought about his intentions and thought that only the Fist of Immortality could give him. Then she grabbed her cheeks, imagining a romance with him and thought that apparently he wanted her body. But he looked at the embarrassed lady and asked with incomprehension what she was thinking about. The blind girl put her hand out in great embarrassment, and said that she simply felt that she had repaid him too little and asked what she could do for him, and she thought that no one could have thought that he would be like this and thought that this was terrible behavior on her part. The guy leaned on the door frame and said that she could actually do something for him. The girl immediately plucked up her courage and asked what it was. The blue-eyed man took a pompous pose and pointed at her, and said that it was a secret for now. An awkward silence arose between them. Snow lowered her head and calmly exhaled, thinking that since he was not afraid of anything, there was no need to worry about him, and then agreed. Then Xiao turned to her and said that this was enough and asked if she knew any representatives of the association in their area. The beauty immediately imagined Yen against the backdrop of the palace and said with alarm that this was the ruler of the lands nearby. One of the ordinary citizens was cruelly struck with a whip. Then the same thing was done to another firstcomer. The retinue protected the nobleman and ordered everyone to move aside, saying that the master was coming and everyone should move aside. The scoundrel rode on a horse, while his six happily said not to get in the way of the master. Suddenly, the important person noticed something strange. He smiled wildly, pointing his finger at the couple who were helping the victims, and said that the man looked pretty nice and demanded to come closer. Suddenly, the man next to his girlfriend put out a sword and said not to even think about it, and she picked up and called him shameless, said that she would not please him even if she was on the verge of death. Suddenly, the long-haired man was grabbed by the hand with the weapon. They were huge bald men with huge muscles and again demanded to approach the master. The girl pointed at her companion in shock and assumed that they were talking about him. The swordsman was very embarrassed and shouted that he was shameless at the moment when they were attacked. His companion also grabbed her weapon and asked to let him help teach them a lesson. The nobleman sharply clenched his teeth in displeasure. He made a displeased face and said that it was still necessary to see who would teach whom a lesson. The jocks immediately rushed to attack in athletic poses. The gashermen squeezed the poor guys with their chests and biceps, to which they could not even realize what kind of techniques these were. But then an ominous shadow appeared on one of the roofs, right above the prince. A loud bang was heard. The sixes, seeing a cloud of dust, immediately realized their master. At this point, Xiao was already holding him by the throat and throwing a brick in his hands. The scoundrel tried to break free and demanded to let him go because of his status as the lord. But then the hero put his hand to his ear and asked what happened. Drooling, the blue-haired man immediately shouted that his father would soon be here and he would immediately lose his head. Then the protagonist made a serious face, while inside he was happy. He looked up with a smile, imagining the scenarios, and thought that initially he just wanted to be righteous and brave by killing the son of the city lord and waited for this group of guys to kill him. But if the city lord personally killed him, everything would be different. Suddenly, his token reacted and a system window appeared with an order to be bolder. Xiao was immediately surprised to see the C+ rank and thought that for the first time a message about the death assessment appeared, and apparently the system also agreed with him. He immediately smiled from ear to ear. The jocks immediately rushed to them, while a couple from the crowd shouted gratitude, but warned that they could not help. The hero began to beat the nobleman with his hand in the face with a wild smile. Everyone was in complete shock from what they saw. The protagonist moved his hand to the side with a smile and ordered him not to move, because otherwise he would kill him, while the scoundrel tried to suppress pathos and at the same time begged not to kill him. The reincarnated one looked contemptuously and meaningfully remained silent. And then he began to beat him even more actively, and said that this would not do and it was time to call his father. A loud gallop of cavalry was heard from the side. The hero noticed Yen arriving and stopped. The lord looked at his feeble son with regret and remained silent, while the protagonist thought that he looked very strong. The old man immediately tensed up and shouted at the top of his lungs the order to be silent. Everyone immediately froze, and Xiao thought that he was good at martial arts, and just one phrase could cause such a lot of tension. The lord looked at them menacingly, and thought that the guy had not yet developed his strength, but he could already hold a person with one hand. He jumped off the horse, releasing a little of his aura. The gashermans immediately fell to their knees in front of him. The hero tensed up looking at him. Many streams of energy burst out of the villain's body, and the reincarnated one immediately thought that it seemed like the pressure from him was strong and very heavy. He twisted his face with difficulty, continuing to strangle his son, and ordered him not to move. Suddenly, the old man drew in his strength. He frowned and thought that he could use his strength, but he could not do anything against the pressure, and courage is a good quality. Immediately after, he smiled sweetly and politely asked not to be so impulsive and asked to let his son go, because in the future he would take care of his behavior. Xiao was immediately taken aback with displeasure, thinking that even his facial expression had changed, and wondered why it hadn't worked, and wondered if he should have finished him off right then, and wondered why he hadn't just killed him. Blue-eyed immediately looked at the notification behind him, and thought suspiciously that the rating hadn't changed, and thought that he needed to act. The hero got mad, saying that his son had been beaten, and that he simply wouldn't do anything, but the absolutely calm Yen immediately said that these two were members of a friendly clan, and next time he would give them gifts, and then asked if they would forgive his son's rudeness. The two from the Minu clan immediately looked at each other with alarm, asking if he really had decided to apologize, to which the man replied that in any case, This city belonged to him, and they couldn't do anything. They folded their hands in a bow and mentioned that he was very polite, and said that they did not think that such a situation could arise between them. The townspeople began to look at each other with concern and wondered if he would forget and forgive, and then were surprised by the number of events in such a period of time. But then the hero surprised everyone by breaking the silence with a loud cry. The old man got angry when he heard the question about whether he really thought that if he dumped a large sum, then everyone would forget everything, and said that it seemed that he often cleaned up after his son. He lifted his son higher, above the wounded, and said that his son ordered his guards to beat up the people who were blocking the way, and then asked if this was enough for them. The protagonist tightened his grip and with a slight smile and anger said that this was not enough. The old man immediately frowned and thought that this was annoying. Then he stood up and spread his arms and said that he just wanted his son to be okay. Then Xiao lowered his head and said that everything was too simple. He immediately raised an evil cheerful look and said that it would be better to kill him. At that moment, everyone froze and silence reigned. The poor sat on their knees and wondered why a simple passerby decided to stand up for them. Then Yen exhaled heavily and said that it looked like they would not come to an agreement. Suddenly, a washer appeared behind the hero. He tried to turn around in time, but ropes were already flying in his direction. The air fell to the ground at that moment. The old man held the protagonist by tying his hands. But he only pretended that everything did not go according to plan, and he himself was happy inside thinking about the highest mortality rate in his entire life. The ruler came closer and asked him about his name. Xiao looked at him with a confident smile and introduced himself, saying that he was a nobody and had no patron, and he just wanted to kill the master, and he himself was thinking about how he would act faster and did not understand why he was hesitating. The villain looked at him with narrowed eyes and said that he was a daredevil. The old man, like the hero, was shocked after the words demanding to let him go. The protagonist stood in complete shock while his potential killer praised him for his courage and then offered to join the army, and offered to come at any time. Then Xiao's dream of a new skill immediately shattered and he thought with tears that everything was not going according to the script. He was left alone with his thoughts, and the son immediately turned to his father. The next moment, he was immediately hit in the face. The Lord immediately got angry, threw him to the floor and ordered him to close his mouth and reproached him for arrogance. He immediately grabbed the reins of the horse tightly. He turned around again and told the hero that he was reminding him that he could come to the mansion at any time. But then the reincarnated man had an extreme misunderstanding of what was happening. Passers-by immediately began to discuss the good Lord's worthless son with a smile, and this righteous man was lucky, because the Lord took him into account, and he could become a real protector. But then the protagonist screamed like a wombat and confused everyone, thinking about why everything had returned to the previous course and why he was still alive, and what was wrong with those guys if they hadn't finished him off. He immediately fell to his knees and noticed a strange detail. After that, he examined the notification more closely and thought about the fact that the rating was still working, and the mortality rate remained the same, and thought about the fact that it turns out that the lord of the city was not involved in his assessment. He immediately imagined his death and thought about whether the rating would remain the same if he died now, and then thought about what the problem was and assumed that the events had changed, and now death would not be the same as before. The people around him were happy and clapped. 2 people from a high-ranking family bowed to him. And then Xiao looked at them and realized that if he died now, he would die as a young righteous man who cursed the ruler on the street, and not as no one else. He immediately imagined himself as a Buddha and thought that this was the way to activate the system, and as long as he remained righteous and brave, his reputation and popularity would continue to grow. He imagined himself in a casino and thought that he would become stronger after death, but if he couldn't, he would continue to accumulate ratings during his life, and it didn't matter whether he was alive or dead, he would win anyway. The guy imagined himself as an angel of the SSS rank system and thought that when he managed to die, his death would be the most cruel and powerful. Everyone immediately became embarrassed upon seeing his drooling dreams. At this time, the ruler's son was being treated with a cold compress while he was screaming in pain. The doctor left, and he immediately asked his father why he had not taught Xiao a lesson. The old man closed his eyes and said that they had no need to rush or worry. He immediately remembered their meeting and thought that when the hero was arrested, the people around him and his face showed the accumulated resentment, and if he were killed in front of the people, the image of the city's ruler that he had tried so hard to maintain would be destroyed. He smiled slyly and thought that it would be better to hire him to calm the ardor and gain the support of the population. He turned menacingly to his son and said that he should have been punished long ago, otherwise he would soon become the cause of a catastrophe, and as punishment, he should not leave the house for a month, to which his son immediately asked again. Then Yen looked away, imagining a figure against the backdrop of the palace, and said that during this time the current saint could visit their area and he was punishing him so that he would not cause mischief anymore. Then the kid looked at his father with interest and asked if the emperor would come and asked if this news was true. But then the old man smiled and put his hand up and asked if he thought he had been lied to and that the city would be full of murderers. The younger boy looked at him with interest again, asking if he would invite Xiao as a guard, to which his father told him that even if not, they could deal with him in another way. He leaned back with a smile and said that it would be easier if he joined. He immediately imagined the hero being killed and asked with a smile if there was a battle going on the eastern mountain and offered to send him there. Snow sat on the roof and asked the protagonist if he had really beaten the Lord's son and that he had even been invited to the army. She immediately straightened her hair and said with concern that it was promising, and the hero said with an impudent smile that he had chosen the mansion of the city ruler. The little sister exhaled heavily, holding her chest with her hand. She began to take a book out of a secret women's money pocket and said that since he insisted on his own, she had one technique that could help him. The reincarnated one immediately grabbed his new interesting thing and ran away, while she told him that the secret martial arts techniques collected by her family, and they themselves damage the muscles, but the result is visible in an instant and the organs increase in size by 1 or 2 times. The hero held the book in his hands and said that there is a great law of retribution of demons. He hugged the book and with a happy face thought that this is a new charm. The blind woman adjusted her hair and said that first you need to train your spiritual strength, and then start physical training. She lowered her head and said with concern that the guy was very capable and that his way of thinking was special, and she thought that it was because of him that he could master this or that technique easier than others, but the guy didn't even listen to her. She raised her head with concern. The girl turned to him and said that she gave him this skill so that he would continue to work hard and just wanted him to have a better chance of survival. The protagonist looked at her with a smile and said that he understood. And when she exhaled, he smiled again with all his teeth. Afterwards, a light wind walked in the garrison barracks. The hero was practicing with a spear. He struck one after another, and at the end made a lunge. He twirled the spear and thought with a smile that since ancient times, spearmen were considered lucky, who were easier to send somewhere. The soldiers behind him were discussing the fact that this was the same Xiao, who apparently had mediocre powers and only the owner of the 9th circle of power could compete with them, and then wondered where he was going. And he also dared to capture the son of the city's ruler, and it was lucky that they had such a kind ruler who even let him into the army. While they were mocking him, the hero began to meditate. He released some energy while continuing to master, and thought that he had mastered the skills and now all that was left was to wait for death, and was completely impatient about this. Suddenly he was distracted by being called. It turned out to be a colleague who folded his hands and asked if he wanted to acquire skills, to which he immediately agreed with a smile, confusing his name. Other soldiers began to mock Juan, saying that it was all because of his yellow teeth and laughed at him. Then the yellow-toothed man approached the protagonist and said with a smile that he had a lot of interesting things, but he would have to work, and asked what he thought, and then Xiao with shining eyes thought that he had not yet done any physical exercise, but thought that it was time. Suddenly the bearded man drove up and asked him why he didn't first inquire about what the work was, and then agree, and then the hero immediately asked what the matter was. The sly man smiled and said that it was working with iron. The hero immediately imagined the complete absurdity, and his death because of it. He folded his fists, and said that more than anything in life he loved to study martial arts, and wanted to master this mastery of iron, and he himself thought that he would finally be able to improve his body. Juan immediately reached into his pocket for a book and said that money was not needed and work was the most important thing here. He quickly looked around to make sure that they were not being eavesdropped. The old man immediately leaned over and said with concern that in fact 4 months ago the gentleman had hit his pregnant wife, and the child could not be saved, and the wife had become very weak after that incident. He fell at his feet and asked for help in taking revenge, to which the protagonist smiled and said not to worry, because he would not have taken the equipment so easily anyway. Yellowtooth immediately burst into tears, saying that he was counting on him, until a messenger ran up to them and asked them to come over. Xiao looked slyly to the side and smiled. The action moved to the general's room. There, a huge man stood over a tactical reconstruction and said that in the eastern part of the city, the leader of a bandit organization, whose name was Son, lived. He immediately took a flag out of one of the slides. Afterwards, the man broke it and shouted in rage that he had become a king and that it was just funny. At that time, the protagonist just stood calmly and listened to his speech. The commander imagined that scoundrel and said that, moreover, he was engaged in stealing government property. But then he occupied the eastern lands and then began to rage there, and this thief also steals their women and took almost all the beauties. The military man imagined that scoundrel holding 2 beauties and with tears in his eyes said that if they were lucky, then they would still be able to escape from the clutches of the monster, and the one who was not would die, being at the very bottom of society. Then the hero immediately got into character and again became the ambassador of Jojo, mentioning what kind of beast that was and shouted that the bandits must be exterminated and get rid of them. Then the general with a little anxiety raised his fist and said that therefore he was gathering an army of 1,000 people and was going to leave the city in 5 days and after, said that he had heard of his bravery and asked if he wanted to become a pioneer. The hero immediately folded his hands. The man was slightly shocked. He immediately shouted with a serious look that he obeyed. After that, he slowly walked out of the tent. As he left, he thought that in the army of 1,000 people, only a few had the same strength as him, but he was chosen as the pioneer. The guy smiled slyly and thought that it was because of his bravery, and it turned out that this was what the master had planned. He immediately clenched his fist with a confident smile, and thought that it was finally time to die. The general watched this unfinished villain from the door. He looked at his back with concern and wondered if he was sick, and wondered why. He immediately agreed and he should be more careful about him. The protagonist, 5 days later, stood on the mountain in the east. Yellowtooth came up behind him and said with a smile that he knew the area and asked if he should show him the way, and since there was no sign of their camp, they should move to the west, because there was a valley there. Blue Eyes threw his spear over his shoulder and agreed, telling him to walk behind him just in case. Juan was shaking and said that he was the best person he had ever met, but then the hero, without turning around, said that it was an order and thought about how hard it really was to die. The sword cut through the grass. The old man cleared the way with a smile and said that his daughter was very strong, and she was only 15 and she already lifted all sorts of weights, and then asked him what he was like at 15. To which the protagonist with a dull face imagined a butcher sitting on them and said that when he was 15, he cut people up in no time, which the latter did not believe, but he was ordered to gossip less. The reincarnated one noticed movement in the bushes and was surprised. He immediately raised his spear when he noticed a hail of arrows. The kick hit the poor yellow-toothed one. The hero began to run straight towards the hail of arrows, having hit his comrade before that. He spun the spear and shouted that it was a spear tornado. Multiple cracks were heard. After that, he was all wounded and the soldier asked him if everything was okay, while the guy was thinking about what was cooler in the movie. Bandits jumped out of the bushes and scared the grandfather. Xiao also noticed them and prepared for battle. He immediately stood up and thought with a smile that here are the bandits and death is just around the corner, and the data is updated, and it seems that the tougher the battle, the higher the mortality rate, and today, no one will save him from death. He immediately rushed to the attack and called on everyone to go into battle. The soldiers began to clash and tried to hold on. The villains quickly cut through the obstacles and one was almost able to kill the soldier. But then a splash of blood flew. He was pierced through with a spear like the other, and they were pressed back to back, frightening the ordinary soldier even more. The spear was abruptly pulled out of the victims. The hero with a menacing look rushed around the battlefield and cut everyone around, breaking swords. Everyone looked at the battle with surprise and thought that it was just some man. The bandits realized their mistake and immediately ran away in fear. Then Xiao turned around with a displeased face and taking an arrow out of his hand said that the bleeding should be stopped. The old man immediately fell to his knees in front of him and said that he had taken 3 arrows on himself, and now he owed him. They began to bandage the protagonist, and he was indignant, saying that one city was worse than another, and thought that initially he wanted to kill the opponents. But who would have thought that they would run away? The bearded man immediately folded his arms on his chest and said that the payment for the techniques had already passed because they saved lives. But then the cunning Xiao smiled and asked if he had anything interesting. The bald man folded his arms and said with a smile that he didn't have any with him, but he did have some in the city and thought that there weren't many people who could block an arrow strike and that the old man was very lucky. To which the reincarnated man pointed his finger at him and said that it was nothing and in that case he would wait for his return. He stood at the edge of the valley and said that the mouth was very narrow and the vegetation was high, and he thought that either there was a bandit hut in front, or an ambush was waiting for them, and if they went, the risk of death would increase. He turned around and asked Juan what the valley was called, to which he said that there was no name. The hero scratched a new name on a tree with a spear. He put the spear down next to him with a smile and said that since there was no other way, it would be called the Lamu Valley, and thought that it was a good name for a place of death, while his comrades thought that they had travelers on their team. The general rode up to them and asked why they had stopped and were not moving forward. He got angry when he heard that they were scared after the bandits' attack, and shouted that he was a pioneer and asked where the fear came from and then said that if he was in trouble, he would immediately come to the rescue, so there was no need to be afraid of the battle. Then he grabbed the blade and asked if he was going to disobey the order, and he thought that if he disobeyed, it would be even easier and there would be a reason to kill him here and now. But then the hero folded his arms again and said that he was obeying. He walked forward bleeding and thought that he would not contradict and hoped for brotherly relations, and did not want to die because of disobedience, because it was better from the bandit's hand. He smiled slyly and thought that when he sorted everything out, he would get to the general. Suddenly he pursed his lips and said a meaningful word. The bandits jumped out of the ambush again to kill them. The old man immediately got nervous and shouted that it was an ambush after all and there were too few of them and they would not be able to cope, to which the hero immediately ordered them to run. Yellowtooth noticed something behind. There was Xiao who had joined the battle again, and they immediately noticed that the leader was risking his life for them. But suddenly the reincarnated one turned around menacingly, ordering them to leave and said not to even think about coming back and said that this was an order. His colleagues watched the battle with sadness. But then the general stood on the edge and shouted at them not to retreat. He looked at them menacingly and said that this was the general's order. The protagonist gritted his teeth and smiled anxiously, thinking that he could not die if the whole army began to fight. The soldiers raised their fists and offered to die together and go on the attack. Suddenly, someone hit him sharply in the stomach with a spear handle. The hero continued to solo leave Kayag and shouted for them to go away and asked if he wanted to leave his wife and daughter and did not want them to be mocked. Juan immediately came closer and said with horror that they could not watch his death. Then the protagonist simply burst into the battle again and shouted for them not to watch and said that this was an order. He found himself in the thick of the battle and his comrades immediately realized him, stretching out their hands. Xiao in berserk mode cut people and said that if they can't, then they shouldn't try, and if they are afraid, then they need to listen to his words, and if they can't die. But then an arrow flew into his chest. He immediately bent over under such pressure. He looked ahead with tears in his eyes and said that he would die himself. The bandits began to fly apart under the barrage of blows. And one was even hit in the manhood with a spear. The guy held on with his last strength and held the spear, ordering them not to move. And then, bleeding, he beckoned them to him and thought about what was needed one more time. He managed to fight even with his bare hands and felt a surge of strength. The hero's eyes showed the fire of battle among the splashes of someone else's blood. The bandits even jumped from behind to attack him, but he only thought about the fact that he was about to make a breakthrough. Several opponents were sent flying into the wall from a spear strike. The protagonist's eyes burned with his soul. The general watched this from a cliff and thought that this was an inner strength, and it seemed that he had something. He grimaced and thought that a martial artist who could train himself or was very talented and very fearless, and then wondered how many rounds he could last. Xiao's spear flew to attack again. The leader was completely shocked by what he saw. He saw people flying apart from the blows and thought that something was wrong and wondered where he got such abilities from. The hero stood with a spear like a beast and exuded energy, while he thought that he had a hidden skill. He immediately covered the smile on his face and thought about what was happening. He used the technique of the demon of heaven, and this is a rough ode. Looking at the alignment of forces, he thought that he was definitely finished now. But then Juan began to run towards his commander with screams. But he struck the spear on the ground, creating a wave. Then he created a strong wind and ordered them not to approach, scattering the opponents. The soldiers tried to shield themselves from the gust of wind. The spearman leaned on the ground and held on with all his might. He gritted his teeth and said with a slight smile that no one was allowed to cross the line. The bandit raised his scimitar and ordered his men to attack. A whole crowd rushed at the lone warrior. But he only smiled when he saw it. His spear struck everyone around him. He opened everyone around him while continuing to kill. Over time, he became more and more like Sura. He managed to parry attacks with a blade without any problems. His allies anxiously cheered for him. But the hero at the same time received a large number of arrows in his back. The soldiers caught shards of fabric from his body in tears. The protagonist stood on a mountain of corpses as majestically as possible. He did not even tremble, but simply froze. Then he began to slowly fall while the general watched him. He watched this with a satisfied smile. He immediately led the army shouting that they would rise up for the pioneer Xiao and ordered to attack. The horses began to approach the battlefield. There were many corpses around. Xiao was calmly standing on the mountain. A lot of energy emanated from him. The commander-in-chief calmly turned around and said that it was all over and it was time to return. But then Juan turned around anxiously, taking out a spear, and asked how this was possible, because they had not found the bandits' lair. But he turned sternly and said that there were too many bandits, and they were too tough, and returning was an order. Yellowtooth spat looking at his back and asked why they had come here at all, and it turned out that the leader had died in vain. But then the bearded man also said that they could not help anyway, so it was better to help the leader, because it seemed that he had a blind sister and her life depended on her brother. They gathered his body into cloth and wished him a good journey. But then Xiao stood at the edge of the mountain and adjusted his neck. His death grade had risen to B and his beard had grown dramatically. He immediately received a huge amount of information in his head and floated, thinking that this was the very B grade and his skills had also improved. He imagined himself at a horse race and thought that the grade itself was hard to achieve, and thought that 100% efficiency could only be achieved under the condition of cultivating for 10 years. And for the grade, he would have to train for 20 years to achieve 150% efficiency. He spun the spear and thought about what he should do to achieve grade A. But then his gaze noticed something. He immediately put the spear in front of him. He managed to pierce an ant with the tip. He looked at the insect with a smile and thought that the high quality of death had benefited him. He smiled like a villain, straining the general, which made him feel cold, and thought that he should thank his brother. The soldiers carried the body sadly. But then the commander-in-chief noticed the inscription on the tree and asked what was written there. Juan looked there sadly and said with regret that this was the Loqiao Valley, and said that the chief had written it. The old man pressed himself against the inscription with regret and said that the chief suspected that an ambush would await them and therefore decided to give this valley a name at the end, and apparently knew that he would die. Yellowtooth said with tears that the chief had died for them. But the general looked at them menacingly and asked what they were doing. He immediately approached the mourners. The old man folded his hands and said with tears that this was the corpse of their chief. But he looked menacingly and asked again. Yellowtooth looked at him angrily and thought that he would not even let them take the body. But the scoundrel immediately turned away and said that his body should not be left to be torn apart by local beasts. He put his hand on the old man's shoulder and said that the body should be sent to Yanchen and he would help with the funeral, but he thought that it was this scoundrel's fault. Chu was already leaving and with a sly smile thought that Xiao was a good man. He killed so many bandits, and it was good that all the gratitude would be his and hoped that in the future there would be more such people in the army. He looked over his shoulder and thought that the master's task could be considered complete, and all that was left was to hand over the body, and wondered if his master would be happy. Then he imagined Snow tied up with fetters and thought that the deceased had a sister. Immediately after, he smiled and thought that he should take care of her. But then his throat was suddenly pierced. The killer who threw him down stood on the mountain. The scoundrel was nailed to the tree below. He stretched out his hand in front of him, bleeding. His hands were shaking and a silhouette was visible. As it turned out, Xiao was standing there. Chu's eyes turned red from pain and tears. And then the last spirit left his body. The soldiers were alarmed and immediately shouted that they were enemies. At that moment, the bearded man and the old man anxiously discussed the shadow on the mountain. They immediately checked the corpse and it was in place. They quietly approached and blamed the bandit. The soldiers concentrated and shouted that the bandits were returning. They immediately jumped up and were about to leave, leaving the corpse. The hero hid behind a rock with a smile at that moment. He smiled slyly and thought that the captain, a representative of the 8th rank, could not withstand the blow and the death assessment instantly threw him back to the 8th rank of strength. He looked anxiously at his hand, which was wounded, and thought that, moreover, this time he managed to take control of the technique and the spear entered like clockwork and it was a pity that he lost his hand, and thought that he was born for this self-destruction technique, and besides. He imagined his death with a sweet smile and thought that soon the soldiers would find out who exactly killed the captain. He immediately stopped and said that the bandits had also come. Suddenly he was angered by the soldiers' flight, and he thought that he had not yet died and already imagined himself dying twice, and wondered what was going on. Afterwards he angrily imagined Huan shouting into the pipe and thought that it was the old man's voice. He got angry hitting the stone and thought that he had saved his life, and that he had repaid him like that, and thought that judging by his shout, he thought that the captain had been killed by bandits. Suddenly he smiled softly and thought that there was one but. The guy held his hand while the bandits were watching him and thought that they had come just in time. He turned around and ordered them that it turned out that they had only pretended to retreat, but they had wanted to set up an ambush and suggested that they begin, because he would never bend his knees to the bandits, and he thought that he was almost disabled, and it would be easy to kill him. Suddenly they immediately remembered how they had shot so many arrows at him. The villains immediately ran away, shouting that it was a demon and did not understand how he had not died, because so many arrows had been shot at him, and he was not even properly wounded. The black-haired man immediately rushed in pursuit and asked them not to be afraid, because he was his older brother. But the bandits continued to flee, asking if that demon really thought that they would listen to him, to which Xiao said that the guy was his younger brother, and he came to avenge him. The bandits ignored him, saying that he did not look like an adult and besides, he had recently killed the captain and it must be a ghost, and it turns out they are next. A crazy chase began. But then a group appeared in the bushes. In the middle of them stood a man emitting a huge aura. The hero immediately jumped towards him with a smile, while the bandits complained that there was a ghost. The protagonist started running as fast as he could and assumed that it was the leader, but he was thinking that he had been killed by a simple soldier and had received a B grade, and now the leader would kill him, and he could earn an A. The hero ran with a smile and shouted that he had come to avenge his brother. But then their leader kicked the ground. Xiao immediately stopped and froze. He looked at his opponent with displeasure and asked how he could be the leader. The long-haired man looked at him and laughed. He folded his hands in front of him and bowed. The brown-eyed man smiled softly and said that he was the leader and said that his name was Sei. The green-eyed man looked at him with distrust and meaningfully said nothing. But he closed his eyes, laughed again and said nothing. Then blood gushed from his mouth and the hero immediately thought that the leader of the bandits was actually a sick guy. Then one of the bandits started waving his finger and said that he claimed that his name was Xiao and that he had killed his captain. Yellow-eyed looked at him with concern and frowned. But then he straightened up and said that he thought that there was a lot to talk about with him. He removed the cloth from his face and said that he thought that not everyone could kill their captain and that it was a brave act and asked if he would like to join them. He folded his hands in front of him, coming closer and said that he would follow him everywhere and tell him about the latest events. The hero scratched his chin with a stupid face and asked if he wanted to recruit him, and asked if he was afraid that he would start taking revenge. But the leader looked at him with a soft smile and said that if they killed each other, there would be no point. Then the protagonist immediately felt his angel and turned away, saying that he was right. But after the holy beginning, someone grabbed it in a fist. The devil inside him helped to figure it out, and the protagonist immediately got into a fighting stance and said that he was a noble man and asked about why it was necessary to become a bandit and live in the mountains and forests. And he himself thought that whoever the bandits were, there was no need to try to brainwash him, because he wanted to die faster, so he needed to hurry. Suddenly he noticed the fighters standing behind him. They were angry and furious and thought that they had been humiliated. Blue-Eyed was only glad and thought about how they would get angry and come up and kill him. But then the leader stopped them with a wave of his hand. He folded his hands again and asked if he understood why they ended up in such a situation. He began to reason, taking his hand away, and said that this is how the circumstances developed and there was hunger in the city, so they decided to run away, and he thought that he had initially died of hunger. The fair-haired man scratched his chin and said that everything was exactly like that. He took the blade and said that his words were beautiful and that it was very hard to survive now, and their ideals were very hard for ordinary people to understand. He began to take out the blade and said that the leader of the bandits wanted to be the one who would help the others, and then said that he was still waiting for an answer to the question of whether to join. He immediately brought the sword to the hero's neck and froze. But then the protagonist decided that he was Kishib Rohan and said that he refused. He took a pompous pose and said that he did not want to have anything to do with the bandits and that it did not interest him, to which his interlocutor, noticing a spark, said that perhaps his brother wanted to see how they lived and would make a decision. He looked at them with a smile and said that it could be done this way, and he thought that if he went into their lair, he would definitely not leave alive, and this was a great move. He grinned, looking away, and thought that this was his path to death. After 20 minutes, they were already in a small settlement. The hero looked around the area and said that it looked more like a village. Behind him was a nice picture of an idol, and he immediately said that old people with children also lived here. The leader waved after them and said that they were poor and disadvantaged people, and they sheltered them. He looked down with sadness and said that the prosperity of Yanchen was just an illusion created by the ruler of the city, and everyone living here now was expelled from the city, and the ruler only cares about immortality, trying to leave in every possible way, and he does not care about ordinary people. Xiao put his finger to his chin and said that he had heard of immortals, but had never seen them, and asked him to tell him more, to which the handsome man immediately said that judging by his body, he practices the Fist of Immortality, and said that this is a technique of the Xiao family, and then asked if he really had not seen immortals before. The protagonist immediately clenched his fists and asked if he thought that the Fist of Immortality told him all the secrets of the world. But then Se lowered his hands and laughed, and said that the Fist of Immortality is a special art that not everyone can do. He began to walk away, and turning around said that this is not the best place to talk, and asked him to follow him. They moved to a Taoist temple in the village. The leader showed him a statue and said that it was an immortal. Xiao mockingly pointed his finger and asked if it was a statue, to which the leader said that it was a Taoist mentor who currently lived in the immortal world. The hero immediately remembered all his brutal training and thought that apparently this was a completely different world, and he tried so hard in vain, and of course the gap between a martial artist and an immortal cultivator was still very large, and wondered if he would be able to achieve what he wanted. He immediately gave up the ghost while Se told him that in fact, humans and immortals have almost the same origin, but immortals live in heaven and do not take mortals into account at all. He imagined a puppeteer and said that they take them for their servants, forcing them to grow various spiritual roots to please them, but mortals do not consider themselves cattle, but if you disobey, you will die. He imagined this old man behind the flying houses and said that the funniest thing is that mortals are enslaved. Without even knowing it, they are a kind of resource in the hands of immortals. The protagonist immediately clenched his fist and imagined an official, saying that recycling is not bad and young people should work as much as possible, and thought about what kind of capitalist attitude this is. He immediately imagined his token turning into a Taoist and thought about how high profitability comes with high risks, and at the same time you still need to please the immortals, and then wondered if the system can play against the immortals, and decided to try. He immediately jumped up. The leader tried to stop the fighter attacking the statue, but he raised his fist with a smile and shouted that he was born to be free. His fist almost reached the face of the statue, and he thought with a wild look that he would break the statue and then wait for lightning to strike him. He raised his fist with a smile and shouted that he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He almost managed to hit, but then the yellow-eyed man pulled back 2 fingers and cursed. The blade managed to get between the fist and the statue. He immediately exhaled when his blade flew off with a ringing sound. But then the blade pierced the immortal's head. The statue fell apart at that moment, and Se spurted blood in surprise. The hero landed abruptly and thought with displeasure that this bandit had interfered with him. He approached the fair-haired man with an irritated look and asked if he was the one who said that immortals are bad, and asked why he stopped him, to which the leader immediately said that he should not misunderstand and said that he was engaged in magic, not the cultivation of immortality. In common parlance, he practices in managing immortals. He began to wipe the blood and said that immortals should not live, and he cannot wait for the moment when they are exterminated. He was just a little embarrassed because of his actions, and then said that you cannot break the statues, otherwise suddenly it can bring heavenly punishment. The protagonist immediately spat to the side, saying that this is exactly what he wanted. Bleeding out, Sei with a sad look asked if he really was not afraid of immortals to such an extent, but he immediately tried to calm him down, and otherwise it would not be possible to stop the blood, and then said that he understood what he wanted to say and promised to be more careful. Afterwards, he approached him with a menacing look and said that since even he had to practice immortality to fight the Celestials, and then asked if this meant that martial arts were useless in this situation, and he thought that he had long been interested in this question. Then the leader immediately imagined a Taoist and a fighter, saying that martial arts train the body, and the cultivation of immortality trains the soul. Afterwards, he folded the handkerchief and said that if he insisted on explaining, then the strongest martial artist today, the martial sage, can fight immortals in strength, but not in spiritual strength, only in physical strength, and immortals are strong not only because of techniques, but also because of longevity. Even if immortals do nothing, they can easily kill mortals, but it is much harder to cultivate. And not everyone can do it. Moreover, progress in cultivation is slow. Each seclusion and improvement will last for decades or hundreds of years. He got angry and said that the speed of martial arts practice is much faster than that of immortals, and if a person appears in the world who can not only learn techniques, but also gain longevity, then he believes that he will be able to fight immortals, and they are very concerned about the issue of overthrowing immortals. Xiao immediately restrained him, telling him not to get angry. He immediately drooled and imagined himself as an immortal, thinking that in this way, the Fist of Immortality is actually an exit from the realm of martial arts cultivation, and is worthy of becoming a family heirloom for his sister, and it still has a resurrection system that will help a lot, and thought that it can be cultivated much faster than ordinary people, and the body allows it. The hero decided that he was tired of the old drawing and again made a face and said that in order to become an immortal, tens of thousands of years are needed, to which the head immediately thought that this guy looks like a man. Xiao stuck out his long nose and immediately asked him if he thought he had enough qualifications to cultivate immortality, and he himself thought that he would need to find a suitable cultivation method, because he needed to achieve a lot. Sei put out his palm and said that if there are no spiritual roots, then nothing will work. The hero immediately leaned out the door and looked around. He immediately pressed himself closer to his interlocutor, and shocked him with the question of whether his staff could be considered a spiritual root. They both looked down sharply and apparently the protagonist showed him a beautiful stone. He immediately became embarrassed and covered himself with his hands and, closing his eyes in great embarrassment, said that he did not think he could help him with anything. He, still embarrassed, left and pointed his finger at the exit, saying that if there were no more questions, then let him go, to which the hero immediately asked where and reminded him that they wanted to recruit him. The leader turned away and said that he knew that his brother was thinking about great things and pursuing good goals, so he could not help. He looked over his shoulder with alarm, thinking that he was too annoying, but he did not lag behind and said that if he let him go, it would become a threat to the discovery of the camp. Then Sei turned around with a displeased look and said that his brother did not look like that kind of person. Besides, they were planning to leave these lands anyway. The hero spread his hands and, after keeping silent meaningfully at first, said that it was okay and he would not tell anyone. He raised his hands behind his head and said with a displeased look that he would no longer run and would return to Yanchen, and if he ran, he might suspect him and catch up. At this time, Snow slowly opened the door and asked who these people were. Yan's son was standing there and with a disgusting face said that he was the son of the city's lord and said that Xiao had proven himself heroic and had come to express his gratitude. He looked at the girl and thought that it was a pity that such a beauty was all alone and assumed that there would not even be children, but she immediately asked what happened and why he had not returned. But then the scoundrel frowned. He broke into a wild smile and said that the hero was no more. She immediately tried to close the door and asked what it meant. But then the fan quickly closed. The scoundrel immediately hit the lid of the coffin and happily announced that he was dead. The young lady immediately began to walk forward and said that she did not believe it. She began to open the door and said that the protagonist could not die so easily. But then the door was stopped by a hand. The scoundrel immediately pointed his finger at himself and said with a smile that he thought everything through and brought the corpse with him, and then said that there was no need to thank him. He immediately grabbed the girl by the hand. The scoundrel dragged her along with him, kicking the lid of the coffin, and said that he decided to bring the body for identification, but she immediately asked what he was doing. The scoundrel immediately pressed her head closer to the body that was covered in blood. He said with a wild smile that since she could not see, he asked to allow him to describe how he looked now. After examining the corpse, He said that all his bones were broken and that there were at least 50 stab wounds and arrow wounds on his body, and his face had become pale because of the wounds. But the beauty knocked the hand off her head. She moved away in horror and said that this could not be. But then the bastard pressed himself against her again and, grimacing, began to clown around and say that it was all a lie, like the coffin and other things, to piss her off. He smiled like a villain and asked if it would be easier for her if he said so. Then he lowered his head, frightening the blind woman. But then the bearded man cursed with wild anger. The old man tried to hold him back while he shouted that he would kill this shameless man, but Huan tried to ask him not to be so impulsive, because they were powerless and could not even say a word against him. He pulled his comrade away and said that when he left, they would help the girl bury the leader and give her some money so that she would not grieve so much. But suddenly Yan's son approached Snow and said that she could cry if she wanted. Then he clapped and said with a smile that he was going to help her heal her feelings. He took a plate in his hands and with a villainous face said that in Yanchen they believed that Xiao was very masculine, and then asked why she did not try a piece of flesh and feel his masculinity. The blind woman immediately became frightened and cursed with clenched teeth. The scoundrel smiled and offered to feed this woman. A bowl of corpse flesh was slowly brought to her. The cane fell to the floor at that moment. The scoundrel cook was already holding the bowl, and 2 of his henchmen grabbed Snow. They began to try to force her to drink by grabbing her face. But then Huan snatched the bowl from her hands and began to drink sharply. He smiled and showed a thumbs up and said that it was very tasty. But then the heir immediately kicked him and asked how he dared to contradict him. The rest spilled onto the floor. But then the bald man caught his comrade and turned to the scoundrels, saying that the old man had done badly, but was simply very hungry and asked not to be angry. They immediately made a face and did not understand what was happening. But then the old man continued to eat from the floor and everyone was shocked. The man in the hat came closer and said that it was very fragrant. The heir immediately turned around and did not understand who it was. The hero adjusted his hat and said that it was a good soup. He looked at them with a murderous look and asked if they would give him one. Huan immediately rushed to his leader. Snow also recognized him by his voice. The old man with the rags was in complete shock. Bei was shaking with fear and said that this could not be. He immediately turned to the coffin. The body was still lying there. The protagonist stepped forward with a smile and laughed, while no one understood how he managed to do it. He immediately ducked, raising his spear and hiding behind his hat. The villain was frightened when he saw his furious face. Xiao immediately pulled his spear through his hat to attack. The surrounding people were in complete shock. The servants also froze in place. But it turned out that the grandfather in the oversized coat had managed to throw out his sleeves. Blood spurted from the hands of the reincarnated one. His eyes full of rage scared the heir to horror. The old man and the bald man hid around the corner and suspected that this was not the leader, because he looked much more ferocious. The long-bearded man tensed up and asked who he was, because Xiao was dead and thought that the force of the blow was too great, and it did not look like a dead man. The hero lowered his head and introduced himself with a new name, Lin. He pretended to cry and said that his younger brother was in the coffin. He immediately rested his spear on the ground and said that he saw his brother's mutilated body and even if he died, he would still avenge him. But then the oversized grandfather looked away and said that he would tell him something. But then the heir rushed to run and said that they would kill him next time. The servants also rushed after him, and the 2 rivals were left perplexed. Fu immediately turned away and began to leave. The hero unclenched his hand that was hurting him and thought that he was afraid that the master would strike again soon and he needed to die as quickly as possible. He put a spear in front of him and said that he would bury the body outside the city tomorrow. The old man turned around and thought that he was leaving tomorrow and thought that it would be worth meeting him outside the city. After that, the protagonist threw his weapon over his shoulder and said that he was hungry and did not think that he would be able to eat anything. There was soup on the floor, very conveniently. The soldiers tried to stop him while he was drinking and said that it was from his brother. But he continued to chew, forcing him to vomit Huan. But then Xiao took out a piece of meat and said that it was pork liver and heart, and not what they thought, and asked if they really believed him. He covered his mouth with his hand and made a sad face, saying that he also heard that his brother's death was violent and that his internal organs were damaged, and asked how they could have been put in the soup. Snow snuck up on him while he was thinking that it was probably not in vain that he had done all this. She pressed herself against him and sniffed. The guy immediately jumped back and screamed. Screams were heard from the palace that the ghost of Xiao had appeared in the city. Yan turned around and asked what they had done. Fu folded his hands in front of him, while the scoundrel stood in fear and said that he had no choice but to do so, and said that his son had expressed his condolences to the Xiao family. But then his brother had come looking exactly like a corpse. They remembered the terrible look as he continued and said that according to his observations, they were 1 inch taller and looked exactly the same, but were different ages. They started walking through the garden and the Lord asked Xiao what his goal was, to which the old man replied that he was ranked 8 but would soon reach rank 9, which was not surprising. Suddenly the Lord kicked the ground and said that Xiao had just died and his brother had immediately appeared, and he did not think that it was a coincidence, and that the emperor was approaching. In the midst of an eventful autumn, the lord of the city had no time to worry about such trifles. He ran his finger across his throat and told him to go there and remember to cut down every last root. The protagonist covered his mouth with his hand and continued to pretend to cry, and a beauty was walking towards him from behind. He turned around at the same moment. She stood almost right next to him and put her hand out in front of her. She started sniffing him, and he immediately became scared, thinking that she was sick. He immediately jumped back and said that he was turning 28 this year, but it was still too early and each of his relatives had 18 types of weapons and various techniques, and then asked her to respect herself. The blind woman put her finger to her chin and exhaled. Suddenly, Juan came up to him from behind and addressed him. He took the wallet and said that his brother had died just a day ago, and then asked why the government was reacting so quickly. The old man immediately became embarrassed after asking if this was really a payment from the government, and said that it was. The hero looked at them with distrust and thought that it looked like most of it was their money. He immediately returned the money and said that he did not need money from such a terrible government. The bald man suddenly ran up to him with a book and asked if there was a choice, because everyone without exception received money, and said that he had previously promised to give Xiao a book of skills in exchange for help in the struggle of the dynasties. The protagonist immediately grabbed the book with a wild smile, and thought that this was another skill and it was worth learning. The soldiers calmly left, leaving him alone. The guy closed his eyes and said that his brother often talked about snow, and said that tomorrow he would fight the son of the head, so he advised him to leave these lands as soon as possible. But the blind woman lowered her head and pressed herself against him again. Xiao was embarrassed, feeling how he was being studied, and meaningfully remained silent. After that, he could not stand it and looked sternly at her, holding out his palm, and said that it was time to stop playing. He stood in a pompous pose and said that he had trained a lot of something, so if she continued, it would be difficult for him to restrain himself. But then the beauty calmly told him to stop pretending. She immediately approached him and said that he was deliberately using strange words and wanted to shake her sanity. But nothing would come of it, and the smell of his body, manner of speech, voice, intonation gave him away. Then Xiao smiled softly and scratched his head with a little anxiety, saying that no one could know that the blind were so sensitive, and asked if she was a seer, to which the beauty immediately said that she was probably right. They entered the house and she asked how he managed to fool them. The hero immediately threw up his hands and said that in fact, during the battle he was seriously wounded and almost everyone thought that he died. Later he was lucky enough to meet the head of the bandits, whom he also deceived, to which she immediately realized that he was immortal. Blue-Eyed looked at her and said that he remembered that she once said that she was born with spiritual roots and they even wanted to accept her as a disciple, but the Xiao family was a clan of martial arts and refused to cooperate with cultivators. Shui took up her cane and said that she had different views, so she failed to take the path of martial arts. After that, the girl stood up and said that it was still worth becoming a cultivator. Then the hero spread his hands with a sly smile and said that of course, but the night of extermination was about to come and their affairs would be bad. Suddenly, she came up close to him and addressed him by name. The beauty folded her hands on the cane and demanded to give her hand. She was completely calm and said that outside the city there were a lot of Yen people and the ruler himself was a martial arts master of the 6th rank, and in the barracks there were more than 1,000 warriors. But he had already reached the 8th rank, and he had no equal. Then the beauty became much more serious and demanded to give her a hand and go with her, to which Xiao immediately thought that they wanted to make him a guide. Then she clenched her fist and said that in fact, after what she saw today, she wanted to take revenge, but she did not have the strength to carry out revenge, and then she said that it was a pity that she herself was no good for anything, so it was better to ask someone worthy. She took out a book from her secret woman's pocket and said that tomorrow she would leave the city and embark on the path of immortality, and he would stop chasing the ruler, and said that he had already given his life for her, but she could not repay in kind. She picked up the book and said that it was a ripple of waves and it could help with the study of many techniques and his spiritual powers would accumulate, to which he immediately rejoiced. The blind woman plucked up her courage and said that this was a book of her clan's techniques, and this was the last secret that remained. Xiao felt like the real Joseph Joestar and shouted her name with tears in his eyes. He immediately snatched the book, hearing the words that it was a great responsibility. He lowered his head and remained silent. Afterwards he turned around and with a slight smile asked if she had forgotten about his business. He came closer and happily asked if she had finished reading the book. Suddenly, he put his fist in front of her face and said that they both had paths that they would take to achieve what they wanted. There was confidence in the hero's eyes, and he said that if they just stood there, nothing would change. Snow froze for a moment. Her hand was shaking and she said that she would wait outside the city for a week. Then she lowered her head with a little anxiety and said that if he did not come, and then meaningfully remained silent. Then she smiled, adjusting her hair, and said that when he came, they could continue their journey. Xiao came to the hill with a smile. In his hands was a small box, and he immediately said that he had a beautiful coffin. While he was being watched from the mountain, he began to dig a hole, pretending to be sad for his brother. The old man looked at him while he was playing a cry. Longbeard began to put on gloves. He immediately jumped behind him and raised his hand to hit. And then a loud blow was heard. Grandpa was immediately enveloped in ashes from the box. He grabbed his face, trying to see something again. His eyes turned red and he immediately asked if it was a special technique, and then said that his brother had it. Xiao grabbed the spear and said that it was true, but he would also need it in battle. The old man was immediately pierced by the spear after a strong blow. The hero immediately turned around to look at the system window, and thought that such a brave opponent would be recognized by the system and decided to continue. But he spat out blood and remembered the 8th rank. He kicked his opponent with all his might, and shouted that even without sight he could get rid of him. The protagonist's ribs cracked at once. He instantly flew down. The guy smiled, splashing blood. He raised his finger up and thanked him. Longbeard stood on the edge of the cliff. He was able to open one eye and said that 2 brothers at once rushed to desecrate the city's lord, for which they would be punished with death. He started to leave and said that it was time for him to go. But then Xiao appeared in front of him again. The old man was shocked. The guy stood with a sly smile and laughed, adjusting his hair, and asked if he thought that the family members were so weak. Then the long-bearded man took his hand away and said that fortunately he had already dealt with one of the brothers, otherwise it was hard to stand up to 2. But at that moment a real berserker was already walking towards him. He immediately took off at great speed. The hero tried to kick him in the face, to which Fu immediately recognized this technique. The guy's sleeve caught on his leg. The oversized grandfather immediately swung his hand, asking if their whole family was by any chance made up of suicidal people, and then said that he would become another dead man who died at his hands. Happy Xiao, falling from the mountain, showed a heart with his fingers. The old man exhaled heavily, looking at him, and thought that it was over. But then the protagonist appeared behind him and scared him again with his greeting. Fu turned around in horror. The hero smiled widely and happily said that they met again, and spring had come and a new family member had appeared. Longbeard was at a loss and tried to think of an option as to how this was possible, and even attributed it to demons or cultivation. He immediately wondered if he could see everything clearly when he saw the berserker. Suddenly his wound began to open and he called him a demon. Then Xiao grabbed the spear and swung it while he asked if he thought he could be fooled by a pathetic fake. The berserker had already struck the block with his spear with all his might. Blood began to flow from his eyes, and Fu asked in horror where the Xiao family got such powers from and asked if they were really people who were not afraid of death. He immediately spread his sleeves, throwing the enemy back. The hero, covered in blood, held his spear out in front of him. The old man, in horror, hit him right in the face with his palm. The bleeding protagonist began to fall and said that he would come back for him. The gray-haired man watched this with wild anxiety and said that it was definitely a demon and that it was all a lie. But then a berserker appeared behind him and screamed that he was using a demonic body. But the enemy looked at him in horror. He immediately turned around and screamed that he should not think that he had fallen for such a thing. They immediately came very close with the desire to kill each other. The hero continued to parry the blows with his body and thought that he was not bad, and the last times he had received good rewards for a C-rank death. But unfortunately the last death was a D rank. With a wild and bloody look, he broke his spear and thought that since he was no longer useful, it was time to die. He immediately grabbed the spear tip that had fallen off. The guy with a wild smile pierced the opponent, and said that he was not holding him back any longer. Fu immediately spat out a clot of blood. The old man immediately decided to throw the opponent out. He was able to send Xiao flying with a throw. The old man was already on the edge and smilingly said that no matter whether he was a demon or a person, he would not give up so easily. But he was able to abruptly break away. The hero grabbed him in a hold and said with a smile that he could tell about this in the next world. He made his appearance even wilder and said that he would still be reborn. At the same moment, they flew down the cliff. The old man tried to break free and demanded to let him go. He squeezed the offender's hand with all his might and crushed it, ordering him to remove his hands. He continued to pierce the hand with his fingers and shouted insults. But then it turned out that Xiao was holding him with his legs in a hold. They began to fly even faster, and he said that if not with his hands, then with his legs, and then said that he would not escape. The bearded man was already beginning to lose consciousness, and was thinking about his memory. While they were flying, he was trying to count the corpses on the ground. He rolled his eyes and thought about why it was taking so long. They crashed into the ground at great speed, and the wolves watching them wondered if it was a gift from God, since food was falling from the sky. 2 bodies lay at the foot of the mountain. The hero moved his hand to the side after reviving and said that the task was completed. But then he was very confused by the stat values and the cessation of skill growth. He created 2 spheres and thought that at the moment he did not have so many new skills, and the chi wave had not yet opened, but the higher the scores, the greater the progress. A notification appeared congratulating him on receiving an additional reward of a resurrection point. The protagonist immediately pressed the window to himself and began to rub his cheek, saying that here are those very resurrection points, and with the help of this reward he will be able to mislead the enemy. He immediately smiled slyly and thought that it would be nice to try this out as soon as possible, and needed to go to the Lord's mansion. He set off with his hands behind his head and thought that he would return to the city and change clothes, and then to the Lord. An ominous shadow appeared behind one of the cooks in the mansion's kitchen. All the workers were instantly knocked out with a blow to the back of the head. The protagonist held a slingshot in his hands and smiled. He pressed the weapon to himself and said with a smile that he had been resurrected so many times, but had never celebrated it before, and wished everyone a pleasant appetite. He immediately sat down at one of the tables and began to eat noodles. The guy pressed himself against a slightly open passage and heard a conversation from behind the wall about how he should first smell the smell, and then they would give him meat. Bei was walking with a dog, and the hero thought that if they came in, they would expose him, and besides, maybe there was someone behind the door who he hadn't seen yet. He immediately wiped the remains of the noodles from his face and thought that if they found him, there was no way out, and he would have to die. The door was immediately kicked. The scoundrel standing with the dog asked who was inside and ordered to open it. He looked at the pet with a smile and said that the beast wanted to eat. The cleaners were immediately surprised by the sound of the loud closing of the door. The scoundrel was immediately thrown into the wall with a swing. The hero even scared the animal with his menacing appearance. And then the heir put his finger in front of him and ordered the dog to eat him. But then it turned out that the protagonist was already stroking the animal's belly and praising it. They put a spear to the scoundrel's throat and told him to be silent and answer his questions, and then asked how many warriors were in the mansion. Blue-eyed hovered over his victim, to which he immediately said that his father had 6, and he also had about that. There was also an uncle who went to kill him, and there was one, and he did not know exactly how many people were with him. The spear slightly pierced his neck, and the hero immediately asked him if he knew about Oxy or about the secret journey of the emperor. The heir was scared and asked how he knew this. But then Xiao scared him even more with his scary appearance, and said that he was asking questions here, and he promised to tell him everything. He put his hands in front of him and said that his father said that the emperor could arrive in Yanchen within a month, so he shouldn't cause trouble during this period. But the reincarnated one immediately asked about the time and route, while the scoundrel thought that if he answered, he would definitely be killed, and thought that he needed to find a way to get him out of the kitchen. He smiled and put his finger up, asking how he could know such information, and it would be better to go to his father's office, and there he could find the answers to all the questions. Xiao stood with a menacing face, and inside he was smiling and thinking that he specifically wanted to lure him out, and if he was not killed, it would be bad. He immediately raised his spear and asked if he thought he was that important, and then said that he could get into the office alone. But the heir was horrified and said that he could not only show him the letter, but also a set of secret techniques, and would simply give them to him in exchange for his life. The spear suddenly stopped. Xiao immediately leaned over and asked what these techniques were. Then the kid spread his hands and said that the book was called Secret Combat Techniques, and his father often practices from this book, and the techniques are very good, to which he immediately thought that the title was impressive. He pulled his hostage by the collar. The reincarnated one carried Bei by the collar and told him to show the way without tricks. They moved to Yan's office. The hero was given a book from the box, to which he immediately asked why such an important thing was not locked, to which the heir said that no one else comes here. Blue Eyes started reading and thought about what kind of book it was, because it didn't talk about weapons or techniques either, and cultivating secret techniques required excellent intuition, and then wondered where the secrecy was. He immediately closed the book and held out his spear and asked if it was too thin. The scoundrel tried to justify himself, and anxiously suggested that there was something in his father's secret room too. Xiao looked at him with a stern gaze and told him not to pull any tricks. The heir came out and quickly looked around. They started walking along one of the bridges. He looked over his shoulder anxiously and thought that the hero was standing behind him, and would do so until he gave him what he needed, and he needed to find a way to get rid of him. His hand was being held, and he thought that the only one who could help him in this situation was Wen. He looked back with anxiety and thought that if his father was not in the office, then he must be in the main hall, and he needed to get there, then he would definitely be able to survive. Suddenly, a tall man appeared at the other end of the corridor, and he immediately recognized him. The blond man bowed and greeted him. The scoundrel tried to show with his whole appearance that he was a hostage, and he thought that something was wrong. The protagonist appeared behind the victim. The swordsman immediately noticed this. He grabbed the weapon, and Bei was glad about this. But he only became embarrassed and looked away and said that it was not worth it, because he already knew that he was an older man, and also married. At the same moment, the heir's chest was pierced with a spear. Wen was completely shocked watching this. Xiao slowly lowered his body onto the spear, which was begging for help. The swordsman was scared and screamed that there was a murderer here. He grabbed his weapon and ran forward shouting that the master was in danger, and there was a murderer. But the hero looked at him menacingly and smiled. He threw Bei's body at the enemy, and said that this would not work with him. But then a heavy aura came from the door. The guy immediately turned around, noticing something was wrong. Yen was standing in the passage. The protagonist felt the ominous aura and got ready. The ruler even tensed his face seeing what was happening. The hero prepared for battle and calling the system thought that he would finally go for him. But then something surprised him. The ruler immediately attacked him with his bare hands, which made it difficult to even defend himself. Xiao immediately flew out into the backyard, breaking through the wall. He grabbed the ground and braked. Then he shouted with a wild smile that he should not miss the opportunity to kill him. The old man immediately pounced on him, intending to grab a spear. At that moment, he put his knee in front of the enemy's face. The protagonist was immediately sent flying to the other end of the square. But his spear was immediately stuck in the ground. The hero covered one eye and told him with a smile not to stop, because such force would not destroy him. The villain immediately hit him with a swing into the block. Yen, with rage in his eyes, asked why he killed his son. The blue-eyed man held the spear and said with a smile that good must always triumph over evil. He immediately strengthened his body and said that since the universe does nothing. He immediately spun the spear, throwing the ruler to the floor, and said that he would decide everything himself. The ruler barely managed to stop the fall with his hand and meaningfully remained silent. But the hero continued to swing the spear and almost killed him. After Xiao looked at him like a predator. He immediately tried to pierce the opponent, but he dodged. The protagonist tried to use the spear rotation technique. But Yen was able to parry it with his hands. He pulled back his wrist and said that after his death, he would hang his body on top of the city gate and expose it to the sun for 10 days, so that even his son from the sky could see everything. The strong blow immediately threw Xiao far back. The guards immediately ran to the leader, but he pulled his hand back. The hero began to bleed profusely and urged him to action. His eyes were filled with blood and he demanded to continue. The lord snatched the sword from the soldier's sheath at the same moment. He ran up to the enemy and made 2 swings. The hands were cut off at the same moment. Wen held the body of the heir in his arms and said that he was afraid that the lord would not leave his son's killer alone, and believed that he would make him suffer. Yen raised the blade vertically and with a menacing look was about to continue. At the last moment, Xiao was able to dodge so that his legs would not be cut off. He was lying on the floor and bleeding, thinking that he wasn't going to kill him, he wanted to torture him, but he couldn't play along. He rolled over and started laughing, saying that his mouth was dry. Then the ruler looked at him with hatred and said that he was interesting. He was about to hit him with his sword and mentioned that he could talk. But then the reincarnated one smiled. He immediately rushed into battle, summoning the body of a heavenly demon. The old man immediately got scared, thinking that he should have died by now. He immediately dodged a rocket in the form of a hero, flying at him like a ram. The ruler looked at this and thought that there was an exit. He immediately clenched his teeth and said that this was bad, because he was going to run away. And the protagonist himself decided to hit his head on a stone with all his might and break his skull. But then, due to the acceleration, he managed to fly into the well, and Wen did not understand what he was doing. The guard's blade suddenly fell and sank into the ground. Yen looked at the traces of blood and cursed, saying that he escaped in front of so many people. He turned around with a murderous look and told them to run to the Xiao family and exterminate them. The guards agreed with alarm. After that, the leader turned to the brown-eyed man and ordered him to be found alive or dead. He folded his hands and bowed. Near the river outside the city, Se was walking with his group. Suddenly, the leader noticed something strange. The hero's body was floating in the river. Seeing this bloody picture, he immediately ordered the body to be pulled out of the river. A crowd of people stood at the entrance, and 3 days had passed since the incident, and rumors spread the story that the gentleman had heroically died in the fight. People looked at the announcement on the wall. The girl leaned on a cane and almost everyone prayed for her. Her eyes were blindfolded and she thought that Xiao had managed to enlist support, and this time everything would go just as smoothly. The hero's body was bandaged and he did not understand what was happening to him. His hand was shaking and he felt severe pain in his wounds. The protagonist lay surrounded by a crowd, thinking that all this was not real. A tear was welling up on the face of the fair-haired man, who said that he had heard about his deeds and asked not to thank him, saying that everyone is responsible for their own actions. The interlocutor held MC, who was unhappy with the rescue, and he asked about whether he had asked for such mercy in his direction, to which he replied that he understood everything. The savior's hand covered Xiao's mouth while he was thinking that he did not need such an assistant. Blood gushed from the guy's mouth, and when asked about his condition, he asked him not to treat him. The guy grabbed the sore hand and the patient felt pain. The healer closed his eyes, saying that he knew that everything hurt, but he didn't want the hero to give up and watch a man die before his eyes. The patient's limb weakened and fell onto the bed. The soul was leaving the body and didn't want to fall into the healer's hands. The blonde man held the protagonist in his arms, and people asked him not to die. The guy looked at the ear, while someone called his brother. He looked at the notification about the improvement that appeared and thought that it took longer than it should have, but it still happened. Xiao smiled and said that this legendary death improved his assessment. He collected energy in his hands, thinking that he had reached the 7th rank in strength. The hero recalled his manifestations of strength and said that after the resurrection, it felt like about 10 years had passed, and he was determined to continue his path, but he did not know how long it would last. Behind the dark-haired man, someone moved in the bushes. The guys were peeping at MC. The protagonist was scared, not understanding who it was. The guys removed the disguise and asked how he got here and what he forgot. The fighter looked back, thinking that after death he was getting older. He folded his hands and introduced himself, saying that he came here to find his son. The observers looked at each other, not believing his words and assuming that the man was no more than 30 years old. Xiao smiled and thought that this was the effect of longevity, and the effect of the Fist of Immortality would be very obvious, and through the use of techniques it would become even stronger. The guys looked at each other while the interlocutor was talking about going to bed early, getting up early and training hard, using magic to protect the body. The settlement was in the middle of the mountains, and the doors to the medical center were open. The man was lying on the bed. The hero stood behind the doctor, saying that his son died a hero and therefore, there was nothing to worry about. The blonde was surprised after the words that the dead were finished, and it was necessary to hold on to the living. The protagonist grinned and said that he killed his son and he would not leave it like that, while he thought that his brother was all like his dad. Xiao looked at the interlocutor, saying that he saw that he thought about others, despite the fact that he was a bandit, and offered to work together to help people live. The hero imagined the enemy, thinking that he could now fight him, but the ruler was not alone in the mansion, so he would need help. The healer looked away and thought that it would be great if he could help get rid of the enemy, but he was prone to absurd actions, just like Xiao. He stood in front of his partner, glad that he noticed that he was not an ordinary bandit, but he was unable to penetrate the mansion. The protagonist leaned over, saying that in this case he would wait for him to make a decision, while the interlocutor asked about what he was doing. MC took the corpse, saying that the enemies were looking for his son's body and therefore, he would take it away so as not to interfere with their plans. The blonde man became wary and asked what he was going to send the body to Yen. They left the hospital, and he said that he wanted to hang the man on the city gates, and this would only prevent his brother from resting in peace. The dark-haired man did not turn around and did not believe it. He put his hand on his mouth and said that in this case, his son would become bait, and he needed to make him leave the mansion. The healer put his hand on his shoulder, saying that this was his relative. Xiao smiled, saying that he wanted to kill the enemy so much that he was even ready to use his son as bait. The interlocutor froze. He looked down and said the name of the deceased. The healer folded his hands, saying that he was proud of him and would take care of the body, and asked him to wait for news and not to show himself. The dark-haired man stood next to him, thinking that now his plan was becoming clearer and all that was left was to figure out how to kill Yen and how to further increase the grade. The dove was sitting on the window of the office in the man's mansion. He looked away. He had papers in his hands and he thought that even the representatives of the martial arts clan could not find the body, and was he really just pretending that there was a great family behind them? The old man placed his hand on the sheet, wondering if he had been lying to him all along. The man stood in the office, saying that they had found a body and that the doctor from the city had found him floating down the river and had seen the wanted poster. The overlord stood up, ordering them to show the mortal body. They stood in front of the coffin. There was a corpse in the coffin, and he knew that he was the one he needed. The servant stood behind him, saying that the hero had lived for several days with the doctor before dying in agony, to which the doctor asked to check on the healer. The villain held his hand on the coffin and was about to hang the mortal body on the gates of the settlement. Guards stood at the gates and a cry could be heard from the wall that strangers were not allowed in order to block the city. The protagonist watched as a group of people stood at the entrance and said that the old man was closing the city to hang out the corpse and asked if he was afraid that they would come to take revenge on him. Xiao smiled, saying that he had a plan. He looked at the table, saying that he needed the guys to sneak into the city, and the moment Yen left the estate, they should start a diversion and distract the guards. The hand was near the marked point, and MC was going to rush there. He put his hand to his chin, saying that he would cut his throat. The blonde stood in front of the interlocutor, asking that he was going to do it alone, to which he said that he had already decided everything and did not need to convince him, thinking that he would not be able to win now. The healer held his hand, saying that this was the most dangerous aspect of the clan, and he still took it on to protect them. Xiao closed his eyes and said that he just did not want him to shine brighter than him. He stood next to him, saying that his son always loved to show off in front of the crowd and also that he would like to ask him to bring him some scrolls from the estate if he manages to find something interesting, to which he replied that he was reckless. The dark-haired man pointed his finger at the map, asking to return to the plan and asked what he said, that he found a body in the river and must have fallen into the well. The point of his son's death was drawn, and it seemed to the man that there should be a passage there, which just led to the mountains and tomorrow he would use it. The river went deep into the hill, and this was a secret passage. The doctor stretched out his hand forward, saying that now they would penetrate the estate and help the master kill the thief. The bird flew over the man. Xiao warmed up, saying that the team should have found the passage by now and it was time for him to move out. He stepped on the edge, saying that after the jump he would be deader than dead. He pushed off the ground. He flew down, asking the system to revive him at the point he had set earlier. The sun fell on the outer district of the city. In the house sat a guy who said that he had a wonderful function with which he could revive right in the city. The spears were in the compartment, and he said that the closed gates were no obstacle. Yen rode on a horse and people walked behind him. Hooves clattered on the road. The carriage carried a coffin, which was held by servants who did not understand what was happening. The old man looked ahead and ordered to pull out the corpse. The man kicked the lid off. He grabbed him by the hair. The man held the body. The citizens of the city looked at what was happening, recognizing the former hero. Lan frowned, thinking that this was not a funeral ceremony, but a demonstration, and he was threatening them and thought that if in the future there were such capable and noble people, they would not dare to oppose him. The man looked ahead, saying that he deserved to die for breaking into his master's estate and killing his favorite son. The people behind him shouted about other injustices in the city, wanting the ruler to be executed first if they spoke of justice. The steward pointed her hand at them, saying that they were ungrateful thieves. The citizen defended himself and was asked what right he had to gossip about the laws and threaten their master. His hands were bleeding, and he said that it was their own fault that they were starving and asked if they could work harder, and noted that the stables needed people to clean up the manure. He held a fan and asked them not to come closer, because he did not want his clothes to stink of poverty. The cut off part of the impudent man's hair. Xiao ran between the conflicting and aimed his spear forward. The steward was kicked and screamed about his hair. Yen looked back and at the words that something was going on there, said that it was just a group of peasants and tomorrow they would hang a couple on the wall. The spear flew forward. The man looked to the side. The weapon pierced the target and the horse reared up. The wounded body fell from the animal. The servants surrounded the master. The old man looked at his shoulder, thinking that if he had hesitated even for a moment, this spear would have pierced his head. The guy stood in front of the wounded man and called out to him. Xiao exuded energy and said that he not only killed his son, but also dared to hang his son's corpse on display for everyone. He pointed the weapon forward and said that he would repay him 1,000-fold for such an act. The villain was shocked and did not believe that he was not dead. The fighter ran forward, saying that he was the father of the deceased. The enemy grinned, thinking about how many of them there were and believed that their family existed. The guards stood between the conflicting and Yen asked what they were waiting for. The hero struck. He smiled, asking to attack and not to give in. The sword and spear clashed. Xiao struck the warrior. The antagonist swings his sword and screams for the man to die. The hero pierced the enemy through and through. The general commands the soldiers to shoot arrows. Father MC deflects all the arrows with a spinning spear. The soldiers stand with shields and hold the line. The man prepares to throw the spear forward. It knocks many soldiers down. The knight, horrified, calls him a monster, because he easily destroyed their line, and his friend replies that there is no need to panic, because they have not even sent the strongest ones yet. The commander shouts at the soldiers not to retreat and to continue the fight. Yen looks angrily, not understanding why none of the Xiao family is afraid of death, and this mad dog does not give up. Seeing how his opponent beats the soldiers, he finds that this Xiao Sin is incredibly similar to Xiao Lin, and even between father and son there cannot be such a resemblance. Xiao declares that he is an old thief and will not leave here alive. When charges, yelling for the Lord to leave and that he will detain MC. The protagonist parries the antagonist's attack with a spear. The man, his eyes blazing, explains that he came to avenge his son, asking what he has to do with it. The warrior angrily yells at him to shut up and that his son killed his lord's son, so he deserved to die. The warriors fight and Xiao says that this piglet was bullying the villagers and his son was just doing them a favor. But when tells him not to insult the Lord, to which the Lord asks if he is the guard dog of the seven Gua, that they feed him better than everyone else. The warrior swings his sword and yells at MC to shut up. The guy pulled out his spear and, his eyes blazing, replies that his opponent is already exhausted. The hero pierced the antagonist's chest. One holds on to the bloody spear. The warrior aggressively replies that the protagonist will not take another step forward, for which he is ready to give his life. Smiling maliciously, Xiao calls the enemy a good dog and regrets that his master is such a bad person. The knight is horrified to see how Shouwen, a 7th grade warrior, could not hold out for even 10 seconds, but his comrade asks him not to waver, because they still have a master. The master comes up from behind the servant, and tells Shouwen that he tried well. Yen makes a blow with his sword. He pierced the servant and MC. There is a sword in Xiao's chest. Frowning, the protagonist understands that the antagonist outsmarted him, and this time he was taken. Looking at the warrior, the guy decides that next time his enemy will be dead. Yen looks at the immobilized bodies of the characters. He spread his arms out to the sides and laughs and says that MC turned out to be a dud against the city ruler, so even if there were 1,000,000 people in the Xiao family, he would kill everyone. The man laughs evilly and expresses confidence that no one can stop him. Xiao Mu, a 6th grade warrior, sits on the curb and decides to look at the rating of this death, where the system reports his death and congratulates him on reaching the immortality rating, that he gets the opportunity to freely distribute his points, and also the total number of deaths was 30, a reduction in life expectancy of 30 years. The remaining life of 58 years and an additional reward for reaching the A rating of 200 points. The guy looks at the table in confusion and does not understand that this is the devilry, because no one told him about the reduction in life expectancy, although he himself guessed about it a little, and now he does not believe that he is really losing years of his life due to the fact that the initial access period has passed, and if he knew earlier, he would only invest in the Fist of Immortality. While imagining his pumped-up body, Xiao recalls being told that if he mastered the Fist of Immortality, he would be able to increase his lifespan and quality, and if he invested all his points into it, the problem would be solved. The protagonist raises his hand up on a high cliff and believes that he will be halfway to immortality. Clutching the spear in his hand, he also thanks for the high mortality rate, otherwise he would be completely upset. The protagonist walks down the street, as he decides that this is not the time to sit around and Songha is waiting for him, and he will deal with the shortening of his lifespan after getting rid of Guiyen. A servant kneeling tells the master the bad news that something is wrong in his estate. The Wang squad is in front of a burning mansion and a warrior explains that an unknown group of people appeared in the middle of the courtyard, as if out of thin air, and taking advantage of the lack of guards, killed everyone and took control of the entire estate. The lord is very angry. Yen points his sword forward and shouts to the servant to immediately call everyone and go to the manor. The peasants prepare to attack the antagonist and the knights. The people raise their guns and shout that they cannot let him go, and they must avenge the hero Xiao, so they must kill Guiyen. Gritting his teeth in anger, the man calls them pathetic bugs. Pointing his sword, the lord orders them to be killed and not to leave anyone alive. The knights prepare to shoot their bows. Arrows fly at the peasants. A red streak passes by the people. The antagonist sees arrows falling near Xiao and is surprised that he is alive. Yen is shocked, saying that it is impossible for MC to be alive, because he killed him with his own hands. The protagonist runs to attack, shouting for his enemy to prepare for death, and the people run after him, wanting to kill Guiyen and take over the city. The fighter fearfully asks his brother what to do, since the forces are not on their side. The knight is shocked to see that he is left alone, and does not understand whether Xiao is a man or a ghost, not knowing how to fight him, because he is not ready to risk his life for such a meager fee. Throwing off his armor and spears, the man says that their fellow citizens are already in poverty, and now the rulers order them to be killed, and considering the hero worse than a monster, he adds that he joined the guard to protect peace on this land, and if he kills innocent people, he will not be able to look his parents in the eyes, and MC also finished off Shouwen, who blindly followed the master for years. So he can go to hell. Looking at the knights running away, Yen shouts at them not to run, as anyone who disobeys orders will be executed. The antagonist is alarmed to see the hero approaching. The guy attacks the enemy with a magic spear. Smiling, the protagonist tells Yen that this is the result of his actions and that he will die now. Looking sternly, the master asks if MC thinks he can kill him. He swings his sword, wounding the hero. Xiao, with a wound on his face, is surprised by the enemy's incredible energy, because he is so strong even after being wounded. Striking at the protagonist, Yen shouts that this is all his fault, because the guy destroyed everything he built over the years, so he will kill him and every member of his filthy family. The sword cuts MC. The weapon cuts the hero's shoulder. The bloody guy sits on his knees. Raising his sword up, the enemy shouts that it's over. Pointing the sword at Xiao, he screams for him to die. MC grabbed the sword with his bloody hand. The antagonist opened his eyes. Xiao rises to his feet. Yen trembles with fear, as he realized that his opponent caught the sword with his bare hands, deciphering his technique, although too little time had passed. Smiling widely, the protagonist explains that if this were their first fight, he really would not have coped, but this is their third meeting. He holds the enemy's weapon tightly. The man is shocked to hear about a third meeting. MC is reflected in his eyes. Xiao pierced the enemy through and through. The bloody sword lies next to the antagonist. Dying, Yen realizes that he was a fool, calling the hero not some Xiao-sen, but Xiao Lin. The guy smiles, looking at the master. Xiao raises his spear and the people rejoice at the death of Guiyen, repeatedly calling Xiao a hero. The protagonist enjoys the cheers of the people. Blood flows from his forehead. He falls down dead. Before he dies, Xiao smiles and rejoices at the fact that he dies to the applause of the crowd, thinking that this is worthy of another rating. Wang approaches Xiao's uncle and asks if he is okay. He carries the boy in his arms, asking the others not to worry and promising that he will be able to save the hero's life this time, but the protagonist tells them to let him go and not save him, calling Wang Sog a cold-hearted idiot. The sun shines over the village. The protagonist is very angry. The girls take care of Xiao, rejoicing that he is alive and saying that his body is incredible for recovering so quickly, and also notice that something is wrong with his face, assuming that he is upset about something. Wang holds his hand on his chest and explains that MC's channels are almost completely damaged, and there is not even a tenth of his internal energy left, so it will take a long time to fully recover, and also adds that their city is lagging behind in matters concerning medicine, and it will take time to find a cure. Holding the protagonist's hand, Wang asks him not to despair, promising to do everything to cure him, but the guy thinks that he will feel better if he does not touch him at all. Xiao strokes his hand, hoping that he can escape, and says that he wants to get some fresh air, and his comrade asks if he wants to find a body. The protagonist looks worried and asks what body he is talking about, realizing that he forgot about his body, which is lying on the street. Xiao scratches the back of his head on the bed when the man calls the body a fake and says that MC is so smart when he asks someone to pretend to be him to fool Guiyan, and the guy asks where his body is now. Clenching his fist, Wang tells him not to worry, explaining that they buried the body and the city will not forget his noble sacrifice, and that they planted chrysanthemums on his grave so he will never need the ritual money, which the protagonist finds sweet of them. Putting on his shoes, Xiao asks if there are any martial arts clans around the city, but his friend does not know of any. As the protagonist steps onto the floor, Wang remembers that there are still a couple active in Hang Prefecture, and the guy asks if it is in the north, to which he receives an affirmative answer. Thinking about it, Xiao understands why he has been drawn to the north since he began studying the legendary martial arts, which means that Xiao's family must be there. Getting out of bed, the hero declares that in this case he is heading to Hang Prefecture, asking him to take care of the city, but his friend asks why he is going right now, because his wounds have not yet healed, offering to rest a little. Holding his friend by the shoulder, MC explains that it is unlikely that anything will change if he stays here, but on the way to Heian, perhaps he will be able to find a cure, but in fact he just wants to get rid of him as soon as possible, calling his friend a small failure. Wang writes with a brush, asking Uncle Xiao to wait if he intends to leave, wanting to at least write him a letter of recommendation. The man writes and explains that he has an acquaintance in those parts named Xinxinghe, who is a government official, so he can easily find a job for MC. But Xiao replies that he thought his comrade was a bandit, not understanding where his friends came from and calling him a thief in law. He writes carefully, explaining that they once worked together, not wanting to talk about it, and the protagonist thinks that this is very similar to his friend, who is not a bandit, but also an honest citizen. MC sees his comrade wielding a brush and asks to write that his name is Xiao Mu, because Xiao Xin is the killer of Guiyan, and he does not want to attract unnecessary attention to himself, to which Wang agrees. He hands the protagonist a letter, wishing him a safe journey, and the hero calls him a good guy, promising to repay his kindness. Tucking the envelope under his clothes, Xiao offers to divide their loot. Many coins sparkle. Looking sullenly, the man cannot believe that MC stole all this from ordinary people, considering him worse than a monster. The protagonist jumps on the gold, sticking out his tongue and rejoices at such wealth. Sitting on a chest of coins, the hero calls Wang a baby and says that he can take it all, but his friend does not believe him. Turning to his friend, Xiao believes that since many of the townspeople are dying of hunger, they cannot leave everything as is, asking Wang to spend this money on food for them, so that they will be grateful to him. He stands behind the money and adds that the government will soon send a new manager, and he may be even worse than Guiyan. Holding his friend by the shoulder, the guy decides that Wang should be the one to lead the city, asking him to use him to achieve his dream. The man worriedly calls out to Uncle Xiao. Trying to hug MC, with tears in his eyes, he calls Xiao noble, because he takes care of his smaller brothers, showing his respect for him, comparing him to an inexhaustible stormy stream, to which the hero assures him that he is not going to leave empty-handed. Showing the book, the protagonist says that he is taking it with him. Looking at the scripture, Wang calls it a good choice, because it is the endless path of the pure yen, an ancient technique, and the protagonist wants to see it. He carefully reads what is written. Reading the book, the man understands that this technique will not work for MC, because he already has a wife and children, but the protagonist does not understand why it will not work for him, because not long ago he was 15 years old. Xiao holds his hand on his face and thinks that he cannot lose a drop of yen energy if he wants to practice this technique, so he does not understand how a young man in his prime can endure this. Wang shows a scroll, offering the protagonist the transformation of a mortal body, and Xiao asks what it is. The dragon holds a scroll and the man explains that this is a modern technique developed by a legendary warrior, which describes many techniques of varying levels of complexity, and at the very beginning it tells in detail about the art of makeup and techniques that allow you to slightly change the length of bones. But if he manages to get to the end of the book, then MC will open techniques that allow you to change the flesh. And so he can become any person, and the hero is surprised that such a powerful technique even exists. With his eyes closed, Wang says that although his friend is right, the text is very complex and it will take a long time to understand it, offering to watch it together, because he will always have time to go to Heian. But the guy thinks that his friend wants to convince him to stay, But here he will not be able to die. Running away, MC shouts to Mr. One that he helped him a lot and in the future it will be counted to him. Looking at the running protagonist, the man hopes that someday they will meet again and then he will ask Xiao to become part of his plan. The hero runs into the house. Opening the door, he calls Shui. Looking around, the protagonist thinks that she has left this place. Her hand rested on the hero's shoulder. The girl closed the guy's eyes and says that since not even 7 days have passed, she would not have gone anywhere. Holding his sister's hand, Xiao says that today is exactly the 7th day, and he defeated that old man Yen. Looking at his sister, he asks what's wrong with her appearance, and Shui notices that her brother has a bag on his shoulders. The heroes stand in thought. Scratching the back of his head, Xiao explains that he is going to Hang Prefecture to find the missing part of the immortal fist, so they will have to part again. The heroine is surprised to hear about Hang Prefecture, saying that she was going there too. The protagonist thinks that the reason is that she misses him and is simply obsessed with him, but the girl tries to explain that Hang Prefecture is full of immortal families, so it would be useful to meet them. Shui leaves the house saying that she went, but her brother asks her not to be angry, because he was joking. In Hang Prefecture, Xinqing his home, the hero introduces himself to Xiao, explaining that he came to see him on the instructions of Mr. Wang. Hang Prefectural official Xinqing sternly asks if he really recommended MC, because it is written here about his serious injuries, although he looks quite healthy. The guy says that he walked for a long time, but in his thoughts he remembers how he died on the way here, but was able to reach the initial level of the endless path of the Immaculate Yen and the transformation of the mortal body. The man asks where Mr. Wang is now, but the protagonist explains worriedly that he lives in the mountains and is incredibly difficult to find, so he stumbled upon him by chance. Looking at the letter, Shin finds it strange that Wang recommended him after a chance meeting, although it does not matter since he will not pry further unless he himself is willing to reveal it. The characters on the paper are smudged, causing the official to feel sorry for him, saying that if it were not for the healing recipes he wrote down, he would have died many years ago. Tilting his head, Shin reasons that since this man vouched for Xiao, he must be a trustworthy person, saying that at the moment they only need scribes and constables, so let him choose. Folding his arms, the protagonist thinks that being a constable would allow him to move around the city freely, and that he would be able to find out more about the martial clans and families, stating that in that case, he wants to be a constable. Xiao introduces himself as the new constable, fists raised. The servants whisper that Mr. Shin never had favorites, so it's strange that MC could become a constable so quickly, and another man asks if his comrade knows this guy. The girl puts away her sword and raises her voice, telling the men to be quiet. Chief Constable Qiningshu announces that they are all on the same team now, asking them to be polite to the hero, and suggests getting down to business. Staring intently, she says that they must have all heard of the Wuchang monster case. The men are scared. Xiao is surprised that Wuchang is a monster. The monster grabs people, and the girl explains that it is rampant in the city, and has already taken many lives, and they say that Wuchang is a type of monster that feeds on the energy of death, and it kills people regardless of their position and social status. The guy listens as Chin adds that many warriors tried to deal with this monster, but it was much stronger, and even the 5th and 6th grade fighters did not survive. Xiao smiles sarcastically and does not believe that this is a monster that they will have to fight. With her back to the protagonist, she warns the people that they will have to work with the Xientian clan, and the hero wonders what kind of clan this is. MC listens that soon after the Xiao family was destroyed, the Xientian temple was built on her land, and now it is also known as the Xientian clan. The hero imagines the book and thinks that most likely the Xientian clan is somehow connected to the association, since they were able to appropriate the lands of the Xiao family so easily, and perhaps it is from them that he will be able to find out about the second part of the immortal fist, and if he is lucky, he will find other cultivation techniques. The workers cry in fear and do not understand why they are again entrusted with something like this, calling the work thankless. Pushing the man in the shoulder, Xiao asks why everyone is reacting like this, to which the worker replies that they are simple guards, so they can't do anything with the monster. Looking at their leader, he adds that she is the strongest of them, but even she has only reached the 7th grade, and the guy asks why they are forced to do work for which they are not competent, because they can die, to which he receives the answer that the state chamber listens to the immortals in everything, and they are the scapegoats in this situation. The heroes see a girl flying in the distance and assures them not to worry, realizing that she has arrived just in time. The girl is sitting on a paper bird and the people recognize the lunar fairy of the Xientian clan. She approaches the characters, stating that they will not have to fight the monster, but only need to track it down and report it to her. Making the bird small, the fairy adds that she cannot cope without the help of the constables. The men are overjoyed and thank the merciful fairy for worrying about such plebeians as they are, assuring her that they will find the monster. Chin stands next to the boys and is surprised by the enthusiasm of the workers, and the guard nearby says that at least they are soberly aware of their capabilities, because being an errand boy is the best thing for people like them. MC frowned, thinking that such a task would be very easy for an immortal, so it is unclear why she cannot do it herself, assuming that they are trying to deceive the state house. The girl explains to the constables that the monster feeds on the energy of death, so it will most likely be found near hospitals or prisons, and if they do not find traces there, they can use a group of dying people as bait. The men worriedly report that they think luring the monster out with the help of living people is a bit too much. Fairy thoughtfully replies that since they will die soon anyway, this is a good reason to serve for the good of society before death. Ching distrustfully asks the immortal lady what she plans to do after catching the monster, to which she receives the answer that she will take it into their clan to subject it to heavenly punishment, and for his sins, he will remain to serve them for the rest of his days. The leader clenches his fist and angrily states that this monster has killed many innocent people, and if he is allowed to live it would be unfair, as the one who committed the murder must pay with his own life, as that is the law of their empire. Raising his finger, the heroine explains that this law applies to commoners and not immortals, and that monsters and demons are under their jurisdiction, which angers Ching greatly. The protagonist raises his hand and wishes to address Lady Fairy. His eyes sparkling, the guy asks what will happen if they accidentally kill him when they find him. Ching tensed up. Closing her eyes, the girl calmly replies that it is too dangerous for them to fight him, so they just need to report, and nothing will happen by accident. Coming closer, Xiao asks what they should do if he chases them and they have no time for reports and have to fight back, and if by some miracle they still manage to kill him, will there be any rewards from the immortals then? Grinning maliciously, the protagonist asks about the possibility of an entertaining tour of their clan. With a small smile, Fairy replies that the lands of the immortals will not tolerate the feat of plebeians. He looks at her with a smile. MC looks sullenly, and it seems to him that since they are so arrogant, it seems that they will have to find another way to explore Xientian. Leaving, the heroine decides that this is probably where they will end, giving them 3 days to search for the monster. Fairy flew away. The workers in bewilderment ask the head what they will do, not believing that they really have to collect dying people, but she replies that they are not obliged to obey the orders of the immortals. Chin orders to explore the city and look under every stone, and in case they find something, immediately inform her, since she will deal with the rest and the guards obey her. Xiao hears the girl asking him to stay for a while. Approaching the hero, she says that Mr. Shin has always been sensible, and if he took MC, it means he has good skills, and also asks if he was just teasing the fairy or if he really has ideas on how to kill this monster. The protagonist scratches his head and answers in confusion that the leader is overestimating him, because he just asked her an obvious question. Chin tries to understand if he is serious. The guy answers that he is, and she gives the command to go after the others. Turning around, Xiao suggests that for a monster feeding on the energy of death, he himself can become bait. The eastern district of the city, the Drunken Immortal Tavern. The official looks at the people from the balcony. Hearing a knock on the room, he asks to come in. The winged fish guard, Chu Xing, sitting on his knee, tells the master that they have news about Wang Songha. Shin, folding his hands, asks him to speak. Looking at the man's back, the character explains that their spy assigned to Xingha reported that someone named Xiao showed up at the state chamber, where he was appointed constable, and he had a letter of recommendation from Wang Songha, but he did not reveal any details, and most likely Xingha does not know anything either. Looking seriously, the servant shares rumors with the master that Wang Songha could have taken the path of an immortal. Putting a cup of tea on the table, the official calls this nonsense. Shin explains that the man hates immortals with every fiber of his being, so there is no point in him becoming one. The liquid spreads in the mug and the guy says that times are changing and Wang remained silent for decades, and now he suddenly recommended someone, which means that this Xiao is also a difficult person, and Shin agrees to arrange a meeting. The building stands on a sunny day. Inside, the girls are sitting and the elder tells Ken Shui that she was just a child when they last saw each other. Kneeling, Ling smiles and says that 10 years have passed, but fate has brought them together again. Shui wants to turn to elder Ling, but she replies that she knew what happened to the Xiao family, and the path of immortals or the path of martial arts says that they are not much different, and Shui was born with exceptional spiritual perception, so the heroine asks if she would like to develop it. Ling adds that if her interlocutor is so reluctant to join the clans of immortals, then why not stay with her? The girl agrees with the elder. Shui folds her hands on her lap and wonders what Xiao is doing now. MC is behind bars. The guard shouts at the hero to behave properly, because with such tricks even 10 lives are not enough, to which the guy replies that the man should not worry, because he is not going to run away. Covering his face with his hand, the protagonist believes that this is exactly where he belongs. A little earlier, a man puts a box on the table in the Jade Tea House. The character tells the people that back then, the hero Xiao shouted that he was a warrior and his path lies only forward. But after these words, he killed Guiyan with just one swing of his spear, and then effectively walked off into the sunset. Sitting at the table, the hero does not understand how they care about him, because there is a monster walking around the city, so it is better to talk about what is bothering him. Looking at the seed, MC expected that he would be able to ask people about the monster, and hopes to quickly find it, and die happily, but instead he has already spent half an hour gossiping about himself. An official scolds a guy for the fact that the constable of Hayang Prefecture is listening to fables in a tavern during business hours. Shin holds out his hand and asks why his employee is neglecting his duties. The protagonist angrily mimics him, saying that he knows how he should work, but the official denies this, saying that he was joking. Looking at Shin and his servant, Xiao thinks that this is far from an ordinary person, and even from his aura, you can tell that he is a big shot, and the energy of the guy behind him is also incredible and must be a martial artist too. The hero yawns and asks why the official thinks that he is loafing around here, because if he likes to spy on other people's affairs so much, then why doesn't he tell the emperor what he should do? The guy behind the official calls MC impudent, but Shin explains that his assistant is a bit harsh in his expressions. Waving his fan, the chief expresses curiosity, asking what kind of person the protagonist thinks the emperor is. He holds the fan and watches carefully. Putting a seed in his mouth, Xiao thinks that he sees the emperor as a person who is better off dead, since he was never able to kill him. Imagining the target as an enemy, the hero remembers that he was supposed to pass through Yen, but for some reason never showed up, and also does not understand why after killing a man like Guyen, there was no reward for him, because he hoped that the court would sentence him to death. Holding his chin, the guy assumes that they are probably government officials, and if he insults the emperor, they will definitely lead him to the chopping block. Frowning, he understands that then the entire empire will know about his death, and the rating must be incredible. Standing with his foot on a footrest and raising his hand up, the guy enthusiastically declares that he sees the emperor as the ruler of 1,000 years. The people in the dining room are surprised by his words. With his eyes closed, Shin calmly asks if the hero is overestimating him. MC smiles broadly and says that it is not so at all, asking if the official remembers under what imperial nickname he ascended to the throne, immediately giving the answer Young-He, which means endless world, and the first thing he did was go to lick the boots of the immortals, and after that they will be ashamed to even threaten people, which is shameful for the endless world. Assistant Shin is stunned that the hero dared to call the master a coward. The man tries to calmly answer that the immortals are an indestructible force and even the strongest martial artists did not have a chance against them, and the 100,000 army was wiped out completely, so maybe the emperor saw the full picture of what was happening, and they had to compromise. Xiao asks if Shin means that the emperor has some kind of cunning plan that no one knows about, and is told that when you are nothing, you get hit on the head, because compromise is for the weak and helpless, although it is one thing when you retreat to accumulate strength and strike back, and another when you agree to become their watchdog. The peasants overhear the protagonist asking if they remember Yen, where people died of hunger. They are outraged when the hero adds that the ruler knew about it but did nothing, and the state house is no better. Standing in front of Shin, MC says that the emperor claims to rule in the name of heaven, but the common people are nothing more than meat to him, and he is ready to expend them if the immortals so desire. Xiao leans on one knee and adds that the people are suffering, but the state house can do nothing to help them, because who knows how many more cities like Yen there are. The official waves his fan, and the protagonist thinks that there is nothing to expect from the son of heaven who considers himself above other people. Xing furiously calls this ridiculous nonsense. The hero puts up a finger and aggressively replies that everyone knows that the emperor dances to the tune of the immortals, because he built residences for them in every major city, which is sucking up. The men hear the heroes arguing and one of them asks where this fearless youth came from, and his friend finds this much more interesting than his tea stories. Chen nervously looks at the protagonist, thinking that someone is too obviously asking for trouble, so perhaps he exposed him and is doing it on purpose, and this is also the opinion of the Minister of Justice Wang Songha. The man looks on sullenly, realizing that MC preferred to die than surrender to the immortals. The character on his knees spits blood, and the official realizes that now things are exactly as Wang predicted, and this Xiao is in cahoots with him. The official's servant points a sword at the guy, declaring that according to the laws of the empire, a person who insulted the emperor should be beheaded, and she decides to pay tribute, calling the hero a good bully, since he was able to infuriate the eternally calm Chu Xing. Smiling proudly, Xiao replies that he will not take back his words and is ready to take responsibility for them, but the man thinks that he seems to want to be killed. Holding a fan in front of Xing, he orders him to throw the sword to him. Shin turns around and says that MC does not understand anything about government and just wants to attract attention, and it is time for him to leave, and he says goodbye. The protagonist is horrified, unable to understand how it is possible that he got himself into so much shit, and after that he is going to let him go. Looking at Shin and Xing leaving, he does not want them to leave, because he knows worse insults. A guard runs into the room and asks who is Xiao. Raising his hand, the guy shouts that it is him, to which the knight says that someone reported his public insult to the emperor, and if he does not go with him of his own free will, then bad things will happen, but the hero does not resist. Standing behind bars, he asks when they will execute him, because it is stupid to wait until autumn, and there is no point in him wasting their taxes, so it is better to do it right now and publicly, since he loves a large crowd. But the men do not understand what kind of person would ask to kill himself quickly, because it is unlikely that any protege will be able to hush up a public insult to the emperor. The man slaps MC on the hands and tells him not to be rowdy, as everyone here is a death row inmate, and he won't escape. Sitting on the floor, dissatisfied, Xiao reassures himself that since everyone here is a death row inmate, at least he is in the right prison. He sees a coughing prisoner opposite him, as he reflects on the fact that the monster feeds on the energy of people like him. The man sits against the wall and coughs. His eyes widen in fear. A silhouette of a cat with green eyes appears in front of him. The animal approaches the old man. The cat meows. Stroking it, the man asks how the cat got here. Holding the cat in his hands, he says that with the aura of death spreading here, this place is no better than the underworld, and the local rats are unclean, so the animal will be poisoned if it eats them. He falls on his back, dropping the cat. The hero worriedly sees the man coughing up blood and asks if he is okay, to which he receives a positive answer. Showing off his muscles, the character explains that he was once known as a holy thief who stole from the rich to give to the poor, which made him famous all over the world, but Xiao seems to think his wound is serious, to which the old man replies that a holy thief couldn't be hurt by just tripping a little. Raising his finger up, the man recalls that when he was younger, he was able to last about 100 rounds against an incredibly strong martial artist, a member of a great family, and if he hadn't made a stupid mistake, he would still be known as a hero. But Xiao is tired of the guy going through a near-death crisis and screaming. Looking up, the old man adds how he once robbed a rich merchant and a carriage when he was a child. A spirit comes out of the man, saying that he died, and MC screams if there is anyone there, because the guy fell. The cat emits a green glow, and leans its paw against the man. The guy is shocked to see this. The cat emits many black and green waves. The hero breaks the bars and in a panic does not understand what the animal is doing. The old man lies motionless on the ground. Sitting next to the man, the protagonist sees that he is dead. Looking at the cat, Xiao remembers what Constable Chen said, that the energy of death increases the monster's strength. Frowning, the protagonist assumes that if he is right, this is Wu Chang. A large cat with green eyes walks towards MC. Luring it to himself with his fingers, the guy asks him to eat it. The animal's eyes glow even brighter. The cat sees the protagonist asking to attack him, asking if the cat likes the energy of death. The cat growls and jumps on the character. Xiao prepares to strike, enjoying the fight, which will be not for life, but for death. The animal jumped on the guy's hand. The hero is confused. Pulling the cat by the tail, MC thinks that it should be a bloodthirsty monster, not show mercy. The cat lays down on his hand, and the guy calls it a sycophant. Xiao realized that the animal pestered him precisely because he was going to die soon. The men come out from behind the corner and ask the prisoner Xiao to follow them. The guard informs the gentleman that this man publicly insulted his majesty. Looking at the protagonist behind bars, the man assures the chief that not a single criminal has ever escaped from this dungeon, and the guy asks when he will be executed, asking to speed up the process, because he cannot wait. The character, standing on the other side, calls Mr. Xiao funny and says that there was a misunderstanding, and now he will pull him out from behind bars. After breaking the bars, the protagonist angrily says that they are mocking him because he tried so hard to get in, and now they want him to leave. People see how the hero broke the prison. Wiping away his sweat, the man says that their fault is that they did not handle the case properly, and even if MC managed to escape, no one would stop him, ordering his henchmen to immediately remove the handcuffs from Mr. Xiao. The character sees how the chains are removed from the hero, realizing that he would have enough strength to break the bars, but he still did not try to do it, so such a calm behavior after publicly insulting the emperor is possible only if he expected a high-ranking bigwig to come for him, and you can't touch a person with such powerful connections. The guy wants to ask the master one question. Looking at the old man lying there, he asks if he will be buried, since he hit his head and died, and the man assures him that they will hold a proper ceremony for him. Xiao looks into the dungeon at the silhouette of the cat, and decides that since this is over, he needs to find out where the cat went. In the office, Shin scolds MC for joining the service 2 days ago, and he has already been arrested in a constable's uniform, and all his actions directly reflect on the state chamber. The man yells at the protagonist at the table, in the presence of Chin. Xiao, stretching out his arms, tells the gentleman that he knows that he is a good man, and allowed himself to be arrested so that he could be investigated in prison, so he asks him to believe him that he did not act out of selfish motives. Shin calmly replies that he understands him. He becomes angry and shouts that, in his opinion, one can only go to prison by insulting the emperor. The girl coughed. Shen, addressing Xiao, states that Mr. Shen had to use his authority to get him out of prison and even had to visit this official Lu, and not empty-handed, and Shen adds that if it weren't for Mr. Wang, no one would have taken care of MC. Bowing before the Lord, the hero thanks him, thinking that he and Wang are not letting him die in peace, and Shen asks him to be more careful with his words and actions next time. He frowns and thinks that although he tried to get Xiao out, the official Luo said that the order to do so had already been transmitted by the winged fish guard. Shen stares at the guy, realizing that this faction is directly subordinate to His Majesty. So this is an order from the Emperor himself, and this guy is probably somehow connected to him, because the Emperor would hardly ask to insult himself in public. The official imagines the protagonist beating the man and tries to understand what kind of emperor. The character, putting his hand on the table, wants to get back to business, asking if MC saw the monster. Xiao shows the size with his hands and says that it looks like a tricolor kitten of white, black and yellow colors, appeared next to the dead prisoner and absorbed the energy of death, becoming larger than a human, but did not attack anyone. The heroine believes that since Wu Chang appears next to the deceased, then there is a hit, since some victims were found with traces as if from claws, just like a cat or tiger. Introducing the cat, the protagonist believes that perhaps Wu Chang is not involved here, but Chin does not understand what he is talking about. Crossing his arms, the guy suggests that Wu absorbs the energy of an already dead person, and does not kill anyone. The girl asks in shock if he wants to say that there is another monster. Clouds float under the rocks. A huge tiger with wings flies at the girls. One of them, in a panic, tells Sister Lunar that they can handle Lady by Ching's flying tiger, because it gets out of hand as soon as Fairy leaves, and without her, they are finished. The heroine looks at the girls and the tiger, telling them to stop whining, because it is their duty to protect the sacred animals, and if Lady Saint finds out that they can't handle her pets, they will be in big trouble. Fairy strokes the animal, and does not know how to show her superiority if the tiger does not go wild, so it is lucky that Lady Saint will be absent for another whole month. With a smirk, the girl hopes that if she manages to catch this monster Wu Chang for Lady Saint, then she will be able to advance well on the career ladder. With her hands on her hips, Chin said that the purpose of the operation was to catch the unpredictable monster. The hero stood behind the other people, hearing that he had seen it in the western prison last night, so he needed to concentrate the search in the western part of the city. The moon was visible above the rooftops, and he also heard the order that they could begin. A long shadow stretched behind Xiao. From this shadow, someone's silhouette appeared. The cat clung to his leg. Stroking his head, the guy said that since the prison he felt someone's constant presence behind his back and, calling him clingy, jokingly asked if he was an endless ration for the cat. Xiao introduced Shui, saying that his sniffing reminded him of her, although the girl was much less clingy than the kitten. Chin approached him, asking what he was doing. The cat quickly rushed away. The hero rushed after him, saying that this was the demon he spoke of. The two of them chased after the fleeing cat, saying that it was heading towards the western border of the city, and at first they wanted to block it from the right, but they noticed that it had turned left. Their feet touched the ground. This brought them to the gate. Frowning, Xiao thought that the cat was too stubborn, unable to hide from them at the first second, and it was also as if it had brought them here on purpose. Now Chin recognized this place, and when the boy asked, she replied that this territory was a newly formed gang called Crimson Waters. The gang's symbols were written on a tablet, and the comrade also said that their leader was called Jiang, a 6th-class warrior who should not be underestimated. The hero smelled a certain smell. Covering his nose with his hand, he said that it was a bloody stench. A little while ago, Jiang folded his hands in a greeting gesture in front of the girl, saying that he welcomed the Lady Immortal. Smiling, he also said that it was a great honor for them to serve one of the 9 great immortal clans, and if the lady helped him join the clan, he would do anything she asked. Smiling, Fairy raised her hand and said that he would have another chance. A small bag appeared in her hand, saying that he was not the only one who wanted to join the immortal clan, so she could not agree so easily and first he would have to pass her test. A winged beast appeared, and she said that the class only shows the amount of his internal energy. She wanted to see the level of his basic skill, and he did not need to worry. After all, it was not that difficult, so it should not be too difficult. Jiang looked at the tiger with fear. Fairy, raising her hand to her face, told him that he could always give up, although eternal life was at stake. The man was surrounded by a red aura, and he replied that she had misunderstood him and that he was just afraid that he might accidentally kill him, but he would try to control himself. Later, Jiang lay in his own blood, asking for help. The girl who was watching this said that the beast senses the energy of death and appears next to a dying person, so it would definitely want to feast on the powerful energy of a 6th-class warrior. Smiling, she told the tiger to leave him alive if he died, because the energy of death would quickly dissipate. But the beast looked at her with a wild grin. Fairy looked scared, thinking that after a bloody sacrifice, he usually calmed down right away. Did the energy of this warrior, on the contrary, strengthen him? The cat sitting on the roof meowed behind her. Then the girl handed him a bag, saying that she knew that he would appear, and for him to climb into it. But the beast rushed towards the cat, and then struck with its paw. Fairy looked completely confused, thinking that something was wrong and that the tiger had gone berserk, and also worried about what would happen if they found out. The beast continued to chase the cat. Chen and Xiao turned towards them. The girl rushed towards the gate, shouting for the guy to follow her. She kicked the door open. We internally saw Jiang lying on the ground, and the girl said that they were too late. Looking at her comrade, she added that this monster tiger, Illuminated animals are usually controlled by people, so its owner must be somewhere nearby. Frowning, Xiao clarified that these murders were actually the Xientian clan. The hero turned around, hearing a certain sound. From the tiger's blow, the cat fell to the ground. Xiao managed to catch it. Landing on one knee, he called himself a hero saving a kitten. But the beast had already pounced on them. They heard someone's quick footsteps. Ching managed to save them by grabbing the guy's hand. Turning around, she said that the tiger demon was too strong and they couldn't handle it, so it would distract him for a while, and he had to find reinforcements. Then she threw the guy aside, shouting at him to hurry up. The beast was already behind her. The girl saw the approaching claws. Fear was visible in her eyes at the thought that it was a cat. A sound was heard against the red glow. Xiao struck this monster. Ching turned around and heard a word of apology to her. Surrounded by a red aura, the hero said that he could not allow himself to die in his place. Someone was watching them, hearing that the girl asked Xiao to bring reinforcements, but he replied that she should do it, not him. Ching opened his mouth in surprise, thinking that they were crazy. They had time to escape, so they would both die here. Remembering the silhouette of the men, he also thought that the man asked him to keep an eye on the guy, and it would be bad if he died here. Frowning, Ching looked to the side. He saw a man on the roof of the tower, thinking that the real culprit behind all the murders was still here. Fairy looked down, cursing at the constables, indignant at how they dared to stand in her way, and also that their desire for death was simply astounding. But with a smile, she added that for the tiger, the 6th-class warriors were an easy snack, so he would eat and calm down. Watching her, Ching gritted his teeth, thinking that His Majesty would not start a conflict with the immortals right now, and if he acted impulsively, who would frame him? Seeing Xiao standing in front of the beast, he decided that he would have to wait for the right opportunity. Swing, like I left marks. Cuts were visible on the hero's chest. Stepping back, he thought that just from one blow, his energy barrier was almost destroyed. But with a crazy smile, he also thought that if he died from its claws, the rating would be high, and also mentally asked to tear himself apart. The tiger took a deep breath, then let out a loud roar. Xiao looked at the wave sitting on him with delight, thinking that this was great. But something crashed into him. Ching grabbed the guy, asking why he stopped. Because he needed to dodge, he only thought about letting him die in peace. The girl frowned and said that the beast was too strong and they would not be able to withstand it in a head-on collision, which meant they would have to rely on technique to find the right moment to strike. And now she would show him the shadow step technique. He had to watch carefully and remember it the first time. Her quick movements left bright traces. Xiao, pressed against her chest, only thought that she would let him go before teaching him, because even the most brilliant student would not understand anything in this position. A blue window appeared in front of him. A certain scale was filling up there, and he was surprised that it worked. The beast's blow knocked him out of his hands. Then the girl grabbed the sword. So she tried to strike him. But seeing the split weapon in her hands, she noted that his internal energy was so strong that usually a blade was useless against him. She had to quickly retreat back, and she thought that as long as she could dodge with Shadow Step, it was impossible to defeat him. But if this continued, they would definitely die. Fairy, who was watching this with interest, said that they were overestimating themselves, because it was a sacred animal and they could not even injure it. Smiling, she added that they should accept the fact that they would simply be eaten, and that for mortals it was even an honor. With its mouth wide open, the beast approached Ching. Xiao rushed forward when a message appeared stating that the loading of Shadow Step was complete. The hero was rapidly approaching. Putting out her hand, the girl shouted for him to run, because she would not be able to defeat him. Bright waves spread from the monster. The system broke through them, showing that 204 points were available. He pushed off the ground, thinking that it was time to play unfairly. The beast watched as the guy jumped high. He landed and struck at it. Ching was shocked. Ching also looked surprised. Sitting on the tree branch, he thought that this strike was much stronger than a 6th-class warrior's ability could handle. And was this the great law of Heavenly Demon's retribution? Combining the technique with fast movements, he increased the damage even more. Seeing Xiao strike the beast again, he noticed that it was fighting without paying attention to its physical condition, and wondered, who was he? Ching, who was standing behind him, wondered if her technique had always been like this. Seeing the hero's rapid movements, she thought that he was using steps meant for stealth to make fierce attacks, meaning he had been doing something wrong all this time. Meanwhile, Xiao took out a ball, saying that the beast should die. Fairy appeared behind him, asking him to stop. Pointing at the hero, she said that this was a flying tiger, the spirit pet of the Xientian clan elder, and he must hand it over immediately. Looking at her, Xiao replied that he did not care about the report of the immortals, and the terrifying beast had collected many innocent lives. Blood flew from the blade strike, saying that according to the law of the empire, it was sentenced to death. Ching opened his mouth in absolute shock, thinking that a guy killed him so easily, and some warrior dared to do something that even the emperor did not dare. Fairy began to tremble. Seeing the blood dripping from the blade, she heard that the immediate killer was punished, but the one who controlled him, egging him on to bloodthirsty deeds, the price of which were cut short human destinies. Pointing the sword at her, the hero said that she too must pay for her crimes with her life. Her eyes became smaller from fear. Xiao stood next to the defeated beast, and the girl, calling him a pitiful person, said that he had no right to interfere in the affairs of immortals, and also that he dared to slander her, and for this he deserved to die. Then, standing behind her, Ching demanded an explanation for what she was doing here. Frowning, she also asked if she wanted to catch the monster or feed it, but Origami appeared in front of her, and she replied that she should not make excuses, because they not only violated her order, but also dared to kill the sacred pet of the elder. Flying away on a paper crane, she added that the constables would pay for this. Looking at her, Ching only said that someday, even immortals would be dealt with. The hero fell to the ground. Taking him in her arms, the girl asked her to look at him, and also promised to do everything to save him. But dying, Xiao told her not to save him. The cat was sitting on a tree branch. Green smoke came out of his mouth when he said that this was the energy of death, nothing compared to it, and his stomach was about to burst with pleasure. He remembered how Xiao held him in his arms, saying that the guy even saved him, and called him special. That night, he watched what was happening from the roof of the house, saying that it was still a pity that the tiger injured him so badly, and although he followed him to the headquarters, it was too late, and he died. Laying down in the sun, the cat wondered why he could only feed on death energy. Because if he looked at someone, he would soon die, meaning he was destined to be a solitary cat for the rest of his life. But he jumped up when he heard a loud sound next to him. Xiao, rubbing his head, did not understand why he was reborn on the top of a tree, and noticed that the cat did not die. It immediately jumped on him. Scratching his ear, the guy asked him that he was not going to give him up. Opening the system window, he decided that in this case, the cat would become his pet. The system showed a mortality rate, and the guy was saddened that it was only a B+, although he put in a lot of effort. Raising his hand to his face, Xiao reasoned that perhaps the rank was so low because the death was not public, although that was not the problem. Chen must have told the people about it, and the moon fairy of the Xientian clan allowed their monster to roam the streets and kill innocent people, and the constable installed it at the cost of his own life. And it all sounded like a heroic story. Frowning, he also thought that perhaps someone deliberately did not allow the information to spread, and now it was clear why that immortal was so arrogant, since she knew that the state bullet would not dare to go against her clan. The system reported that the points were distributed to the immortal fist skill, and he decided that if the state was unable to do anything, then he would take over, since he would no longer be a constable. Bright light surrounded Xiao. He thought that every time the immortal fist was refined, his stamina increased, and therefore his lifespan. But his appearance had not changed for a long time, so perhaps he had reached a balance and death shortened his lifespan, but cultivating the immortal fist, on the contrary, increased it. Smiling widely, he wondered how much longer he had left to live now. He moved into his shadow when he said that he needed to change clothes and go punish the criminal. The bright sun illuminated the Xientian clan palace. The hero was surprised, but looked ahead, noticing that there were many pilgrims here. The woman who grabbed the man asked for help. After all, a few days ago, her son and daughter-in-law were killed by a monster. Bowing, but also saying that her granddaughter hid in the closet, and despite her strength, she asked him to cure her, promising to burn incense every day in exchange. The man looked at her and told her to be quiet, because right now a 5th-rank official was praying in the temple, and she should go to the end of the line, because there were more important things to do. The man in the temple asked for the son of his 9th concubine. The woman bowed again, saying that they could not wait and that the girl was all she had left. But the man with the blood told her to go to the end of the line and stop making a fuss. Someone approached them. Looking down, Fairy clarified that the little girl saw her son being killed by a monster. The woman, turning to her granddaughter, said that it was true, and she passed out from shock and woke up only in the morning, and since then she has not reacted to anything. The girl silently looked down when her grandmother asked if the monster ate her soul. Looking at her, Fairy answered that it was quite possible. Moving forward, she told the two to follow her and she would treat them, to which the woman thanked her profusely. But Xiao stepped between them, asking her not to listen. Pointing at Fairy, he said that the Moon Fairy was the one who allowed these murders to happen in the first place. Shocked, she looked back, thinking about how he had been mauled by a tiger. But here he was again, safe and sound. The crowd looked at them, discussing that the monster had died later. Many people could it really be that the immortal was behind all this? After all, their clan had protected the city for many years. Fairy approached the hero, then saying that he was a constable. As a civil servant, he should act officially. I accuse her of murders, there must be evidence. People began to smile, saying that it was so. After all, it was impossible to accuse without evidence, much less arrest an immortal, and that even the emperor would not dare to do such a thing. Take your hand away, she said to the people, saying that she was accused of a terrible crime because they had disagreements in the past, and as the legitimate representative of the empire, He had no right to invade the abode of immortals without permission, which meant that he not only broke the law, but also tried to ruin the reputation of her clan. With a smile, she looked at him and asked how to punish him. Xiao only frowned, but suddenly, a little girl pointed at her, shouting that it was her. Fear was visible in her eyes when she said that she hit a tiger. The girl covered her head with her hands, and her grandmother was glad that she was alive, saying that everything was fine now and she was with her. Fairy was noticeably nervous, hearing talk about how the child had just pointed at her, and one of them had heard about the clan's beasts. But creating a wave around herself, she demanded silence. The girl frowned, not understanding how mortals dared to blame an immortal, and did they really want to die? Pointing at the hero, she said that he was a representative of the state who caused all this chaos, and he must pay with his life, and he would not leave here alive. His comrades would also be punished. Removing the cloth from the weapon, he replied that he was a representative of the state, and was Xiao's brother. The blade of the spear glittered in the sun, and he noted that human laws could not cope with immortals. Then Fairy rushed in, saying that he would do it personally. But a warrior appeared in front of him, blocking his attack. Frowning, he was indignant that he dared to attack his elder sister. Many attacks were directed towards the hero, shouting that he would chop him into pieces. Looking at his opponents carefully, the hero noticed that this was fencing, which meant he was a martial artist, and asked again why he was a minion of immortals. The man opened his mouth wide and shouted that martial artists were just pathetic mortals, and with the contribution he could achieve immortality. His clothes were torn, saying that killing Xiao would increase his reputation. Then, as he aged, let him enter the inner part of the clan, and now let the guy see the technique of the great law of retribution of the demons of heaven. But he received a blow to the face, which threw him back. Then he hit the wall. Throwing his fist in front of him, the hero replied that he already knew the great law of retribution of the demons of heaven. A golden leaf appeared behind him. Smiling ominously, Fairy told him to die. Flames appeared around the leaf. Xiao put his hand in front of him and noticed that the flames were heading towards him. Avoiding them, the guy stepped back. The spear melted. Turning around, Xiao thought that the iron spear melted in a matter of seconds, and perhaps this power was the immortal techniques. He noticed the fire on his hand, the flames reflected in his eyes. After a moment, the fire grew larger. Covering her smile with her hand, Fairy said that this was a bone-corroding talisman given to her by the elder, and that she rarely used it, and its flames destroy the soul and burn the bones. Just one touch condemns to hellish torment. With a mad smile, she said that it will not stop burning until it turns him into ashes, and this is his punishment for standing in the way of the immortal. Stamping his foot, the hero thought that this flame does not go out. He walked towards the girl, thinking that even if the fire burns, she will still die today. Fairy frowned in surprise and called him a madman, wondering when he would calm down. A smile appeared on the hero's face, and he thought that she had committed many atrocities, even worse than a real demon. Clenching his fist, he decided that even if he died, he would prove that there was still justice in this world. Xiao extended his arms towards her, challenging her. In his arms, the girl also began to burn. Helplessly, raising her hand, she thought that this was impossible. After all, she was immortal. How could she die from his hand? Seeing the mountain in front of her, Fairy mentally asked her elder brothers and sisters for help. Xiao watched as she burned out. Still engulfed in flames, he thought that it was good that he spent points on the immortal fist, otherwise he would not have survived these flames, but his body still reached its limit. Afterwards, he looked to the side. Not seeing the grandmother and granddaughter, he thought that Fairy would no longer be able to harm them, and besides, he killed an immortal in front of the crowd. Legends would be made about this. Embraced by fire, he thought that death in him was incredibly beautiful, which meant that the rating simply had to be high. A bright swing of a blade appeared next to him. The sword pierced the fence nearby. The guy grabbed his injured hand. People opened their mouths wide, saying that the clan had come for revenge. Turning around, the guy noted that the flames had disappeared. Looking at the sword nearby, he realized that the fire had been stopped by it. Seeing his dying hand, he thought that the blade had cut it off, and then the flames had stopped by themselves. It seemed that whoever had done this was trying to save him, not cripple him. One-armed and naked, he thought that it could have been done earlier, because he was already covered in burns, and therefore it would be better to die. People took off their clothes when he asked to continue with a pair of pants, and happily said that the hero's deed deserved special respect, offering to accept this investigative underwear of his family, but he asked to keep it for himself. Words went around the street that the Shient clan would not let this go so easily, so they needed to run away from here. But they asked him why he did not run away, and he replied that he would figure it out himself, because he was not afraid of immortals. Guessing, he noted that everyone had left, and invited the stranger to show himself. Smiling broadly, he clarified that he was talking about the one to whom he owed his life. Ching looked at the man next to him, saying that although he ordered to save him, it seemed that the hero was not very happy about it, and he replied that he was right, and Xiao was unpredictable, like his brother. Seeing the boy waving his remaining arm, he was surprised that he would engage in battle with mortals, especially risking his own life, and the hero said that he had to thank his benefactor. Sitting down on one knee in front of his interlocutor, Ching said that he had mentioned that he was unworthy of calling himself a son of heaven, since a mere man could administer justice, and he could not. Frowning, he added that he had always understood his situation and believed in farsightedness, and also that it was normal for him not to allow himself to act impulsively. Looking at his interlocutor, the man asked what the point of meekly enduring was, since he wanted to act freely, like heroes, thanking for good and punishing evil. Then he demanded to take him away and make sure that Kolam did not pursue him, since he did not want such a brave man to suffer. Quick footsteps were heard among his company. Ching turned around. He frowned and said that it was too late, and that the fairy had died at the hands of mortals, since they had even used a bone-corroding talisman. Someone placed a chip on the gaming table and said that she had always craved attention despite being deprived of talent, and it was the fairy who had caused what had happened to her, but she had nevertheless brought shame on the clan. The person sitting opposite him asked about how the other one was in charge of the temple this year, but it seemed like he was wandering around somewhere, so they would have to deal with it themselves. The person agreed, adding that the temple was a place of pilgrimage. He closed his eyes and also said that if they didn't deal with that guy, the offerings might decrease, but they didn't have to worry about it anyway. He noticed a bright beam coming out of the mountain. The wind blew the cherry blossom leaves when the man mentioned using a bone-corroding talisman. Xiao noticed a person in the sky. Ching lowered her head and asked who the hero was. The guy opened his mouth in surprise, also thinking about who this woman was. He did not answer that he was a seeker of truth and justice. But slightly opening her mouth, she called it boring. A fire appeared around her with the words that the immortal is right even when he is wrong. The flames headed towards the hero. It completely surrounded him. In a sinister smile, Xiao said that this flame was 10 times more powerful than the moon fairy, and therefore she was talking about her, and also rejoiced because he would die today after all. Seeing the girl through the fire, he wondered if the heavens would like such a sacrifice. Frowning, Ching thought about how the martial artists were so desperate that they sent only 6th grade boys to the immortals, and although she didn't care much about Fairy's death, but she was her subordinate, so she couldn't show weakness. Looking to the side, she noticed someone's presence there, here, although there was no one there now. Directing a ray of grief, she decided that she should leave, because now was not the time to cause a commotion. The code lying at her feet, thinking that the guy was just a treasure who could be reborn endlessly, and he also had juicy energy. Looking at the blue screen, Xiao asked him to stop drawing death energy from him and help at least sometimes. Well, the code thought that he was not capable of much in battle, but he was cute. The system showed his characteristics, changing the death grade to A. A bright sphere appeared in his hands, and he said that he had reached the 4th grade, which means that he will be able to begin cultivating immortality very soon, and for now he has the Fist of Immortality, and the Endless Path of Immaculate Yang for this, although they have not yet been fully studied. He also saw that Lin Chi's martial arts scale was filled to 100%, noting that this technique is mainly used by masters, they are immortal. Closing his eyes, the guy thought about the fact that the immortal knew her so much, which means that she is somehow connected with the world of martial arts and the association, and perhaps if he catches a cold because of her, he will be able to find the continuation of the Fist of Immortality. Then he opened his eyes again, realizing that he had found what he was looking for. Ching was bathing in the spiritual lake. Looking at her, she thought that a traitor had appeared in the association. People bowed to her image on the altar in the mountain temple. There was some incense nearby. The man said that they were lighting it in honor of the merciful lady, so that it would bring her blessing, which would cure illness and protect against evil spirits. Ching opened her eyes. Looking at her hands, she thought that the energy was insufficient, and if she wanted to break through even higher, she would need much more grace. She glanced to the side, realizing that there was someone there. Someone's silhouette was watching the house on the hill. Xiao covered the girl's mouth, saying that he did not think that the elder would live in such an unsightly place. Although seeing a group of slaves at the gate, he immediately suspected that she was not as merciful as they said. Trying to remove her hand from her mouth, the girl begged for mercy, saying that her father forced her to join the clan, and let him take out his anger on her, because she burned him. With a sinister smile, the boy told her to answer his questions honestly or he would have to take her with him, and she replied that she would tell him everything. Putting his hands on his hips, he told her that he would believe her, but that she should not try to do anything, and the girl told him that her father was a prefectural official, and if she was spared, he would hold a lavish funeral ritual for him, but interrupted her and asked where did I come from, her mistress. Wiping away her tears, the girl replied that she used to be a student of a martial artist known as the Righteous Warrior, and they were as close as father and daughter, to which the boy noted that the Righteous Warrior was distinguished by his particular hatred of immortals, asking how his protege became one of them. Introducing the sword stuck in the ground, she said that 40 years ago, he was defeated by an immortal. Since then, he joined a criminal gang and went into hiding, and even the elders of their clan could not find him. He was the greatest martial artist, but even he was not strong enough to deal with the immortal. He appointed a widow, a martial warrior. There was no chance. Introducing Qingxing with a weapon in her hand, she said that about 10 years ago, she joined, and although she practiced martial arts, her exceptional talent for cultivation was unquestionable, so after 5 years, she surpassed her peers, and later, the elders took her away as a worthy example of reincarnation from the warrior cultivators. Beaming with delight, the girl also said that since then, more and more people began to join their clan, and although she was forced by her father to be by her side, she did not mind at all. Xiao put his hand on his head and thought that it was a smart move, and now it was clear why some warriors were willing to adore immortals. Cultivation was a very difficult process, not accessible to everyone, so they were made into simple slaves. Looking up, he also thought that since Qingxing had joined them 10 years ago, it was unlikely that she had anything to do with the destruction of the family. The interlocutor, frightened, turned around when he asked how much he knew about martial arts, and perhaps he had been taught anything. A little embarrassed, she replied that she was not yet worthy of being given time, and that she should work harder to take care of the pets, arranging their life, including food, water and sleep, and someday she would definitely gain their favor. And the hero noted that this was more like everyone else than the clan. A burning leaf appeared behind the girl when the guy asked how strong Qingxing was, and she replied that the lady was incredibly talented, and just a little more and she would achieve true immortality. Xiao grabbed her hand. At the same time, a powerful explosion sounded. A cloud of dust rose around Qingxing. Flames appeared from her hands again. Frightened, she turned around when the guy said that if he had not had time to react, she would have turned into ashes. Succeed in the fact that the man in front of her considered people to be insects. But she only stared at her. Xiao coughed into his fist. With a smile, pointing to himself, he introduced himself with a new name, said that the one she burned was his brother. Their honest and loyal family dedicated themselves to caring for their homeland. But since she killed his relative, he must take revenge. After that, he had to avoid another explosion. Pulling his hand back, he told Qingxing to relax, since they both came from the same martial arts world, thinking that he needed to hold on as long as possible to get more information. But a flame appeared in her hand again, and calling it the corner under the broken one, she said that the hero was probably sent by Sovereign the Righteous. But this plan was destined to fail, since he would die. Then the guy, confused, held his hand out in front of him, saying that he had no idea who she was talking about, and asked why she assumed that he was related to this deadly righteous man, assuming that he had something that rightfully belonged to this warrior. Raising a finger, he mentioned a martial technique with a cultivation effect, and that they both practiced something similar with her. Qingyang looked at him silently. When she lowered her hand, the guy realized that he was right. They were connected by the same technique, saying that she betrayed her teacher to appropriate the technique for herself. She silently lowered her eyes. A blade appeared next to her when she said that his brother was saved that day by the Emperor's guard, asking if he, the hero, worked for him, and if the righteous warrior had already reached the imperial court. Seeing the blade, Xiao was surprised that he was saved by the Emperor's guard, although they had no connection, and he even scolded him harshly back. A bell appeared in the fire with a question about where the Emperor was now, to which the guy asked if she would believe him if he said that he had never seen him. Then Qingxing sent a burning leaf at him, answering that she did not need it. Running away, the guy thought that she was abnormal, which meant that he would not learn anything valuable, and it was time to finish. The girl he had unexpectedly saved earlier hit him in the back. Turning around, he looked at her. So, looking into her eyes, she only asked for forgiveness. The burning leaf touched the heroes. The fire immediately engulfed him. In the flames, only screams could be heard. The girl fell to her knees in front of Qingxing, begging for mercy, saying that she would immediately write down her requests and ask for more temples to be built in her honor. Looking at her, she replied that she should know her place and that if she spoke again, the entire family would suffer. Without raising her head, she agreed. Later, Qingxing stood in front of a bright amulet, saying that she was attacked by someone related to the Emperor. The amulet glowed brightly, and words could be heard that she should not be distracted from her cultivation. He closed his eyes and thought that the Xientian had been looking for the Emperor for a long time, so this information would be very useful to the clan, and perhaps she would even be able to obtain a potion that would help in cultivation. With sea brows, Qingxing decided that she must become stronger. She imagined many mirrors, thinking about how she would one day achieve true immortality. Lanterns were lit at the entrance of the house. People gathered around Lan, who was talking about how Xiao had been swallowed by the hellfire, but the heavens had blessed him to come out alive, and then he asked if an immortal could withstand the determination of a true man. Sitting behind him, the hero was talking about how drinking tea while telling stories about himself was simply wonderful. But looking at his mistake, the guy noted that being burned to ashes, especially twice, was not very pleasant, and even more so for the second death. He only received a C rating, and this was unfair. Then he remembered the system message about the mortality rate, cursing that he should receive some bonuses from death, and to show this Qingxing next time. Holding up a cardboard cup, He thought that even though the girl had joined the immortal clan, she was still afraid of her former teacher, and it was possible that the righteous warrior had sent her to Xientian as a spy himself, but she was trying to escape from his control. Closing his eyes, he wondered how all this was connected. Technique, motivation? The hero imagined the dots on the map, noting that he hadn't felt it before, but the city was actually full of martial artists. Flowing down from the edge of the cliff, there were several people gathered in the hall, sitting in the center. Sun relayed a message from Qingxing that the emperor had appeared in the prefecture. Clenching his fist, Tianqing was glad that their plan would be put into action. Chia pulled his hand away and said that according to the agreement, in half a month the emperor should, under the guise of a simple wanderer, ascend the peak and bow to the Xientian immortals. But there was no news from him lately, and did he really want to retreat at the last moment? Running his hand over his beard, the man noted that in order to hide his movements from the eyes of the other immortal clans, their leader used a great treasure, the heavenly mirror, and this one, a few years old, dared to send his man to save a mortal who invaded their temple. Opening his mouth wide, Tianqing asked if he thought that the lack of war with them was his merit. After all, the 9 immortal clans reigned in the heavens for centuries, and 40 years ago they destroyed the last elite warriors of the empire. Qingyang moved his hand aside, saying that the man was right, but the ancient text said that the emperors of the brown high heavens were blessed, although he could not help but achieve immortality and ascend, so it was incredibly unwise for a cultivator to interfere with his fate. Everyone looked at Sun, who said that they were not trying to take away his throne, but they wanted to appropriate all the world's resources, and also greatly increase the flow of grace offerings, but there was no point in the title of Emperor of Mortals, because it was the same as being called the King of Stupid Monkeys. Lowering his eyebrows, he added that they should control the Monkey King, not become him. Tianqing stood up and said that in any case, in half a month, he would bow to them whether he wanted to or not, and then he would not become the first clan of immortals to whom the emperor himself bowed and lead the other 8. Looking at him, the old man noted that these loud conflicts are not worth it. Sometimes you need to throw a treat to the emperor, and now this treat will be Qingxing, who burned his subordinate. Chia looked at him carefully, guessing what he meant. Opening the cup, Sun explained that they only used it as bait. His reflection, he also said that after so many years, he still has not shown up. This means there is no point in keeping it to himself. Standing behind the man, Xing said that the investigation found out that Xiao had no connection with the family when it was destroyed. Nearby, flowers bloomed. He also said that he learned that not long ago, the father and sons under the same name were proclaimed heroes, who possessed the technique of the great law of retribution of the demons of heaven. Several fish were swimming in the pond. The man noted that a technique that destroys the body is possible. This is a direct path to the extinction of the race. Suddenly, Xing felt something. He noticed a bright hand light, saying later that something was approaching. His foot touched the ground. Chia appeared in front of them and greeted the emperor. The man walked towards him. Taking his hand away, the emperor asked what brought the immortal here, thinking that he had hidden very carefully, and we were still able to find him. Standing opposite, the immortal said that he came to hurry him up, because in just half a month he should be at his peak. Looking him straight in the eye, he added that yesterday, a mortal had broken into Xientian temple, and I think his subordinate was also involved. The emperor opened his mouth in surprise. Xing looked surprised, thinking that he had used a blade without any identifying marks, but still managed to identify it. His eyes narrowed at the thought that Qingxing was a martial artist before, and she must have recognized the winged fish throwing technique. The man looked at him and thought that he had been careless, although no one could have known that they would be so easily exposed by Xientian, and wanted to use this fact to blackmail him. Confused, with a high temperature, he thought that this was outrageous, and wondered how he could now avoid being worshipped, asking the immortal not to think anything bad. A red aura appeared around Chia as he said that the blame for yesterday's incident was entirely on the saint, her subordinate, because Xientian had nothing to hide because they were honest and fair. Smiling, he added that they had decided to strip Qingyang of her title, to banish her. This shocked the emperor. Looking at the immortal, he was surprised that at least one clan was concerned about justice, but he did not understand what they wanted to achieve by this. Chia rose into the air and said that since this matter was resolved, it was time for the man to move out. Flying higher and higher, he added that they would meet in half a month at the peak. A bright trace was also left behind. Afterwards, only a bright. Someone moved quickly along the street. A foot slipped on the sidewalk. Lon grabbed it, noticed it, and said that if the unknown person did not show up immediately, he would kill him. Taking a step towards him, the person said that he had no bad intentions. After making a welcoming gesture, Xiao called another name and said that he heard that the guy was the best informant in this city, and he wanted to know something. The guy approached him with delight, admiring the fact that he was from the same family of heroes, and having said his name, told him that he owed his life to his relatives. Clenching his fist, he added that since then they have been spreading the glory of this family throughout the world, inspiring people to resist the immortal tyrants, and Xiao asked if he was afraid of them. Standing opposite, Lan replied that everything was fine, because he was difficult to catch, and, as the guy noticed, he was not an easy storyteller. Someone answered that not only the sword in his hand said this, but also the refinement of his technique, which means that he is clearly an unusual person. With a confident smile, the interlocutor said that in fact he is a follower of the Ting Chao Tower. After that, he silently looked at the hero, waiting for his reaction. But scratching his nose, he only asked again, "Which tower are we talking about?" Then, introducing the man with the scroll, Lan said that this is a fighting clan that survived the massacre of the immortals. Their leader is none other than the great sage who has collected knowledge from all corners of the martial arts world, the ranking of weapons and the list of great heroes, his achievements. The man, scratching his diarrhea, clarified that they are something like scouts. Closing his eyes, Lan also said that recently their clan has slid down to rankings like the main handsome man, the empire of the worst clans of the year, and the guides to brothels. And this is ruining their reputation. That is why nothing is heard about them. Taking the book in his hands, the brushed Xiao replied that he wanted to know more about these rankings. The narrator smiled with confusion and said that he was in the business of spreading the history of great heroes, so he did not know the details of these rankings. But he had more interesting information, because recently the quarreling side announced that they were recruiting their ranks of warriors who would be ready to kill on their orders, because for successfully completed tasks. The warrior was promised a technique from the righteous warrior himself. Frowning, Xiao heard that their first target was a traitor who joined the Xientian clan, named Ching. At that moment, the girl was surrounded by many enemies. Rushing forward, the heroes thanked him, promising that someday they would treat him to something. Moving forward, Xiao realized that so many martial artists were here, thinking that if he won this hunt, perhaps he would be able to get the rest of the Fist of Immortality, or even join the association. He smiled and decided that he had to kill Ching. The bright sun was shining on the signboard, there were several people sitting at the tables, and the hero noticed that there were only a few people. Taking a sip, Xiao thought that all those who had gathered here would not be able to deal with Ching. A man with a beard approached him, noting that, like himself, he had come here for the divine tempering technique. Looking at him, the guy asked how he could handle the book and what he needed. The man replied that his name was Hu, and since the esteemed envoy had not yet arrived, he decided to talk to someone. Sitting down at the table with the hero, he noted that he was already a 4th-rank warrior at such a young age, which meant that he probably knew a high-level internal technique, and also practiced one advanced technique, although he only found half of the scroll, but it was really good. Besides, he had another unique secret technique, and he offered to exchange knowledge. With a confident smile, the guy answered that he agreed, a fool, or only half a scroll, which means that you can't do without the Wuji society, and thought about the fact that this society keeps both parts of the scroll, and if you want to advance, you can serve with them. Raising a finger, his interlocutor said that half a scroll is already quite a lot. Previously, advanced techniques were in the hands of large sects, and those with talent did not manage to be like that. But now, by completing tasks, you can get access, and half of the technique is enough to practice for a lifetime. The two of them looked away when Xiao noticed that they had been sitting here for half an hour, and wondered where the Xientian envoy was, and when would they start hunting. He turned his attention to the man sitting next to him, who said that it was impudent to talk like that about the envoy. Smiling, looking at the guy, he added that after that, the bathhouse attendant had definitely provided for everything to deal with Ching. Another man with a long beard turned to the hero, saying that this girl was not only a Xientian saint, but also a disciple of the saint warrior of martial arts, and also possessed the technique of the blazing fire seal. Yesterday she burned to death a high-ranking master, and with that family that could even scold the emperor, nothing would happen to them for it. A man with a big hat sitting at another table said that if they were scared, they could leave, because in the end the saint warrior would only pass on his techniques to those who showed themselves the best. Leaning over, he added that the fewer competitors, the higher the chance of receiving a reward. Everyone present stared at him. Xiao put his cup on the table. Then they rushed at each other. The machine hit the hero with a dull sound, his fist hitting his chest. Frowning, he thought that this was the iron shirt technique. Clenching his fist tighter, he asked the guy to evaluate his iron fist technique. He struck again, saying that this way they would see whose style was stronger. While defending himself from the attacks, the hero thought that his blows were continuous, and this fist fighter was really strong, well, at most 6-4 in his favor, and defeating him would not be a problem. The man in the big hat was surrounded by a dark aura, and he thought that he was powerful, and apparently the others realized this too, so no one was bothering him. Xiao grabbed his spear, deciding to act recklessly. The guy quickly ran around his opponent. The man crashed into the wall. The spear blade ended up right at the back of the sitting man, but he pulled out his blade. In an instant, both were behind each other. A cut was introduced on Xiao's cheek, and he said that the guy could have killed him with one blow, but he deliberately held back. Looking behind him, he added that he was deliberately provoking them to fight to assess their level, calling him the envoy of Xientian. The man in the big hat was surprised by this. The other two paid attention to them. The fist fighter gritted his teeth. So, returning to him, The envoy asked the hero how he understood this. He replied that there was more than one person here who practiced the method of spiritual connection of the saint warrior, and if you get lost among them, it is difficult to recognize, but if you look closely it becomes clear, and a much more powerful aura emanates from him. A small amulet was visible from under the cloak. The hero also said that he had a token of the Xientian envoy. Looking down, the man realized that the spear strike was meant to rip off his outer clothing, and he did not notice it. Xiao folded his hands in greeting when he praised him and asked his name. The guy gave a new name, thinking that they were using this cover for now. Who looked at him in shock, realizing that the hero was from the family that had been talked about so much lately. To which Xiao replied that the one who was burned alive was his own brother. Now the envoy greeted him, realizing that he was here to avenge his brother, saying that this was not an easy task, and those who did not have sufficient strength did not belong here, and also apologized for the harsh examination, noting that all the warriors here were rank 4, and he was sure that they were able to kill the traitor and receive a generous reward. There were several horses standing on the street. Someone said that the envoy was too polite, and they would definitely give it their all, and now they would not waste time and move out. They rode along the forest on horses. Xiao asked where the girl was now, because he, damn it, sensed her presence in the city. The envoy replied that Soul Claw, several more rank 4 warriors, had gone ahead and had already found her location, who said that he knew him, and that he was a master with a name who had become famous. He specialized in hard techniques, fought, putting everything on the line. He was one of the strongest among the rank 4. The sunset sky was visible above the forest. The envoy remembered the saying that the limit of internal strength is rank 4, adding that Soul Claw had mastered the method of spiritual connection of a holy warrior, and the saint, let's say, that this secret method is a real stumbling block for a warrior who wants to embark on the path of tempering the spirit. I, the hero, noted that he is really strong. The man's body was engulfed in flames. Everyone looked at him. The messenger said that it was the Soul Claw, gritting his teeth, who said that he was made with a wooden stake and burned alive, and that this which was really cruel. Frowning slightly, Xiao said that Qingxing deliberately prolonged the burning process so that they could all see how he died in agony, and this was intimidation. The surprised warrior looked at him, and asked why he understood this so well, and the guy replied that in their family, more your experience in this matter, I think, that he had already been burned twice. The messenger rushed forward. They say that there is a new trail, and in the depths of these mountains, a village, which means the girl is there. The others followed him. The moon rose to him above the roofs of the houses in the village. We do holy. Standing at her altar, Qingxing said that the great path consists of 50 parts, but the sky only leaves 49, and one escapes to save people. She had an amulet in her hand, and she heard that although she was not expelled from the sect for misconduct and stripped of the title of saint, every trial is just a test, and if she can return to the sect's main temple on the mountain, she can still become a disciple again. But the girl threw the amulet aside. Frowning, she thought that they knew very well that once she left the monastery, she would immediately be hunted by the martial boundary union, and they took her artifact. They were still waiting for the mountain to be full, but she doubted that they were even going to give her a chance to return alive. A small boy appeared behind her, turning to her. Looking at the girl with delight, he asked her if she was a saint, and that her mother said that she saved everyone, that she was a real, very kind, heavenly immortal. Turning to him, Qingxing thought that it seemed that the head of the county sent all the refugees here so that they could eat and strengthen their spiritual power. A woman appeared next to the child, asking what he was doing here, apologized to the girl for his disrespect. He happily said that the saint came out of the picture. Leaving, the boy waved when the woman told him to quickly return to his mother, and not to walk late at night. Qingxing, looking at this woman, asked whether Anna brought him to the village, so she answered that she did it once, and all of them, refugees, suffered from inaction. She saw how they were starving, and sheltered them like this. The city authorities began to little by little send silver people, and the village gradually found peace. The woman looked at the girl, asking if everything was okay with her. There, frowning, thanked her for her care, calling her mother. But the woman spread her hands, saying that the saint was joking, because she could not have the honor of being a mother, a heavenly immortal, although she really had her own daughter, many years ago. Looking at the interlocutor, Qingxing asked about the fact that they died. The woman raised her eyebrows in surprise. Remembering the man among the fire, the girl said that that year, the holy warrior exterminated in order to seize the battle scrolls and to protect her relatives. Her mother gave her, who had talent in martial arts, in exchange for their safety. Although this did not save the family, the holy warrior pretended to adopt her. In fact, he just wanted to use strength as a resource before his cultivation. The woman, putting her hands on her chest, said that this could not be, because he promised. Outside, the girl told him that he had violated all laws. Rally strength. The holy warrior spat on earthly laws and human life. She had joined the immortal sect to escape from his control, but now even her order had turned away from her. Looking at the moon, Qingxing added that she had never seen her mother, and that 10 years ago she had founded the holy village to help her on her journey in cultivation, and she had tried her best, trying everything, but she had not been able to break through to a new level, now that the martial limit union was pursuing her. When she herself was barely alive, she had come to say goodbye for the last time. Smiling, she called herself just a wild grass, deprived of family luck. The woman lowered her head silently. As she left, the girl asked her mother to take care of herself in the future life. But she stopped when she called her. Raising her hands, she asked for the blessing of the saint's husband. A group of warriors stood at the entrance to the village. Frowning, one of them said that the village was cursed, asking if they should break in, but the messenger suggested first discussing the plan. In the distance, they saw silhouettes of people. The hero noticed that someone was coming, that perhaps it was reinforcements that Ching had called. Seeing how a little boy ran towards them, he still noted that it was an ordinary village child. I will ask if they also came to look for the saint. Symbol of one knee, who replied that it was so, asked to show the way. Well, the child was surrounded by flames, saying that they were bad people. The man, shocked, looked at the burning hand. Xiao pulled him back, saying, "Get out of the way." But the flames were reaching for his hand, who grabbed the hilt of the sword, saying that you heroes have not achieved. With a swing, he managed to knock down the flames. Looking at the small wound, the guy was delighted, saying that with his knife strike the remains disappeared. He replied that he only removed the burnt top layer of skin. With a serious look, the warrior looked forward, saying that now is not the time for jokes, because that witch probably sensed their approach, and set up an ambush in advance, and Xiao, and also noted the shameless use of children. As if reinforced, the people went forward, saying that guarding the saints is an honor, and dying for it is a joy. The woman was surrounded by flames. With a maddening unsteadiness, she repeated the word, about protecting the saint. The burning people rushed at them, the violent swearing, that there is no regret in dying for her. The group watched the approaching enemies, saying that this is a fire that corrodes bones, which means they need to retreat, in no case allowing them to touch the skin. One of them made a dash forward, who struck blows, passing through the crowd. Xiao, who was watching this, said that even this blazing fire, he managed to cut through, not understanding how he managed it. The hero looked, but the person standing next to him, who said that this was a cutting method like the park of the chef master, and who, the descendant of the great master of the down ball. Seeing how he was fighting with burning people here, he said that in the times before and after the War of the Immortals, on the legendary hero ranking, the holy warrior stood in 11th place, and the 10th place then was occupied by none other than a swordsman surnamed Hu, to which the hero noted that he was even higher than that same holy warrior, which means he will have to take a closer look at this warrior. The burning woman headed towards him when he said that he would contain the flames, but the witch was probably somewhere nearby, and they must find her. Stretching out her hand forward, she again repeated the words about protecting the saint. The woman saw Hu in front of her, but a moment later, in his place, a little girl appeared. Burning, she stopped in place. The soldering irons were in tears. After, she closed her eyes. Ching was surrounded by a bright aura. Well, suddenly she felt something. Her affairs were seized by a tremor when she realized that her mother had died. The girl pursed her lips. The sinister, laughing, asked why she had not died earlier, and that with such a will she would definitely be able to complete the stage of foundation formation. The middle one heard a powerful explosion. The envoy and the others rushed into the temple, saying that Hu was right and she was here. The fist warrior rushed at the girl, shouting his victory. But pointing her blade at him, she replied that he should die. A bright mark passed through his neck. The envoy and the others also entered the battle, saying that they should attack from 3 sides. Ching raised her finger to her face. Her copies entered the battle. Xiao dodged the sword attack. Afterwards, he managed to hit the clone in the head. Fire appeared in its place. The flames approached him, and he realized that these were not simple illusions, and her avatars, created from paper talismans soaked in flames, were deprived of flesh. He was immediately engulfed in flames. Rising above the burning people, Ching said that those who were touched there would burn forever, like in hell. Breaking through the roof, she rose into the sky. Smiling, looking down, the girl said that the world was full of suffering, and the empire was rotten, taxes in the county were strangling the people, and only in the village of the Holy Maiden, the destitute found salvation, and this was a true utopia. People fell to their knees before her, saying that she had come to them, otherwise how could they thank her for everything, including the fact that she had taken their relatives. Raising the sheets, they blazed up, asking to burn away all the sins of the mortal world. The girl watched the people burning, asking to take them away so that they could quickly achieve bliss. Joyfully watching this, Ching said that a little more, and she would break through to the stage of foundation formation, surprised that they were trying to kill her, although they were even afraid to approach her. But, surprised, she looked away, hearing that someone called her a witch. Xiao rushed at her, using the retribution of the heavenly demon. A bright light remained near the neck of one of the people. Surrounded by the name Hu, he was surprised by such a number. Unexpectedly, a roar sounded next to him. The hero was fighting Ching. Smiling, looking behind him, the warrior noted that even a dinner of flames, Xiao, was still fighting, and called him a true warrior. Fending off the attacks, the girl told him that he should have burned to ashes, not understanding why he was still alive and did not die. The swing of the spear left a bright trace, and the guy told her that he could die. After, surrounded by flames, he pointed at her, adding that she has no right to live. After, attack him with bare hands. Blocking them with her blade, Ching said that this was a foolish rage and a foolish fight, and did he really think that his body could withstand spells, because when he turned to ashes, victory would still be hers. Xiao approached her face and told her that she would not live to see this moment. The rest of the warriors appeared behind her, screaming because they would kill the witch together in the last battle. They all attacked Ching at once. Thus, a bright flash appeared. Sparks flew against the background of the moon. Clouds were visible everywhere. One of the warriors put his hand on his chest. The others also held on with difficulty. Xiao stood in front of Ching. The girl frowned. The hero pierced her with his sword. She said that she was still not destined to step on the path of immortality. Both stood in clouds of dust. The girl noted that they would not be saved by killing her. The hero's face was badly burned. He replied that the flame, the deprivation of flesh, unquenchable, eternal, and everyone in this village knows it, but she is not killed for the sake of salvation, but for what she did. Ching held another technique behind her back, saying that although they had mastered the spiritual kinship of the holy warrior, they had long been doomed, suggesting that they think about why there is a resonance between those who practice this technique, and why everyone can learn it. With a crazy smile, she replied that it was because the secret technique of the courts, the holy warrior himself, to make it easier to track and kill strong fighters. Xiao only stared at her. The map shows a scorched area. It says that 40 years have passed since the War of the Immortals, and Martial Saint went around all 9 provinces, collecting martial arts geniuses. He selected 3,000 of the most talented young men and women. Some became his disciples, and some his adopted son or daughter. A notebook is shown. It is written that he passed on to them the best combat techniques, the most sublime methods of cultivation, among which is the very spiritual kinship of a holy warrior. The man stretches his palm forward. It is said those who practice the technique are doomed, because in the end they become not disciples, but food, and he himself killed and took all their power. A girl with a bandage on her head asks how many of those 3,000 disciples, in her interlocutor's opinion, are alive. The frame shows serious and frightened fighters. She explains that if they hide at the edge of the world, Martial Saint will still find them and kill them to the last. She screams hysterically that in this world, either on the streets, nor in the palaces, nor in the sect, nor in the state, they no longer have a chance to survive. Suddenly, an arrow pierces her stomach and she spits blood. The protagonist points a sword at her and declares that he is listening to her, demanding that she continue speaking. The girl screams in despair that they are just steps on his way to the top. Yanchen is surprised to hear that today they will kill her, and tomorrow they will do the same to them. The guy listens in shock to the proposal to let her go, because she knows a way to save everyone, since she has a chance to dispel this curse. Xiao confidently pierces her body with his sword. The girl looks ahead in disbelief. The protagonist calmly stands in front of his falling rival and declares that if she is going to die, then die for real. He says with an ominous grin that anyone who kills him will only make him stronger. Holding a sword, Xiao stands in front of her. A guy nearby exclaims that the holy maiden is dead, calling it impossible. The people joyfully ran forward, shouting that she did not die, but ascended to immortality, and from today on they are not just a village of a holy maiden, they are a village of an immortal maiden. Xiao looks at the opposite side with a serious expression and understands that the flame of flesh deprivation is unquenchable. But as you can see, the flame of human hearts is much more terrible. He goes to his friends, asking how they are. They answer that they barely held out, and it is good that they killed Ching. Because the flame became weaker, the other one notices that who is seriously injured and will not be able to help them anymore. The picture shows a village at night. The protagonist advises to direct internal energy to defense, because it is necessary to hold out at least a little, and then think of something to put out this fire. The wards understood the order. The heroes are sitting on the ground next to each other. Xiao looks at his comrade and thinks that he and they are holding on with both feet in the grave, and he is waiting for a reward for the quest, because this time he killed the holy maiden and the assessment should be high. The comrade looks at the protagonist and tells him that he is a hero today, and the victory over Ching is his merit. Who looks at him and says that few can earn his respect, but he did, especially because he didn't succumb to her influence in the end and accepted death with a smile. This is a great achievement. Xiao says that Hu is exaggerating, because if it weren't for him, they would not have reached the village. The protagonist raises his finger and reminds him that he promised to teach him his sword technique. The interlocutor replies that upon returning to the city, they will definitely start. Suddenly, a sword pierces Hu's chest. All the heroes suddenly stand up and shout his name. Fire projectiles fly towards them. The heroes cover themselves and shout that this is fire, corroding bones, and Ching seems not to have died. She points her palm in their direction and asks if the pathetic warriors really dared to dream of her death. Ching, using magic, states that she only used the simplest of immortal techniques to hide signs of life, and not even the greatest martial artist would be able to notice it, because even being mortally wounded, she was able to fully recover with the help of talismans. The protagonist at the same time realizes what an immortal technique is. The girl with crazy eyes attacks them and says that they are only good for bowing at the feet of immortals, and even Martial Saint is no exception. The picture shows a surprised image of the hero. Sinister eyes claim that he sent Ching to the sect for more than 20 years. He holds her in the palm of his hand, stating that he gave her a lot of time to shine on the stage. She fearfully calls him a warrior. The character next to Xiao expressed the hope that she will at least show something worthwhile. Martial Saint looks at her with a fierce look against the background of the eclipse. Ching stands opposite and cannot believe what is happening. He stomps his powerful foot. The huge man furiously declares that he only changed his body and she no longer recognized him. The protagonist looks at this in surprise. He realizes that the flames were destroyed in an instant. Yanchen notices that his aura is hundreds of times stronger than Ching. The other character says that there is no mistake. The old fighter stands calmly, emitting red lightning. They call him a holy warrior. Ching fearfully asks why this is happening. A huge dark creature appears above him. He asks why he was able to break the ironclad rule of the two-way sensitivity of the spiritual affinity technique, then asks why she could not sense his approach, or why he was able to hide the trace even from her. The girl looks at the old man, confused. Martial Saint seriously states that she is not worthy of asking questions. Ching bows down and apologizes to her adoptive father, stating that she is very impressed by his strength, while realizing that she is stupid and that he has only become stronger now. Martial Saint stands before her furiously and states that he named her Ching, which means pure heart, because he wanted her spirit to be pure, but she did not excel in the spirit of martial arts or the foundation of the Taoist path, wondering if she was afraid that even after breaking through, she would still die by his hand and her spirit would be completely broken. He reaches out to her and states that since she wants to live so much, he will give her a chance. Ching is shocked to hear that she must first defeat him and prove that she is worthy of living. Martial Saint looks at her with a smirk. A huge shadow hangs over the girl. She realizes that for so many years she has been trying her best to hide from him, lived in fear to survive, and now this day has finally come. Martial Saint raises his hand and declares that naughty and useless children are killed. He kneels and understands that he is not joking, and if she cannot win, she will definitely die. Ching stands in front of his adoptive father. The protagonist wonders if she is really going to fight to the death. He will just see what the real Martial Saint is capable of. The daughter and father's gazes intersect. Ching confidently flies forward. The protagonist does not believe that she just rushed head-on, not understanding whether she really wants to fight him in martial arts. Martial Saint notices the beginning of her attack. The girl deftly jumps over her father. The protagonist sees that she is simply running away. Ching flies forward, realizing that she will lose and die. She quickly heads away, realizing that she will return to the immortal sect and beat her head, beg for mercy and let them humiliate her, because everything is good for survival. The ferocious Martial Saint prepares to attack. He takes her head with his palm. The protagonist notes that it was very fast and is rare even for warriors. The man holds his daughter's head and states that he once had hopes for her, because she seemed capable, but now, even her escape speed is mediocre and leaving her alive then was a mistake. The frightened girl's tears flow, while her father claims that mistakes can be corrected. He angrily holds her back, while she begs for another chance, because she wants to live. She cries that she should not die. The immortal sect abandoned her like trash. Her father used her for fuel, and she lived in fear her entire life. Her face begins to change. She screams that the day will come when Martial Saint will also experience this, die a terrible death. A huge man confidently holds her face. Green energy emanates from her to him. He throws her down. She falls hard. Yanchen looks at the fallen body in surprise. Instead of a girl, a skeleton with hair lies on the ground. He is frightened, realizing that most likely, the same fate awaits them as her. Her partner asks if he is scared. He says with a smile that all martial artists in the world dream of defeating the immortals, and the whole world knows only Martial Saint can do this, and the goal of society is to exterminate all immortals with the help of absolute power and bring eternal peace. The main character says with a grin that the first act of a holy warrior after defeat is the destruction of all martial arts clans of that time. Xiao looks at the roof where Martial Saint is standing and states that the strong raise their blade against the stronger, and the weak against the even weaker, asking if he really cannot kill the immortals and therefore exterminates his own, calling himself the one who will bring eternal peace. The gray-haired fighter asks if the guy is teaching him how to do things. Xiao, raising his hand, says that a true righteous man will not save his life at the cost of righteousness, because he is ready to die to remain true to himself, and since the war with the immortals began, hundreds of battle clans have died, 3,000 disciples and 10,000 brothers in arms have died. The distraught protagonist asks if it is possible to sacrifice everyone, then why is Martial Saint himself still alive? He points his fingers towards him. Martial Saint begins to laugh, calling this interesting and noting that the guy is much more interesting than Ching. The old man with red eyes invites him to come up and receive death. The protagonist objects that the opponent should come down and let him receive death. Martial Saint sits down on the roof and calls him to him, allowing him to choose a suitable weapon himself. He, crossing his arms, says that he is waiting for him. The protagonist goes to meet him. A spear is stuck into the ground nearby. With a deft movement, he tosses the weapon with his foot. He masterfully twirls the spear. The protagonist points it at his enemy. Instantly, with a jerk, he heads to the roof to the holy warrior. He rushes towards his enemy. Xiao holds the spear out in front of him. Martial Saint puts out his finger, touching the tip of the spear. The man still sits motionless, holding his weapon with only one finger. The protagonist does not believe that he did not even use Qi, but repelled the attack solely with his body. The distraught Xiao realizes that he can only take a risk and fight to the death. He throws multiple punches at the old man, but the old man blocks them all with one finger. Martial Saint parries his attacks, saying that this is a military spear technique designed specifically to target fighters with powerful muscles, and if you add the heavenly demon disintegration to that, it's a really good response. The protagonist runs around his opponent and wants to deal damage from all sides. He aims straight at the back of the holy warrior sitting on the roof. The guy touches his skin with the tip. Xiao notices that the tip of the spear has been sucked in, while the man explains that the linking combo is quite impressive, and praises him for knowing so many techniques at a young age, noting that the heavenly demon disintegration technique is a one-way street and will injure the enemy, and almost bury himself. A powerful back blocks the tip of the spear, while he declares that this ability crosses out his path in martial arts. With one movement of his hands, Martial Saint smashes the spear into splinters, shouting that it is no longer useful. The protagonist slides along the ground. He thinks with a smirk that this is really a martial arts genius and a perfect target for farming points, then shouts at his opponent, calling him old and advising him not to rejoice too soon, because he has more than just decay. He looms over the guy and says that his entire family could not cope with his fist of eternal life. The old man smirks and asks if he really thinks he can handle it alone. With a powerful punch, Martial Saint slams the protagonist into the ground. A deafening explosion is heard. Xiao's friends notice it. Yan Chen and his partner watch what is happening. A huge hole is shown in the roof of the temple. A large funnel in the floor, from which dust and smoke comes out. Martial Saint came down and asks if he wanted to know why others always die, but not him. He furiously stands in front of the defeated protagonist and declares that they are just weaklings. He explains with a serious expression that everyone knows his name, but no one guesses that he was not born with it. The frame shows a flashback in which a fighter rides a horse. The narrator says that for the first half of his life he soared both on the martial path and on the career ladder. The enemy cuts the warrior's body. He explains that he once lost a battle with immortals. The frame shows many fighters. He says that then he gave up everything, his post, his title, and went into seclusion, dedicated himself to the martial path and created the technique of the revelation of the holy warrior, found the 10 strongest fighters in the world and taught them the full version of this technique. The gray-haired man is training. Martial Saint explains that they agreed to meet in 10 years and fight, and the winner would receive the martial arts of the others and become a saint. He stands in front of the lying Xiao and says that in those years, any of those 10 could have become him, but only he survived. He explains with a serious expression that the strong devour the weak and this is the highest law of the world and the essence of his martial path. He frowns and calls the protagonist. He lies in a pool of blood while he is called a weakling. He lies unconscious. Martial Saint notices that his ribs are crushed and plus the return damage from the disintegration of the heavenly demon, which means there is no chance of survival. The man turns around and leaves, stating that he is too weak and there is no point in even absorbing him. The protagonist's finger begins to move. Xiao flies his fist into the enemy's back. Martial Saint confidently grabs his hand and says that he is in his last convulsions. He is surprised that he is holding a severed hand. At this moment, the protagonist delivers a powerful blow to the holy warrior's jaw. With his remaining hand, Xiao hits him in the face, stating that this is a wave fist, blow after blow, 60% of the force. The opponent, in disbelief, calls him a boy. The protagonist again goes on the attack with a double wave roll at 70% strength, until he realizes that the guy cut off his hand for a chance to counterattack. Xiao continues to carry out a series of strikes. Martial Saint is surprised at this time that even being in a losing position with a clouded mind, his body still continues to fight to the death, and such a character is truly rare. Xiao hits the holy warrior. Yanchen exclaims his friend's name. They see that the man is pressed against the wall. He looks at the ongoing fight and remembers that the secret technique of the protagonist's family, the wave roll, allows you to release only 6 to 7 points of power in one strike, and then, in a split second, deliver a second, hidden strike, thus 2 layers of power roll like waves one on top of another and ultimately give birth to a destructive force exceeding 100%. The protagonist continues to beat the enemy, while his comrade exclaims and supports him. Martial Saint, receiving blow after blow, begins to laugh. The enemy, furious, declares that the guy is even more interesting than he thought. In one movement, the old man grabs his face. Yanchen shouts that this is the same technique that he stole, having eaten it from Ching, and he should be more careful. Martial Saint holds Xiao, while he laughs and asks if he really expects to eat him, because he is the weakest of the clan, but behind him are the senior masters, hermit ancestors and the entire clan living for the sake of honor. He and the man are an ideal couple. Martial Saint looks opposite with displeasure. The protagonist asks to say something. Xiao with a smirk asks if the rival eats all the people from his clan, will he be able to kill the immortal? The friends of the protagonist look at what is happening. Yanchen does not understand what the guy is doing, assuming that he is betraying the family or most likely he has another plan and he is challenging the holy warrior to a fight on behalf of his clan. The old man holds him by the throat and says that he will help him, since he is so eager to die. He squeezes with force and blood pours out of his mouth. He throws the protagonist's body to the ground. He turns to Xiao's companions and tells them to continue to fear and hate him. Martial Saint looks at them and asks them to become stronger, because one day, they will stand before him again and killing him is their only hope. Yanchen is shocked to realize that now is not the time, and when all the fruits are ripe, he himself will come to collect them. The guy shouts at the holy warrior that he will not allow him, and will tell the whole world what he did today. The fighter takes the defeated Xiao by the face and calls for him to tell. He sits next to him and waits for anyone who dares to challenge him. Xiao with a severed arm sits on the roof and asks why the enemy did not kill him and if he wants to use him as bait for his family, while thinking that his body is already in pieces and he is suffering from pain, mentally begging his efforts not to be in vain. Martial Saint eats next to him, while he insults and teases him, saying that he is a coward. The old man sips water and says that whether to die or not is the guy's business, but letting him die is his. He wipes his mouth with a grin. Xiao falls on his back and says that he understands everything, because the opponent wants him to be a cripple in this world. He laughs in response and says that the fighter has already given up. Martial Saint holds a plate and asks if he wants a spirit tempering technique, offering to do something and then he will give the top one. The protagonist takes a bowl of water and asks if he really wants to be worked for, because they almost killed each other just now. Martial Saint points to the side and asks him not to rush to refuse, because there on the horizon is a mountain range, one of the attractions of the southern district. The picture shows a temple glowing in the night. The man explains that it is a Taoist temple and the residence of the sect, and the lanterns of the pilgrims curl like a snake on the rise in the form of an endless stream. They sit together on the roof. The old man notes that now even the emperor breaks down there to bow, while the guy says that he has bent over, since he decided to bow to the immortals. Martial Saint declares that these are just special cultivators, while wondering if Xiao knows what his bow means, because in this way the emperor sets an example. The people begin to blindly copy and the whole country will fall into a religious shock and worship, and then never straighten up again. The protagonist listens in surprise and realizes that the butcher's letter briefly mentioned murder. The old man asks, since Xiao is going to die, why not do something great, suggesting that he kill the current emperor and challenge the sect. The shocked protagonist hears this with a grin. Martial Saint takes him by the shoulder and says that if necessary, he will personally give him the highest technique, and when he reaches perfection, he can come again and fight him. But if he dies, let his relatives come for revenge, and no matter how many of them there are, he will accept them all and give them this knowledge. Xiao, smiling, says that it is necessary to kill the emperor, and then kill the holy warrior with his own technique, calling it a good plan. While realizing that his assassination plan went into action and there is no reason to refuse, he in turn is happy with this choice. They are sitting on the roof. The guy asks how he became who. He answers that he was the same 10th on the list of the strongest in the world and he won, taking his place. Xiao now understands how he managed to hide for so many years. Someone is moving quickly through the forest. He landed opposite Xiao and the holy warrior. The old man is glad that he finally came and seems to have led everyone who was watching him away. Across from them stands a battered warrior Ching, one of the 7 great masters of the martial arts path. The man remarks that his path has not been easy. Below lies a dead girl. Ching sadly states that if he dies, it will definitely not be for the sake of the holy warrior. The old man laughs and says that it hurts him to look at his own kind and he can try to kill him since that is what he came for, wondering how many of them are there. Ching looks away and states that there are about 4 at the stage of building the foundation. The sect clearly threw Ching as bait to lure them out, and they are using up everything that is left, trying to make one last move before the emperor comes crawling to bow. The protagonist listens with interest, thinking that this guy just fought an immortal and somehow distracted him, not understanding what is wrong with these injuries, because he healed himself in one breath. The old man holds Xiao by the shoulder and says that he completely forgot to patch him up, because he still has to kill the emperor. Ching quickly approached the protagonist with one jerk. He looks at him closely and sees a burnt out eye, bones in pieces, blood on the bottom, a hand in the minus, and there is nothing to think about, because with such a body he is not long for life. The fighter hits himself in the chest, blood begins to spurt out of it, and he declares that it does not matter. He holds out his heart to him, who in turn does not understand what is happening. A new hand has appeared in place of the stump. Ching declares that everything is ready. The surprised protagonist asks if he really thinks he is made of Lego. His eyes widen in surprise. He holds on to his new hand, which has begun to glow with a green light. Powerful veins appear on it. He falls to his knees, bleeding and screaming in pain. The surprised guy reflects on the fact that he really recovered and the level of Zheng's medicine is better than Songhe's, and now he has become his new nightmare. Martial Saint waves his hand and says that the main character is in the hands of this guy. Now he needs to be cured and let him go about his business. The carriage goes in the middle of the forest. It is said that his goal is already on the way. The samurai sits in the carriage, holding a sword. The events take place in a tea house. The boy wants to tell everyone the story of one very modest, but extremely handsome swordsman. They say that days earlier Martial Saint invited Qingxing on a date in a dense forest. He smirks and tells what happened next. They got carried away and rushed right under the moon with fire. He closes his eyes and declares that then Martial Saint took and squeezed her to the state of a dried mannequin. The spectators are indignant and shout that the scoundrel did not even spare his adopted daughter and simply absorbed her. The guy sits next to them and asks what they are talking about in their wave pavilion, even talking nonsense about the holy warrior. Because Qingxing is a traitor to the martial arts path, he only took her chi to eradicate the traitor. It was an act of valor, and he does everything for the sake of the great path. Another fighter looks at him with displeasure and reminds him how many people the Martial Masters Association has deceived, forcing them to train the damn technique, and tomorrow Martial Saint will eat him and he will also go for the good of the martial arts path. The guy stood up with a sword in his hands and claims that he only sucks out those who have reached the 3rd degree of spirit cultivation, and he himself is at the 8th. He replies that he needs to wait until all his students are absorbed, because he will be next. A guy with black hair walks near the place where an argument is heard about how Martial Saint is the last hope for fighters. Because if he finishes off immortals, let him suck out all the energy. Another one says that he barks on command. The surprised hero wonders if energy absorption is really his technique. A guy in a wooden hat, riding a horse, asks the protagonist how his wounds are. He replies that he has fully recovered thanks to the master's methods. Xiao turns around and asks if this gentleman is one of the 3,000 disciples of the holy warrior. Because he barely spoke, they answer that everything is so, since he is one of the 7 sages. He imagines the image of Xing and asks again, because the 7 sages are the strongest of all the wards. Out of 3,000 only about 100 survived, and these 7 are the most dangerous. Each has at least one skill in which he surpasses even the owner. The protagonist thinks about the fact that 3,000 people were eaten, 100 remained. In fact, how is he different from that heretical sect then? Xiao asks if Yang's skill is medicine. He is told that this is not exactly. He jumps ahead and declares that the guy has just begun to master the transformation of flesh and blood and, of course, does not feel the difference. The protagonist jumps behind and asks if Martial Saint invented this technique. He replies that the real transformation is a technique of the 3rd stage of spirit cultivation level, and what Xiao has is the basic version compared to the full version. He in turn asks if he can get the full version. Ching asks if the emperor is really in that place. The protagonist is indignant why he constantly cuts off the conversation in mid-sentence. The guy with the wooden hat replies that the information came from Mingji, the head of the Clear Moon Sect, and he was the former star envoy, so most likely he is not lying. He adds that in addition, the city is closest to the mountains, and the emperor is accompanied by the Taoist Qiang. The protagonist tells him that the emperor is slippery like an eel, and if this information is fake, then a direct assault on the mountains is inevitable. Xing tells the guy that he is a cheerful person, because the chance of surviving an assassination attempt is 1 in 100, and with such an attitude, it is not surprising that Martial Saint did not kill him. A joyful Xiao promises that if anything happens, he will cover him, and he can just run away. Xing turns around with a smile. He jumps forward and states that the absorption technique with which Martial Saint draws in the spirit of 3rd stage cultivators. The protagonist approaches it, and can very well then step onto the path of cultivating the spirit. The warrior breaks forward and claims that the old man dragged him into this for a reason. This is a test, and if he passes it, he will grow a new carrier of the martial path, and if he fails, he will become food, and only in case of survival will the test be counted as passed. A shocked Xiao asks again if he really needs to survive. The protagonist jumps nearby and states that in case of death, he does not mind the technique being passed to his relatives. They head forward. Xing explains that they will first go to the Clear Moon Sect to meet Mingji, then he asks Star to convey a message to the holy warrior. The protagonist demands that he stop cutting off the conversation mid-sentence. The action takes place during the daytime at the foot of the mountains. The heroes are standing in front of the entrance to the Clear Moon Sect. The guy asks why there is no one at the entrance. He also notes this is strange. A suspicious sound is heard inside. Xing turns and tells his partner that it is crying and the smell of blood. He in turn assumes that the immortals found out and set up an ambush. The warrior opens the door and calls to go in and find out if it really is an ambush. So much the better, they will turn the trap. grab and beat out the information. Xiao objects that this is his line. Two heroes walk along a deserted square. They see a slightly ajar suspicious door. The heroes with serious faces look forward. The fighter holds the other by the throat. The victim begs for help as he is consumed by green energy. His arms drop. The stranger asks with a smirk if they really came. He throws another dead fighter to the floor. The villain begins to attack, shouting that he has been waiting for them for a long time. The protagonist grabs the opponent's hand, using a swaying wave with a double roll. Xiao holds his wrist with a smirk and urges him to fight him, not the doctor. The protagonist deftly throws the enemy to the side. In the blink of an eye, he breaks away. Xiao and the villain rush towards each other, preparing attacks. Ching watches the battle and declares that this is the head of the Mingji sect. He was once a warrior of the 4th rank at the peak of his form, but in 70 years he has aged and rolled back to the 6th. The protagonist shouts that he will now beat the enemy. The doctor closes his eyes and asks his comrade to consider that the villain has absorbed the chi and blood of many disciples of his sect, and with this he can recover, so perhaps he has reached the 4th rank again. The villain deals hard blows to his opponent, who in turn tries to block them. The protagonist is kneeling with a beaten look. His partner asks how he feels. The guy says that he almost died and suggests to stop cutting off the speech in mid-sentence. With a bloody head, Xiao says that this 4th rank is very cruel, and is this old man really over 70? The ferocious Mingji prepares for another attack. He pounces on the guy with a smirk, asking why he should resist. The protagonist deftly dodges the villain, who claims that he is stronger than him and resistance is useless. Mingji with a mad look asks him to let him suck the power in peace, and they will both save face. The protagonist smirks as he thinks that this is a veteran of the Union, because he is talking nonsense, just like Marshal Saint, noting that he is about 50 to 60% stronger than him in strength. But if the guy activates the disintegration of the heavenly demon, he will be able to win. Xiao sees the attacking villain and remembers that Ching advised him not to die in this test, so the disintegration will have to be held back. The protagonist deftly jumps around his opponent, not letting himself be caught. Ching looks at what is happening and notices that he uses the advantage of speed, dodging, looking for a moment to finish off, and this is an excellent tactic against ordinary enemies. He looks ahead and realizes that Mingji is unusual and will not play by the rules. The villain's eyes are burning with a bright red fire. He tries to grab the dodging protagonist. Xiao notices that his grandfather saw through his movement technique. He grabs the ground with his hand. The protagonist deftly kicks the villain right in the chest. The opponent's ribs crack from such a strong attack. The guy notices with a grin that the sternum has been turned into splinters and now the advantage is on his side. Mingji holds his leg and declares that he caught the opponent. The surprised protagonist does not believe that the villain is not afraid to die, but it seems very familiar to him. The villain deftly throws the opponent to the ground. The protagonist with blood in his mouth notices that Mingji should be seriously injured, but he does not even blink. The villain directs his hand towards the guy lying on the ground, but he is ready to counterattack. The protagonist hits him right in the jaw, noticing that the enemy is exchanging blows. Xiao moves away from his opponent. He looks at him with a tired look and understands that he attacks without any protection, and before he would have dreamed of such an opponent, but now he needs to survive. But fighting while holding back is sheer torture. The protagonist turns to look at his partner. Ching looks at him and explains that Mingji is now beside himself and will not discuss anything, and each of his blows is a suicidal attack. He just wants to kill him, and if the guy has any trump cards left, it is better to take them out right now. The ferocious villain burns with a dark flame. His muscles swell, tearing his clothes. The huge monster declares that the opponent will not become a seed of the path, but food. With large hands with claws, he tries to catch the protagonist. Xiao tries to dodge his attack. He looks ahead in surprise. The monster's large hands slap the protagonist, blood dripping down. Jing looks ahead in displeasure, asking if this is really all. Enraged Mingji says that this is all over and he is destined to become food. The villain is shocked by the guy's words. Xiao opens his mighty palms and says with a smile that if we fight, then to the point of stomp. He quickly throws his arms to the sides. The protagonist carries out a series of kicks and punches, hitting right in the face. Xiao laughs, enjoying such a fight. With the final blow, he sends the monster to the side. It rolls on the ground with a crash. Mingji gets up and does not understand where he is. The protagonist puts his foot on his chest. He is very surprised by this. His partner advises to leave him alive. Xiao has already swung, but the doctor behind says that the madness in the villain's body has dissipated and he should have come to his senses, and now let him first tell what happened. The protagonist turns around displeased. He removes his foot, declaring that he is very lucky. Mingji holds his chest and declares that he wanted to die at the hands of the most holy warrior and let him absorb all his power. But if Xiao does it, that will do too. The green-suit hero tells him that his blood is boiling, although he is seriously injured, but he is not dying and it is not time to write a will, so it is better to explain what happened. Mingji looks down sadly. The heroes listen attentively to the fact that yesterday he accidentally ran into a Taoist from the sect. He is accompanying the emperor, so Mingji began secretly spying, but in the end he himself came straight to the sect. Xiao looks at him and asks if Qian really wanted to cover his tracks so that no one would find the emperor's trail. He replies that no, because he checked him and he doesn't care if the emperor's path is revealed, because he came to experience the technique of spiritual sensitivity of a holy warrior. His hands squeeze tightly. Memories arise in which the villain takes the man by the neck and says that the Phi is not so powerful, and even if they absorb everyone in a row, they are still ordinary warriors, while the man begs not to touch him, and if they need an opponent, it is better to fight him, and let his son go. His eyes fill with fire, and he exclaims the word son. Mingji sits in front of them and remembers that he not only slaughtered almost all of his students, but also killed his son in front of his eyes, and he rushed at the enemy, ready to die, but he did not even manage to touch him. Ching asks about the fact that he lost his son, lost everything he had spent half his life building, and in desperation began to suck the remaining strength from the surviving students. Mingji says in a quiet voice that it was not out of desperation. He calmly declares that he did it quite consciously. Several fighters surround the heroes from all sides. The protagonist smiles and notices that there is an ambush for them, and the villain probably wants to absorb them both. Xing calmly looks ahead. Xiao examines the fighters and understands that these people are from different, and they are all masters and they should not be underestimated. He maintains a fighting stance, realizing that getting surrounded is too disadvantageous. He must first break through it, and this will be the best plan. The character looks at the huge crowd that surrounded the heroes. Xiao happily notices that they have not yet started fighting, and everyone has already chickened out. Mingji explains that he is just a spy, and if he does not embellish the information, he will not be able to lure the holy warrior here, and he is not that old, so it is better to sacrifice his decrepit body, let the saint kill him first, and then go finish off the strangers, because they are all warriors who lost their homes because of strangers, and their character is not bad either. The warriors kneel. Mingji explains that he passed on the technique of soul affinity to them, and plus now he has again reached the 4th rank. He puts his hand on his chest and asks if they have become worthy prey for the master. Xing calls this nonsense, because the holy warrior does not care about them. Mingji, lowering his head, says that they will not die for him, but for the sake of saving the martial arts of the whole world. The frame shows warriors fighting against ordinary people with spears and pitchforks. The man explains that once everyone rebelled against strangers, fought shoulder to shoulder, united by a common hatred. In the picture, people kneel. It is said that now they only humiliate themselves before strangers, build temples, pray for protection and well-being, so as not to suffer from natural disasters. The deity floods cities with a wave of his hand. Mingji asks if the common people know how many of these disasters were arranged by them themselves in order to strengthen their power. The warrior asks his brother why the master told them to first send a disaster, and then distribute food, helping people. He answers that this is called the path of worship. The hero in the red suit declares that the empire is destined to be in turmoil. There is no other way. But one cannot go too far, and the world must be dirty. People suffer, then they will pray and bring endless gifts. The other claims that because of wars, famines and disasters, the people will be too few and will be in trouble. So when the people are on the brink, they are obliged to come and supposedly save them from trouble. Mingji is shocked to hear the elder brother praising the other. He punches the ground. The man, looking scared, says that if this continues, they will finally become cattle raised by strangers. The protagonist turns around and notices that Songho was talking about the strange frequency of disasters lately, and that so many refugees in the city have gone into robbery. Mingji stands up and says that the path of immortality is stronger than martial arts, because they have been inferior to Taoist techniques for 1,000 years, and there are legends of warriors who have achieved Tao and martial saint and the greatest hope with them. The man and his men furiously declare that they are willing to become stepping stones to destroy the outsiders, and even if it only narrows the gap a little, they will not regret it. The protagonist slaps him and yells that they will regret it. Mingji points at him and calls him an ignoramus, who does not understand anything. Xiao slaps him in the face and tells him to shut up, because if he does not want to save himself, then there is no need to interfere with others. The protagonist furiously yells that carrying the banner of saving the world will not help them hide their pity, asking if they are talking about the people, why are there no disciples among them? Mingji is shocked to hear him ask if he heard them screaming for help when they were being absorbed, since that would make them no different from outsiders. Xiao grabs his hand and says that it is swollen from the blows. The beaten man declares that it is all for the sake of martial arts. Mingji is shocked to hear that these are his last words. Behind him, the silhouette of a huge martial arts saint is visible. Martial Saint watches him with a grin. He grabs his face with his powerful hand. The old man sucks the green energy out of him. His body instantly turns into a skeleton. The other fighters are shocked. Martial Saint declares that since they have lost hope in the fight against cultivators and decided to hang all their dreams on a certain martial arts leader, they are unworthy of even becoming his steps. The fighters are told to get out in fear. Martial Saint goes inside with the heroes. Ching tells him that there is no news from the sect, so they need to continue looking for Emperor Yonghe. He is told that there is no need. Marshal Saint turns around and declares that a message has come from other branches. The Emperor has already reached the city and he is probably already in the temple. The protagonist notes that it will no longer be possible to attack him on the way. Xiao grins and says that they have only one way left, namely to break into the temple and kill him. The events take place in the city. The man invites everyone to come in. He escorts the two heroes along the corridor. Xiao finds it strange that there was not a single farm along the way, only shops with incense and candles, and it seems that all the residents live by trading with pilgrims. He replies that it is obvious that they are not local, because they do not need to work in the fields. The guy turns around and explains that the elders of the sect took pity on them and told them, pray, read sacred texts, go to worship and they will have food, but the truth is only for city residents, and becoming a local is not easy. He holds a wooden pendant and says that you need to sincerely pray day after day without interruption for 10 years. But compared to the growing taxes of the empire, this is just paradise, because in other places they collect them in advance for 20 years, it is almost impossible for people to get food. He says with a smile that this is why people from all over the southern province come to them. The protagonist considers him proud with his token. They go further. Xiao asks who gets money and food for life if no one works. The guy answers that the immortals are so powerful and perhaps they just materialize everything out of thin air. He walked them to their rooms and wished them a good rest. The protagonist realizes that they take money from the emperor for peace negotiations, and with it they grow their parishioners and all the dirt on the shoulders of the empire, and they themselves sit clean, and that's where the real benefit is. Ching tells his partner to come in and undress. The protagonist asks with a grin about his strange inclinations. The doctor answers that he used the technique of retribution of the heavenly demon and was seriously injured and he will treat him. Xiao, shining with his naked torso, declares that he just likes to admire him. Ching angrily wants to kill him right now. The doctor says with a disgruntled face that he is bored, while he justifies the joke. The protagonist looks at the cutout heart in shock and says that he is always amazed by the art of flesh transformation. Ching smirks and suggests that he try it himself. He makes a sharp blow with a knife to the protagonist's body. Surprised, Xiao sees Ching hand him the heart. It is implanted into the open wound of the protagonist. The doctor stands in front of him and explains that external wounds are not scary, but internal damage to the meridians due to the technique of retribution of the heavenly demon causes trouble, and when his flesh enters his body, it will be able to directly repair the damage from the inside. The protagonist with a scar on his chest says that in the future he will be able to freely use this skill. Jin seriously advises him not to take risks, because it will take at least 3 days for the meridians to fully recover, but this will not affect his plan to kill the emperor. The surprised protagonist asks how he knows the exact time when he will perform the ritual. The interlocutor claims that the first of the next month is a fairly auspicious day, ideal for prayers and burning incense. Ching takes something out of his pocket, saying that the guy will soon begin an operation. He holds out a notebook. The protagonist exclaims that this is the infinite transformation of flesh. This is the full text of the technique that was mentioned to him. He begins to read with interest. The window says that the skill is loading. The protagonist asks again if this is really a gift to him, and asks not to change his mind. He turns around and says that simply giving gifts is suspicious, clarifying whether this is an order from a holy warrior. He replies that it is still from himself. The guy is furious, demanding an explanation normally. Jin calmly explains that the people from the protagonist's family are true warriors who value honor above life, and he hopes that the boy will take care of his own. He turns around and tells Xiao that Martial Saint is stubborn and arrogant, and believes only in himself, and what he is truly capable of, no one knows. The protagonist asks if the healer really thinks that he will decide to sacrifice himself, and die in vain like Mingji. Jing looks ahead silently. The protagonist seriously states that true self-sacrifice is worthy of respect and he is all for it. But Mingji and he were not like that, so there is no need to worry, because his goal is to get the promised technique and he will never truly sell his life for it. Yonghe opens the door, saying that many believe the words of the holy warrior. He goes on, reminding them that they all died. Xiao looks at him silently. He scratches his head and thinks that the healer is behaving in a friendly manner, either sympathizing or hiding evil intent. Nighttime has come. The protagonist reflects that he strives for a high-quality death. But he has his own principles and he is initially not in cahoots with the association, and they cannot be called allies. The events take place 3 days later in the sect. Someone says that an auspicious hour has come. A guy in a black suit walks next to an assistant. The protagonist makes his way through the crowd, noticing that there are a lot of people, and if he knew, he would not have disguised himself as a pilgrim. He goes on, thinking about the kingship of souls for the holy warrior, which responded, because among the pilgrims there are people from the association. He seriously assumes that Martial Saint is also among them. The emperor bows together with the assistant. Someone asks them to wait. The man in the red suit says that further on is the main hall of the immortals and the warriors are not allowed to enter, so they will have to go further alone and perform the ritual. The boy looks ahead with displeasure. He tells the protagonist to stand still. Incense is everywhere. Yonghe holds candles and understands that cooperating with the sect is like negotiating with a tiger. He looks ahead and realizes that if he had come today as an ordinary pilgrim, perhaps later he would have a chance to change things. The heroes watch him closely. They exchange glances. A suspicious sound scares the birds. A bright light appears in front of the pilgrim. He looks ahead and hears an appeal to himself. The old man sits in the lotus position and wonders why he does not kneel, since he sees immortals in front of him. The golden faces of the gods ask why he does not bow. They repeat this one after another every second. The pilgrim understands that under the guise of an alliance, they lured him to pray, but in fact they want the whole world to see how he bows before them. He realizes in a rage that he cannot kneel. His foot approaches the abyss. He sees that there is a cliff behind him. His eyes are wide open in terror. Scary monsters stretch out their hands to him, declaring that they are asking His Majesty to kneel before the gods. The assistant looks on and does not understand what is happening here at all. He looks at the bowing pilgrims and notices that as soon as the bell struck, they all began to act as if possessed, wondering how they knew that the emperor was here today and that something was clearly unclean. He shouts to Yonghe that they are acting strangely and under no circumstances should he listen to them. The emperor looks ahead in fear and realizes that even the common people have sided with the immortals and things have gone too far. There is no point in resisting now. His knees tremble and he considers completely submitting to the sect, considering it the only way out. The heroes look at their emperor. The swordsmen declare that he really does intend to kneel. The other orders them to hold on and not ruin the whole plan. In an instant, the red warrior slashes their necks with his sword. He holds the weapon and declares that all the pilgrims are fanatics raised in the village, and in their hearts the seed of faith has long been planted, which has now sprouted. He holds the sword in front of him and says that those who remain silent among them are the assassins of the association. He looks at them calmly and asks if they really expected to ruin his great plan, for he will make them watch with their own eyes as the Yonghe emperor prostrates himself before them. The emperor looks down, while the warrior declares that if he does, the sect will become the ruler of this world for all eternity. Near them is a tall tower with a bell. Someone hits it with a powerful blow. A stranger stands next to him. A loud ringing is heard. The blue warrior furiously asks who dared to do this. He cuts his target with his sword. The emperor looks ahead in surprise. There is a bell lying next to him. An assistant asks if Yonghe is okay. He replies that it was dangerous and that his mind was almost broken by the spell of the immortals, but someone saved him. The hero lands nearby, declaring that no one was going to save him. Xiao, holding a spear, declares that he is going to kill him. The warrior in red turns around, not understanding who this upstart is. The emperor is surprised to realize that it is him. The warrior in blue holds his sword and furiously shouts that he will not dare to disrupt the great plan of their sect. The protagonist quickly runs towards the enemy, who promises to tear him into 1,000 pieces. The villain makes a quick strike with his sword. Xiao sees this attack. He dodges, and the blow cuts the temple in half. The villain calmly stands in front of a crack in the ground. The emperor watches in shock. The other pilgrims watch the fight in shock. The warrior in blue talks about those who challenge the sect. He calmly declares that death awaits them. People rush up the steps, shouting that Elder Qingyang is punishing an upstart from the association. Others declare that there is no need to watch the battle of immortals, because the end will affect them. A huge crack smokes in the middle of the square. The assistant thinks that he has not reached the stage of tempering the spirit, which means that he will not be able to foresee the course of the battle and he will definitely not survive this sword formation. Qingyang begins to fly and asks them to remember the difference between mortals and immortals. He points his sword at the people and explains that no one will leave here alive today. The protagonist flies behind, holding his spear, and asks if he is cold standing so high. Their weapons hit each other, causing a bright flash. The villain lands with a crash. He looks ahead and considers it impossible, because his life force has just disappeared. Xiao flies to attack. While he does not understand why they are now, on the contrary, frighteningly strong, the protagonist wonders if the villain is scared. The fighter deals rapid blows to Qingyang, who dodges each blow. The protagonist understands that he is not stronger than his opponent, but he is more tenacious. He remembers his previous death with one blow, declaring that it was for the best, and he not only snatched a cool reward, but also got rid of the need to clean up after himself, because the sword streams themselves scattered his ashes. The information window says, Death rating A, Death reward 56 points, current skill point balance 50, remaining life 54, number of possible resurrections per week 4 out of 5, 72 points spent on pumping the art of flesh reincarnation, minor mastery pumped up to 100%. He understands that it's high time to penetrate the skill, because now he has infinite regeneration. Xiao flies with a spear to attack, realizing that with the controlled use of the Heavenly Demon's Retribution, he will be able to spam this technique without consequences, and plus he still has 4 resurrections left, and at least a run. But he will definitely win everyone. Xiao dealt blow after blow. 2 explosions occurred at the same time. The guy looked ahead thinking about the physique of the golden body. The enemy smiled, saying that he was just playing with it. A magical beam rushed towards the hero. The wounded protagonist sat among the rubble with a sword in his chest. People looked away and said that the warrior was almost third class, and for them they were just toys. Ching held magic in his hands, saying that the sword pierced the sword and he would not have survived, even if he were immortal. The cut passed near the enemy, and he was scared. Blood flowed from the exposed part of the body, and the fighter said that it was a really excellent sword. Even a great immortal was afraid of the tip of this weapon. Xiao held a sword in his hands, saying that the opponent handled the weapon poorly and missed, and thought that he would not have hit, because he had shifted his heart to the side in advance. He looked forward and asked for permission for a real soldier to show him how to handle a sword. The hero rushed forward. He swung and prepared to strike. The enemy parried the attack. The weapon sat firmly in the guy's hand. People watched what was happening and asked him to cut the enemy so that he would know what real warriors are like. Shin looked away, thinking about how he managed to turn the tide of the battle and whether martial arts could compete with cultivation. Ching dodged attacks and did not understand how he could move like that under the influence of the artifact, and thought that if he lost, the Sexta would be disgraced, after which the elders would punish him. The protagonist struck while he understood that he could not lose, and even at the cost of spending his life, he must kill the opponent. MC ran towards the enemy while the villain used the seal of the flaming dragon. The creature absorbed the owner. The enemy showed closed fingers, saying that the dragon fire would incinerate him to ashes, because even a master of tempering the spirit would not survive. A notification about the number of resurrections for a week came out, and Xiao was about to strike, thanking the opponent for arranging his funeral, and as a token of gratitude he would send him on his way. The guy's gaze froze and he thought that this was impossible. The man caught the attacker and buried him in the ground. He looked at Ching and said that he couldn't even handle the little one, to which he replied that he underestimated the enemy. Xiao looked away and didn't understand why he couldn't move, thinking that this was Xiang. Shin watched as the villain said that the sect wouldn't let the killers even touch him, to which he replied that since they had always been grateful. The dark-haired man looked away, saying that he hoped that as a sign of gratitude, he would kneel before their sect. The man was furious and thought that this was already an open threat to the emperor, and if he didn't kneel before the sect, he would die at the hands of the killers. The figure watched as the warrior protected the emperor, while the enemy held the hero in the ground and said that even if he was at the spirit stage, he still couldn't stop everyone. The white-haired man spat to the side. The enemy dodged and the spittle flew further. The guard threw the sword towards the threat, asking His Majesty to be careful. The spittle collided with the weapon and broke it into fragments, and Xiang was surprised that he broke the blade. The villain looked at his opponent, who asked why he could not resist and still got out, to which he replied that the interlocutor answered that the man hid for 40 years and finally got out. The old man walked forward and exuded energy. Xiao looked at the beginning of the fight and thought that he knew that the assassination attempt would not be easy. He frowned, thinking that under the nose of the sect, killing the emperor was almost an impossible task, because the holy warrior could not rely on him alone, and they needed someone to raise a ruckus, and then he turned up. Xiang levitated and thought that today the emperor would kneel before the immortals and the sectarians would kill all the enemies. The fighter was surrounded by people and they were going to kill the martial arts saint. The leader held fire in his hands, saying that the martial arts mortal had achieved a lot over the decades and he should be destroyed, because he fell into darkness. The gray-haired man looked away and asked that if he was darkness, then they were light. He stood in front of the enemy and a vortex of energy surrounded him. The man stood in front of the nervous enemy, saying that whether it was a demon or a cultivator, everything was decided by the winner. The warrior exuded energy. Xing used the skill, asking for another chance to make amends, to which he asked that he wanted to use that very technique. The swords began to form a vortex and approached the holy warrior. The enemy looked forward, saying that this was his strongest sword move, which he had honed for 30 years. He directed the attack forward, saying that if he was brave, he could try to take it. The sectarians watched what was happening and said that they wanted to play with the leader of martial arts, and it was not for nothing that he was the elder brother, because the power of the sword was truly amazing. From the column of dust, an opponent was visible, who asked again about the duration of training. The gray-haired one looked to the side and asked what it was in order to shake the dust off him. He extended his hand towards the enemies, not wanting to waste time. The man beckoned them with his finger and asked them to attack at the same time. The fighters rushed towards him. The offender struck the object, creating a vortex. The sectarian directed the flask with the substance forward. The enemy directed energy at the opponent. A powerful explosion occurred. The saint of martial arts stood in a column of dust and was unharmed. The attackers were perplexed and did not understand how this could be and whether it was the same person. The dark-haired one watched the fight and thought that it was not for nothing that he was nicknamed that, because the art of predicting his attacks had reached incredible heights. Gray dodged the attacks by guessing the blows in advance and parrying the blows with minimal movements, as if he was not moving at all. But to achieve this, complete harmony of body and spirit is needed, because one small mistake can kill. The warrior clenched his fist, saying that it was his turn. He thrust his hand forward. Blood splashed on Xiang's face. He touched his cheek with his hand and became wary. The body stood without a head and trembled. The corpse fell to the floor. All the observers were shocked and fell into a stupor. The blades looked towards the emperor. The assassins rushed towards the ruler, wanting to eliminate him. The guard looked back, saying that he would delay them and that he needed to run to the main hall. He used the skill of flying stars and the attackers dodged. Xiao walked forward, thinking that everything was going too smoothly. He turned his attention to Qiang and understood that they clearly had trump cards, and if he was calm, then they still had a backup plan. The Saint of Martial Arts annihilated the enemy with one blow. The old man rushed forward. He smiled, saying that the strong rule as immortals, and the weak are doomed to be a demon. A bloody massacre was taking place in the square. The warrior swung. The guards covered the emperor. The gray-haired one jumped towards him and asked where he was going. The bodyguard aimed a blow forward. The fighter hit him in the chest, saying that those who stood in his way would die. The ruler looked at the victim and shouted his name. The victim held his stomach and asked him to leave. The leader of martial arts reached out with his hand towards the object of hatred and asked if he thought he would leave. The victim looked back while a flash burned in the building. It began to grow and gain energy. The old man held back the attack. He covered himself with his hand and looked forward. The enemy looked forward, emitting dark energy. Wu was above the mountain, saying that mortals had committed a grave sin. The fighters looked up and did not understand how to fight it. The spirit was furious and said that killing an immortal was a sacrilege and that he should be struck by 5 heavenly thunders and destroyed. The ghost charged forward and ordered to die. The blow hit the Saint of Martial Arts, and he screamed in pain. The hero ran forward while the others were struck by lightning. He looked back, thinking that this was their trump card and this was the original plan, because these entities were initially just watching the show, and if it weren't for the fact that Qiang turned out to be useless, they wouldn't have lifted a finger. The discharges hit the attackers and the protagonist thought about whether the Saint of the Martial Arts path would be able to withstand a technique of this level. The veins appeared on his shoulder, and pieces of flesh came off his body. The gray-haired man raised his hand and looked forward. A guard with the emperor was looking at him. The old man's face fell apart. The guard ran away while the ruler thought about the fact that he was looking at him. The opponent was shrouded in lightning. The buildings were shrouded in smoke. The boys looked at the burnt tiles. Ching was scared and could not believe that the saint had died, to which the emperor replied that the path of martial arts had fallen before the path of the immortals. Qiang smiled, saying that the leader dared to raise his hand against the higher ones, insulting the heavens. He looked down and said that this was why he was struck by 5 lightning bolts and scattered into dust. The people looked at the roof while he said that his body and spirit were destroyed. The citizens rejoiced and said that it was high time to do this. The fighters were confused and did not understand what to do next without him. Xiao looked forward, thinking that it was hard to believe, but even such a strong one fell before the immortals. The spirit looked away, and for all the warriors, the saint was the embodiment of the strength of previous generations, like the scorching sun illuminating the road, and now the sun has collapsed, and the path of martial arts has faded, scattering hope into dust. He closed his eyes and thought that the winners were immortals, and the losers were demons, and the boomerang returned too quickly. The guy's body was engulfed in flames. Xiang levitated above his charges and ordered them to kill the remaining mortals. The killers ran forward, incinerating all enemies on their way. The man looked ahead while warriors died around him. He froze, thinking that even if the saint fell to strangers, then what did swords teach them, and the idea of fighting immortals was an empty illusion. The hero grabbed the sword with his hand. He looked ahead, saying that the world is never what you would like. The protagonist walked forward and asked if it was worth losing heart and waiting for death after one failure, and asked about how everyone came here for a great cause, and asked how one could give up so easily, and then pointed out that the saint died and asked what of it, and clarified that everything would be the same without him. He held the blade in his shoulder with a smile and said that even if they were all destined to die today, it would not mean anything. He took out the blade and asked with a smile if it was not a joy to be able to drag a couple of immortals along with him before dying. The warriors immediately tore their clothes from the power that flew out and shouted that they were all 3rd rank, and if he could do it, then they could too, and used the heavenly demon retribution technique and asked how they could let a young man laugh at them and open the 8 gates. They immediately rushed into battle while shouting that they would fight to the last even if they died standing. A fierce battle for the path of martial arts began. But from the very top of the stairs, a couple was watching them. Xing held his chest and said that this kid with the surname Xiao was able to replace the saint and rekindle the fighting spirit. Xin stared sternly ahead and thought that no one could have imagined that there would be warriors who were not afraid of death in the face of immortals. And if warriors from all over the world united, perhaps they would really be able to resist the path of immortals. But suddenly something scared him. He began to be pulled into the passage, and he loudly called his boy. Suddenly he was slammed into the wall. Xing immediately ran up to him and held him back, saying that he was worthy of death, since he had frightened his majesty. But he only said that he had fallen. At that moment, the statue lit up and addressed the emperor. The violet-eyed man was frightened and thought that this was the same idol from his visions and was now real. The creature looked at him menacingly and ordered him to bow. The couple immediately began to be pressed to the ground by an unknown force. His Majesty was frightened and thought that they had finally stopped pretending and were now forcing them to bow. He held the ground with his hands until the very end and thought about why there was such a rush, because the saint was dead and no one was stopping them, and then he thought that it was the sect and there was some kind of commotion. But then the hero burst into the building and shouted that he should not bow. Ching looked at him with concern and asked why he was still alive. But he did not listen to him and ran, asking if he wanted him dead, and then said that it would not be that easy. The guy jumped straight to the top of the statue, deflecting the blade. He raised his weapon and filled with energy shouted that even if the emperor was killed, an emperor of eternal vulgarity, or an emperor of eternal worship would appear, and said that it was much more reliable to destroy the idol of the immortals, so that there would be no one else to bow to. He hit the statue on the head with all his might, causing the energy to disperse. The bodyguard looked up in horror, and thought that he really swung and thought about how a person could be so reckless, because it was suicide. The protagonist's body began to crumble. Green particles from his wounds began to appear. His heart immediately sank. The energy continued to diverge to the sides. The bodyguard looked ahead with alarm and thought that this could not be and that his meridians were restoring themselves, and his strength level was rapidly increasing and that he really was at the level of a saint. He looked at the idol that began to crumble and thought that the statue was quickly weakening. The protagonist continued his furious attack and said that it was just a stone block and there was nothing special about it. He managed to cut the idol and shouted for it to break. The wave of impact energy sharply diverged to the sides. The fragments of other statues also flew to the sides. Rings of power suddenly flew out of the palace. Chia burst into the palace and asked about who dared to touch the great hall of their sect. But suddenly he was shocked. Xiao was already standing with a confident face among the rubble and asked why he was so late, because he was already here breaking their building and demanded gratitude. The red-browed man immediately got furious and said that he was just an insignificant bug and asked how he dared to insult the immortals. He released a lot of energy and shouted that he would grind him into dust, to which the dark-haired man immediately said that he had just digested the flesh and blood of the saint, and his strength was full. It was high time to practice on him. But then black tongues of flame began to envelop him. He was suddenly thrown far back. The hero tried to hold on and gritted his teeth thinking that this was not a yen spell, and then he thought that these were not those small statues of the immortals. They began to lift him up into the circle of spirits, and told him that he had defiled the gods and insulted the immortals, and this was a grave sin, and he would be thrown into the 9 circles of the underworld for eternal torment. The protagonist clenched his teeth while the entities continued to repeat about torment. He clenched his teeth with all his might and tensed up. But then Xiao smiled slyly and asked what they cared about the immortals and called them pretenders. He beckoned them with his finger and said that they were just strangers who had pulled the skin of immortals over themselves and exalted their names, and that there were no immortals in this world, only strangers sitting on their thrones. He pointed his finger to his temple and said with a smile that only strangers with perverted minds who had long since stopped considering people as people. With a warlike smile, Chia pointed his finger, asking, "Does he yearn for death?" Red fetters bound Xiao's body, who said that so be it, today for sure, if he died, he would still sound the death knell for them, pseudo-immortals. Raising his fingers, the opponent said that then, as a true immortal, he would gladly grant his wish. The emperor standing in front asked him to stop. The man frowned and asked, what was he planning? Standing in the semicircular building, Yonghe asked, before he bowed down, would he allow them to ask a few questions? Looking at him, Chia replied that since the elder was silent, it meant he agreed. Floating above, Xiao wondered, why did this emperor's dog come out at such a time? Turning his head towards him, Yonghe asked, since he was not one of the holy warrior's subordinates, then why did he come? The hero replied that he had already said so, to kill him. Looking down, he exclaimed, what else is there to give vent to his rage? The emperor's eyes widened in surprise and he asked again. Bound by the red vortexes, the guy said that a person like the holy warrior had died, and the people of the martial arts alliance had lost heart, as if a loved one had died, and could no longer fight, and he and the cameraman with him were watching the entire nation. Imagining the battle of several opponents, the guy said that if he also kneeled, the entire country would follow his example, and confusion and decline would reign in the people's hearts. The guy opened his mouth wide and shouted that if he fell, it would be better for him to die right away. Calmly looking at Zhou, the emperor asked again, did he really want him to die? The hero clenched his fists when he heard that even the holy warrior, the pillar of the entire martial arts path, had fallen. What could his hot blood do? And replied that the dead can no longer be helped. Are you going to give up right away? Presenting figures of people in different poses, Xiao said that if a holy warrior died, it meant he was weak. Only he himself was to blame. If the current generation of fighters failed, then they would wait for the next one, and then the next one. Towering over the emperor, he continued that if the predecessors did not dare to sacrifice themselves and would only bow and yield, how could one expect that the descendants would be more decisive? The guy opened his mouth and exhaled. And then, frowning, he shouted that from today on, he would take on the burden of the martial arts path and become the new leader. The people standing on the platform heard that he would become the new leader of the martial arts path. The bodies of the guys were struck by swords. One of them smiled and said that he was a fine fellow. Chia grinned and asked, "The leader of the martial arts path in the chains of the immortals is quite a suitable fate." The hero resolutely opened his mouth and retorted that one tree was not a forest. If he failed, in 100 years there would be others. They would definitely be able to catch up. The emperor glanced sideways at the glow that had appeared next to him. Looking down, he wondered what kind of feeling this was. A shining sword appeared in his hand. The man took it out of its sheath. The faces of the assembled people were illuminated by a bright glow. Raising the sword back, Yongha asked, "Is this the sword of the human king?" Looking at it in surprise, Chia asked, "The emperor can control the sword of the human king. He dared to bring it with him?" Xiao also looked surprised. He jumped down to the ground and asked, "The sword of the human king, is it so powerful that it even affects the techniques of immortals?" Yongha tensely clutched the weapon, thinking that the ancestors were protecting them. He was not mistaken. Fragments of history were reflected on the blade. He thought that the founder who took control of the Celestial Empire owned the strongest army of his time, and was himself the first fighter of the era. After his death, his sword, the sacred relic, the sword of the King of Men, will be found with the Order's seal and tripod of the 9 provinces. It has become a symbol of the imperial power of mankind. It embodies the fate of Diyen, its sovereignty, and the fate of the people. A bright beam of light flew up from the sword. The man thought that if he could not awaken it today, there would be no way left for him except death. But now they will see how much the immortals will be afraid of him when it comes to the imperial will. The men watched the scene below. One of them asked, "Is this what Yongha relies on?" They really underestimated him, said that the sword itself is simply eternal. After so many years of nourishing faith and rituals, it has been saturated with the imperial fate. The third added that the aura of the emperor is ephemeral. Even if it exists, how can it affect the fate of cultivators? The pink-haired man crossed his arms and told them to go and check. The man opened his mouth, sending out waves of energy, saying that the worship of their sect was a matter concerning the future of their worship. It could not be interrupted. Chia opened his mouth in surprise, hearing the order to act. The men were surprised when a man appeared from above, greeting his friends from the Xientian sect. The man with long hair stroked his beard, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. Recognizing Yi from the Zhongzhou sect, he thought that his appearance at this time could not be a coincidence. He had intentionally interrupted the emperor's worship of their sect. On the map, the regions of the 9 great sects were marked, each of which controlled one of the provinces. They built temples and shrines, accepting offerings from the people of each province. And the great Dao sect, the sect of the deepest foundation, received the most in relation to the central province. One of the elders frowned, thinking that the plan to hide the truth had failed. Then the sect leader and the central province's heavenly mirror must be in danger. No wonder that guy was able to destroy the immortal statue. The sect leader must be no longer able to support it. He stretched out his hands, saying that he would not waste words. The activities of their sect leader in the central province have been exposed. All 9 sects already know about it. The worship of Emperor Yongha is cancelled. The man looked at him worriedly, asked, "What happened to their sect leader?" The man opened his mouth. Looking down, the elder replied that if this ended now, he would return safely. Xiao rubbed his injured shoulder, asking, "So he originally did not intend to bow?" Yongha held a shining sword, saying that as the ruler of the state, he cannot kneel. He had no choice. He thought that he really had no confidence. Knitting his brows, he thought, was this just luck this time? The boy winced as he stretched his hand, thinking that the awakening of the human king's sword might be related to this man. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared in front of the hero. The elder extended his hand, telling the emperor that the worship was over. This was all the Xientian sect's self-initiated work and had nothing to do with the other sects. Coming closer, he extended his hand, asking the emperor if he wanted to go back to the capital of the central province with him. He clasped his hands together and told him to take care of him, thinking that he wouldn't have to worship after all. The pink-haired man looked ahead, thinking that the emperor had a trump card. Had he made arrangements with the great Dao sect and others in advance? Otherwise, where did such a coincidence come from? Xiao waved his hands next to him, asking if he had forgotten anything there. Let him look there. The man turned to him, furious. Then he swung his arm sharply, shouting that he had knocked over the statue of an immortal and should be executed. Xiao mentally rejoiced that this was a heavenly punishment. His glasses were saved. The man extended his hand, addressing them, and asked them to wait. The emperor shielded the hero with his hand, while he indignantly thought that he wanted to ruin everything for him. Frowning, the man asked, did he want to protect him? The emperor thought that since he was enveloped in the imperial blessing, it would be different now. Let him not forget, everything was still ahead. And contentedly, showing his thumb down, The hero said that he had long ceased to be afraid of death. The emperor did not need to save him. It was only a pity that he had not managed to tear off their masks earlier. He tried to push the emperor away from himself, thinking that it was one thing to talk, another to interfere, but let him not risk it for his sake. The elders looked at the man, who said no. He lifted the admiring hero by his clothes, saying that this man had attempted to assassinate the emperor. According to the laws, he should be thrown into prison and then publicly executed. The hero thought that he had almost changed his mind about the emperor, and he really turned out to be a good man. Today he should die. Looking at E, the man said that then upon arrival in the capital he asks him to look after him, and at the same time it will serve as a warning that desecrating the immortals is a grave sin. Such a person cannot be spared. The old man stroked his beard. Introducing a stone statue, he said that he can count on it. People looked at the walking heroes in surprise. Words were heard about how so many immortals are intelligent. Is he sleeping? Rather let him pinch. This is definitely not a dream. The second said that let the immortals live forever, be immortal like the sky. Yongha turned to the side, thinking that since ascending the throne, he was able to bargain with the immortals face to face for the first time. Xiao was walking in shackles. Words were heard that this criminal dared to challenge the immortals, and they still allowed him to live, a real mercy. The girl took a step and asked to pass. Closing her eyes, the girl said that several sects of the 9 had gathered in one place. This did not bode well. They, the cultivators, followed the ancient path. They were not going to interfere with this. Shui walked past the shackled hero. Then, she turned around in shock. Her fingers picked up the white bandage. The girl looked at him with a surprised look, her eyes shining. She imagined Xiao, who was walking with his hands behind his head. Pulling her sister by the sleeve, she said about that guy and asked what he looked like. The shackled Xiao stuck out his tongue when a raw face flew into his head. The girl awkwardly scratched her cheek, saying that he was wounded. She did not see. But it seems that he is very handsome, and his last name is the same as hers. It seems that she knows him? The girl lifted her heel from the ground and swayed. Picking up her sister, the elder exclaimed that her eyes do not read anything special. Yes, now you will enter the path of immortality. She still experiences stress when she opens them, so she fell for no reason. Tensively turning in that direction, Shui thought that he was injured. What did he do? The eye under the mask looked away. She imagined a guy walking along a path with a dandelion, and thought that the world was changing like waves in the ocean. But he was still alive. They would definitely meet again. A smile appeared on the girl's lips. The sister touched her back, saying that she still did not answer. She knows him, to which she heard that she did not. The setting sun illuminated the mountains. The man approached the man sitting on the ground and addressed him as his adoptive father. Drawing a line, he told her not to call him that. Opening his mouth, the man said that there was no more martial saint in this world. He sat next to the stone on which he had drawn the symbols. The man sitting by the stone told Ching that he had long said that righteousness was his weakness, so he used flesh transformation to take his form and die in his place, even though he himself thought that he was not dying for him at all. The adopted son of martial Saint Qiankun said that he did not understand. Ching's sacrifice was worth it. Why did he not go to the immortal sect himself to kill this Emperor Yongha? Touching the tombstone with his finger, the man said that if one was killed, another would appear. So if the holy warrior died, it would give the martial arts world time. They would have time to find a way to defeat the outsiders. The symbols appeared on the stone from the movement of his fingers. He explained that firstly, it would give a chance to take a closer look at the strength of the elders of the Xientian sect. Then its meaning would be meaningful. Secondly, the technique of spiritual kinship is now on the threshold of a new level. It needs time to develop. Standing behind, the boy was surprised, saying, "Why didn't you just take it to the bottom? Why arrange a fake death for everyone who participated in the operation to assassinate the emperor?" The man stood up, interrupting him, and said that the martial arts world does not need some holy warrior. Resolutely looking forward, Martial Saint said that he led the path of martial arts for 40 years. More and more people followed in his footsteps, but not a single one came close to him. Looking at the buildings in the distance, he continued that people only know how to blindly worship strength, worshipping him as a symbol of the path of martial arts. But if this symbol falls, they will all be like beaten dogs. He imagined the people sitting in the cell. Frowning ahead, he continued that his existence had become a hindrance. The world needs warriors stronger than him to part one by one. Only then can they resist the path of immortals. In the cell, on the floor, sat a figure. Qiankun frowned, asking what the foster father wanted to make the fighters awaken if things went wrong. Martial Saint spread his hands and answered lightly that no one knew. Nothing worse than these 40 years under the yoke would happen. Standing next to the stone, he asked how Xiao was doing. Everything went well, and heard the answer that the imperial prison in the capital was strictly guarded. It would not be easy to pass on the technique to him. Thoughtfully touching his chin, the man said that he would keep his word. He was indeed a worthy candidate. Someone who was not afraid of dying could try to pass on another path in martial arts. He imagined the silhouette of a man, realizing, and asked again about the prison. Among the mountains, his words were heard, that now it was like this, then like this. The guy exclaimed that he would die, and asked again, Does he think that guy is afraid of death? Walking from the top of the mountain, the martial saint said that he had done a good job, gave a signal to the agent in time, and that Taoist had come to the southern region. While he was gone, he would lead the martial arts alliance. Qianquan cupped his fist and replied that he would obey. He looked forward resolutely. Glancing at the tombstone, he told Qijing that he had always said that he was a small martial saint, but he was becoming more and more like his father, but he was not even able to guess what he was really planning. Green leaves were flying in the air. The sky was illuminated by the setting sun. 2 days later, a ray of sunlight illuminated the residence of the head of Yen City. The heroes sat at the table opposite each other. The white-haired one said that they were old acquaintances. He would not even treat them to tea. The brown-haired one replied that he was still alive, tea was for guests, and he was uninvited. Looking ahead, Qijing said that he once left the civil service for the path of the warrior, and he went the way of the immortals. 40 years have passed, he became a real holy warrior, and he is a fake city leader. Where is his path? So he will become immortal. Wang closed his eyes, saying, why does he need immortality? He studies the art, not seeking to return. If the path of immortality becomes stronger, he will follow it. The path of martial arts becomes stronger, he will follow it. All he wants is peace, prosperity, and strength for the people. Sparks flew from the guy's gazes. Qijing said that his talents in martial arts are mediocre. According to the Tao of Immortality, he does not please the influential, and will not become anything. Wang replied that he cannot compare with him, who killed half the world, and then disappeared under the pretext of killing the emperor. The white-haired man threw down the bag and, saying that in this world only he is similar can argue with him, one with his teeth, the other with his fists. Looking at the blue bag in surprise, the guy asked, this bag was kept by an immortal, what was in it, and heard that his fists. A notebook and several items fell out of the bag. Looking at them in shock, Wang exclaimed, this is the basic foundation construction technique from the Xientian sect, and also talismans and artifacts. Where did he get all this? Qijing replied that he did not kill many immortals, but enough to collect some fragments of heritage. These things are much more useful than his miserable techniques. The hero looked forward excitedly. Grabbing his clothes, he said that many fighters are willing to become servants of immortals, if only to get at least a piece of such a generous offering. Covering one eye, Qijing said that he should not misunderstand. Outsiders have the concept of fortune chi of the secular realm, saying that emperors have birth chi, so they cannot gain immortality. Even if the emperor walks the path of the Tao, it is like catching a reflection in the water. Even if he succeeds, he will not live long, so these are all graves. Enthusiastically grabbing the gifts, he asked to accept his gratitude in advance. The white-haired man closed his eyes, saying that he was a fool. The path to immortality for the sake of fighting outsiders. It requires too many years. All the luck is unlikely to overcome him. He looked forward, hearing the question, if the people are enlightened, will the outsiders be scary? With a confident look, Wang said that he is in his path of martial arts changing time for life. He is in the path of immortality giving people the opportunity to live. The heroes looked at each other with a warlike expression. Qijing said that their paths were different, and his comrade replied that they could not go together. The white-haired man looked out the window, hearing the question of who the man was who died in his place. Leaves from the tree, the answer was that it was an old acquaintance. It was pouring rain in the mountains. The man stood by the tombstone. Holding an umbrella over his head, he said that if his death ultimately benefits him, would he consider it righteous? Smiling slightly, he continued that he said that even if he dies, it will definitely not be for him. Qijing held an umbrella over his head, saying that even if he is his own father. He touched the stone with his hand, saying that after this, there will be barely a tenth of his strength left. But it is possible to deceive the intuition of the spiritual kinship technique. Putting his hand on the tombstone, he said that this is a completed technique. He passed it on to Xiao in advance. The guy looked down and continued that he hoped he would understand her worth and kill the martial saint one day. The guy's head twitched like a cat's ears. He sat on the floor next to the cat and happily said that Qijing's flesh transformation technique was simply priceless. He angrily reached out his hands to the cat, asking what kind of look was that. He thought he was trash. Let him not run away. He would take him out of here today. When he heard the man say that it was his alley cat, really smart. The man in shackles held a book, saying that he wondered how she even got into the imperial prison. With a smile, raising his finger, Xiao replied that she climbed in through the window. Let him not care that she was fat. It was all water. She even squeezed through such a narrow gap. He asked how to address the other person. Since he was allowed to read so many books in prison, he must have a lot of support. The man holding the book smiled and said that his name was Wu Yao. What support? In 30 years he had simply become friends with all the rods. Looking down, the protagonist thought that the perception of the technique of spiritual kinship, he was from the Martial Arts Alliance. He felt like he was only rank 9, and said out loud that then he was like a senior here. Maybe you could keep an eye on him. Wu Yao closed his eyes, saying that they immediately found a common language. He had a medical treatise. It would not heal his completely damaged meridians, but at least ease the pain. The guy was surprised to think that he understood at one glance that the old man was not so simple with his body. Xiao turned around when he heard that the gentleman was calling him Wei. The man looked at him in surprise as he stood up, saying that he didn't need to be treated, he was doomed anyway, and asked what he was accused of. Looking over his shoulder, the hero replied that it was an assassination attempt on the emperor. Wei's eyes widened in surprise. He remained silently sitting in the cell. Putting the book on the floor, he wondered who he really was. Suddenly, a man appeared in the cell, telling him that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The man recognized Jiankun and asked why he came. He replied that in short, to pass on the technique, he found a worthy successor. The man sitting on the floor said what kind of question, if he had found one, he wouldn't be sitting here himself. He replied that if not, the martial saint wanted him to pass it on to one person. Turning his gaze to him, Wei asked who, and heard that it was Xiao. The man approached the table, telling the gentleman that a prisoner had been brought in. Xiao sat down on the bench with a confident look, saying that they were going to torture him. Let it be faster, he would not even wince. The great detective Wei raised a burning green gaze at him, asked if he really wanted to kill the emperor. The heroes thought with admiration that this was pressure, a warrior who had tempered his spirit. It felt very strong. The detective stood up and, looking at him ominously, said that he was very brave. He had long wanted to meet him. The guy thought that his karma points had risen again. However, the man patted the discouraged guy on the back with a smile, saying that he heard that he had defeated the strangers in the Shient sect. Well done, let him not be nervous. His Majesty just wants to know something about the family. The guy asked. Maybe he would not be executed. There was a plate of greasy food on the table. The man said that he was officially sentenced to death. There was no need for interrogation, but they had dinner ready, to chat at the table. The guy said, a death banquet. But then it was possible. He promises to tell everything as it is. 2 hours later, the man held a written sheet of paper, saying that he claims that his family is an ancient clan, hiding from the world for many years, having no permanent place of residence, ancestors either in the forests or on the sea islands. There are not many of them. While the guy was eating, the detective read that strict rules and harsh discipline. The ancestors were not famous, but succeeded in the path of martial arts, without chasing glory. Putting it in his pocket, Wei said that if he had not heard it himself, he would not have believed that there is a family where a worthy part of the family covenant, the Xiao clan, will die, and a strong miracle. He thanks for the story, saying that he will order to take him back to the cell. Looking at the roasted bird, Xiao asked if he could take the chicken with him, which he heard that it would be packed now. The happy guy was carrying a package with chicken. Wei looked at him carefully. Xiao turned his attention to the man who addressed him. Folding his hands in a welcoming gesture, the jailer said that his name was Yuan. He heard everything he said. His family was truly heroic and admirable. If he suddenly needed something, he should boldly ask. He touched the guy's hand, enthusiastically saying that the chicken was probably heavy. He would help. Xiao asked. He was a jailer, and he was a death row inmate. How could he be so polite? To which he heard that he could. He had dreamed of being like him since childhood. A small glow was visible in the dark cell. The guy put the package on the floor, telling the old man that he brought him something delicious. Wei asked, was that the smell of honey fried chicken from the capital's tavern? The guy waved his hand when he was asked why. He hadn't done anything, and replied that he didn't like to be in debt. He gave a thumbs up when he was asked. He hadn't even used this medical book, he replied. What am I doing out of goodwill? That's enough. Wei looked at the guy, thinking that he was being straightforward if possible. He interrupted his thoughts, and remembered how he had addressed Jiankun, saying that he was sentenced for offending the immortal sect. A few days, even if he learned his technique, what's the use? A ray of moonlight illuminated the figure brewing on this, who said that he had been in this prison for 30 years. He himself said that his days were numbered. Were those years in vain? The old man looked down and said that his technique was neither like the ancient nor the modern martial school. It was still incomplete. If he rushed into practicing, at best he would go crazy, at worst he would explode. Without turning around, Jiankun said that the order to transfer the technique was given by Martial Saint, but in the end it was up to him. And whether to study or not and how to study, that was up to Xiao himself. The man watched the guy in the next cage and thought that he didn't even know that he was almost at the chopping block, and he was so easygoing. He said that he ate, drank, slept, and then calmly went to execution. The old man's body was surrounded by green rays. He thought that maybe he really would learn his technique. Wei looked at the notes in the book, saying that Xiao was as firm in character as he was. Frowning a little, he thought that his story about the family was full of holes, as if he was making it up. And yet the rumors about the family would not come out. When would the emperor find out the truth? It would not be so easy. Turning to the guy, the man asked how old man Wu Yao was. Yuan replied that he was reading, saying that he had recently returned to the 8th rank. The detective looked at him in confusion and asked again, wasn't he at level 9? He was already over 80. Where did the progress come from? The vortexes around the old man were blooming further and further. Covering himself with his hand in an attempt to resist, Xiao asked what was going on. His level was rising, 8th, 7th, continuing to rise. Wu Yao's eyes were shining. He said that someone told him to pass on his life technique. The guy joyfully clasped his hands and thought that it seemed like the Martial Arts Alliance hadn't deceived him after all. They had sent him the technique. Then he said that he shouldn't be embarrassed then. What kind of legendary teaching? Closing his eyes, the old man said that they don't call it a legend, but it can be considered the path of longevity. The shocked Xiao's mouth opened wide. Xiao happily grabbed the bars, asking if he was going to pass on the martial technique to him. Was it really a long-lived fist? Looking at him with a slight grin, Weia asked, the long-lived fist of the Chien family. By the way, he is also from this family. And then he knows where the long-lived fist came from. Why is it this style that retains strength and energy even in old age? The guy thoughtfully touched his chin, saying that he heard, like an immortal passed on this technique. The man imagined the silhouette of a man in a circle and said that in fact, among the 9 great sects, there's one called the Longevity Sect. The cultivators of this sect researched martial arts and the ways of the Tao, and eventually created the canon of the long-lived fist. It's just that this road was never fully completed, so the canon was abandoned, eventually ending up with the Xiao family. The discouraged hero touched his chest, thinking that this is a path that was not reached to the end, and even a path that the immortals of longevity abandoned. Sitting in the next cell, the guy exclaimed, he said that he was going to pass on this longevity to him. Does that mean he was able to go further along this path that they did not take? Green swirls appeared around Weia's hand. He said that martial artists naturally have a decrease in energy in old age. The body weakens. He lowered his palm, growing sprouts, and said that if the blood and chi can continue to grow and strengthen, and break through even further. The man's palm had a flower meadow, he asked, what then? Staring ahead in shock, Xiao said that he understood. He imagined himself very inflated and deflated, and thought that the principle of a long-lived fist is like an inflated balloon in the shape of a person. All the blood and chi are sealed in the body, thereby slowing down aging, prolonging life. But if you release the air, the accumulated energy leaks sharply, the person quickly flies away, although the risk is high. But if you can hold on, you can prolong life. The boy stared at the bars with admiring eyes, exclaiming that they would now introduce a technique that did not require restraint. On the contrary, the energy grew and more every year. The more you accumulated, the longer you lived. So this is really a longevity technique. What is it called? Weia held the scroll in dismay, saying that they called it the canon of the human path, since the technique was not yet complete. To begin with, let it be the canon of the king of Mount Sumeru. The hero asked, is it okay? One technique has 2 names. Isn't this one of those techniques where you need to give up something before practicing? Handing over the scroll, the old man said that he originally called it the canon of the king of Mount Sumeru. Many times, too small to accommodate his intention, the martial path is the path of humanity. So he renamed it the canon of the human path. His presentation, it will be a martial arts technique that everyone can practice. He imagined many people standing in a fighting stance, and said that even if a person with low ability but a strong will could also master it, he would just go slower. So this technique is not just a path of longevity for warriors, it is a path of longevity for the path of martial arts itself. Xiao recoiled in shock from his radiance, saying how inspiring it was. He was showing off again, and he succeeded again. Weia exhaled, saying that the technique was created by him and was not yet complete. He looked at the guy seriously and said that if he started learning, he might go astray and die. Xiao looked at him confidently, saying that death was not a hindrance, that was all he wanted. Clenching his fist, the old man exclaimed, in that case, was he ready? Stretching out his hands in admiration, the guy said that he was completely ready. However, the old man's words hit him like a fist, ordering him to say his dream and his understanding of the martial path, why he was training. Looking at his interlocutor with displeasure, the guy asked what kind of test questions. The other one said that he still did not understand him. Rubbing his beard, Weia said that he attempted to assassinate the emperor, a suicide bomber, is still looking for the path to longevity. Is this not a contradiction? Closing his eyes, the hero said that the desire to live forever does not require justification. Everyone wants this. Seeing the path of longevity before death is already good, he thought that he needed to dial something. The 2 prisoners in the prison silently looked at each other. Xiao exhaled. With a slight smile, he clenched his fist and said that he was training to become strong, so that his fists would become bigger and stronger. That was his goal. Staring at him tensely, Weia wondered, another one of the holy warrior fanatics? Standing up, the guy continued that because there was too much injustice in the world. He extended his hand, saying that only when his fist was big enough would he be able to stand up and resolve this injustice. Resolutely clenching his fingers into a fist, he said that if it was not big enough, the strength would not be enough, and if he climbed forward, he could die, not only not help others, but also harm his loved ones. He strives to fulfill his inner desire for human justice. The old man's eyes widened in shock. Xiao awkwardly looked away, said that he told her everything. Did he have any more questions? And thought to himself that he was embarrassed to the point of goosebumps. The man held out a scroll, saying that following the call of the heart and pursuing justice is truly respectable. Now she is his. With words of gratitude, the hero took the scroll and thought that having come to this world, he had died many times, and each time death reminded him of one thing, People live hard, people are ignorant, the world is unfair, if you do not strive upward, anyone can kill him. If you die and rejoice, but still there will be no peace, all this anger, it has already strengthened inside him, sooner or later he will tear it apart. The hero turned around in surprise at the man who had fallen down. Yuan was soaking his neighbor on the floor and said that it hurt. He listened and stumbled. Holding a vessel in his hand, he said that the guy only took a chicken, he was worried that he would choke, so he brought wine, he did not eavesdrop on purpose. Turning his gaze to the hero, Wuya said that now that he knows about the canon of the human path, what will he do with it? He thought that Xiao, although all the meridians are destroyed, but killing the jailer will not be difficult for him. The guy spread his hands, asking why he should do this. They were just prisoners, the prison was not theirs, there were guards next to them, this was a common thing. He took the vessel from the guy, asking, did he want his martial path to become eternal? Smiling, handing him the wine, Xiao said that then they should share, let everyone be able to practice, only then will it become the canon of the human path. The old man closed his eyes with a smile, saying that with those close in spirit, even 1,000 cups are not much, and thought that he was not mistaken in him, it was only a pity that they were doomed. But the human path requires time and effort, the higher the level, the more time is needed. He spent 30 years in prison and only reached the 4th level, further is only guesswork. The heroes in the prison drank wine together. The man thought that before his death he helped him realize his dream, pass on his path, he had nothing more to wish for. Clouds floated in the sky. A man in rich clothes stood in front of a sword hanging on the wall. Imagining the image of a hero, he thought that the sword of the king of men, the ancestor called it the sword of the king of men, why? When Xiao appeared, the sword suddenly responded, why? Staring at the book intently, Yonghe thought that the report said that the Xiao family was a hidden noble family, supposedly they had many elders, it was a pity that Xiao never reached the 3rd rank of spirit attainment, such a family could hardly achieve more. A man appeared behind, telling the emperor that there was news from the prison. Wuya had achieved a breakthrough, returned to the 7th rank, in recent days he often communicated with Xiao, they had private conversations. The man turned and asked again, saying that he had already been in prison twice for a total of more than 30 years. The former minister of ceremonies was already over 80, if he was not released, he would die in prison, let him come back. The boy put his palms together and asked what happened to Xiao. The people of the great Dao sect were demanding his execution again. The emperor turned away. In the room with the sword hanging on the wall, an order to execute him was heard. The boy stood in front of many people in the square. Xiao's body was tied up. Looking at him with emotion, Yuan thought that the elder would forever remain in his heart. The head of the Shijing prison showed a seal, saying that the criminal named Xiao attempted to kill the emperor, insulted the immortals and gods. His sin is unforgivable by the will of the emperor. Throwing a tablet with a seal, the man ordered to begin the execution. The guard pressed on the hero's shoulder, he knelt down. Confidently glancing at him, the boy said that if he is killed, then he is killed, let them take his life. But his knees do not bend, he will not kneel. People opened their mouths in surprise, words were heard that they were seeing this for the first time. A criminal refused to kneel at the execution, someone said that he did not repent even before death. This warrior had a strong character. A third added that such an adamant even in the face of death is a real man. The guard pressed harder on the hero's body, displeasedly saying that before death he was still acting like a hero, he had seen all sorts, he could definitely deal with such an upstart. A man appeared behind him, who told the useless people to disperse. The man put his hands behind his back, saying that even when dying he still tried to make a noise. Smiling, Xiao asked if he could arrange a spectacle for him after death. The man hit the guy under the knees, forcing his legs to buckle. The force of the blow crumbled the bones. Looking at him arrogantly, the man said that his legs were broken, now he can only kneel. His eyes widened in shock. Xiao with burning eyes continued to stand on his feet. He smiled broadly and ordered to listen carefully. The guy's body was surrounded by a glow. He said that Xiao does not bow to either heaven or earth, much less will he bow to the entire emperor and his strangers. One of the guys stared forward in shock. Words were heard that his bones were sticking out. Are there really people in this world who are not afraid of death? If you go against the emperor, strangers and 100 lives will not be enough. Displeased, turning to the executioner, the man asked what he was staring at. Let him execute him. He said that he had not yet knelt down, and heard that it did not matter. The weapon rushed to the hero's neck. The sword descended, carrying out the execution. The gray eye looked forward. The long-haired boy stood among the falling leaves, thinking that a tree that can only be shared by two grows from a tiny sprout. What the hero said before his death, he, Jian, remembered, he will definitely fulfill his covenant and tell the world about the Xiao family. Yuan wiped away his tears, remembering the elder. Imagining the boy standing in the cage, he remembered how he told him that he passed on his art to him. But he did not have time to repay him with kindness. He was about to leave this world. He was powerless and insignificant. Xiao then replied that if he wanted to repay, let him leave some silver, put it under a crooked tree in the cemetery. His relatives would pick it up later. Clutching the handle of the spear, the boy told the hero not to worry, he would do as he promised. He stood in front of the stairs. A man with a bracelet on his leg was hovering in the sky. The girl was sitting on a round platform, saying that the Xiao family, she would remember. Hanging on the chains was a pendant of longevity consciousness. Xiao put his hand on his hip with satisfaction and said, I wonder what kind of reward he will get for this death. A system window appeared in front of him. It said that the death grade is S, immortals in the form of a mortal. The reward for death is great completion. Additional skill points are 200. 4 out of 5 weeks of rebirth remain. The guy happily exclaimed that the grade is S. Let them give all the rewards here. Suddenly, many system windows with skills that were 100% completed fell on his head. Pressed down by the information windows, the guy laughed happily, saying that he understood the S-grade rewards. He sat leaning on one knee and said that other than these 3 vague and incomprehensible new techniques, everything else was already maxed out. In front of him was an information window with a state bar of C and blood, 70% full. He asked, is this a new hint, and it fell? The head closed his eyes, thinking that his body would be in an instant, as if he had lived 60 years in an instant. But the training experience for these 60 years is equal to several lives of an ordinary fighter, which means that the drop in Qi and blood due to the fact that the segment had pumped up a bunch of techniques, the body simply could not withstand the overload. Although no, it would be more accurate to say that it fell to the minimum, but then thanks to the cannon of the king of the mountain Sumuru rose back to 70% of the peak. Surrounded by radiance, the guy raised his head, looking at the seal. Next to it, a system window appeared, which reported that after the destruction of the first chain, skill points for death were doubled. The system no longer displays the remaining years of life. Health points are now taken away randomly, depending on the assessment of death. If you do not agree, one operation is available. If successful, health will not be removed. Xiao opened his mouth in bewilderment, asking what this means. Before, a year of life was taken away for death, and now how will it turn out? Maybe all at once. It turns out that his suicidal tricks are now more profitable, but also more dangerous. A new system window appeared in front of him, which said that the carrier's brain overload was recorded. Immediate loss of consciousness, the guy exclaimed. Could you not explain everything in a little more detail? Surrounded by radiance, the hero materialized on the ground by the stream. Resting his head on his hand in dissatisfaction, he said that he had already reached this level. Wuya said that in 30 years he had only reached the 4th level. He did not expect that in an instant he would surpass his 30 years of effort. Confidently looking at his reflection in the water, the guy said that his face was still young. He looked like he was in his early 20s. He thought it was because of the Qi and blood, but now he sees that most likely this system adjusted his body, combining the effect of the Fist of Longevity and the Cannon of the King of the Mountain. The anti-aging effect is maximum. Clenching his fist, the guy said that besides, the Wuya technique was not complete. If he continued to develop it, perhaps it would give an even greater effect. There was a full moon in the sky above the forest. He said that we would deal with this later, but for now it was time to get the other part of the reward. Someone was digging hard in the cemetery. Yuan raised the hoe above his head, saying that they needed to dig deeper so that the hero's heart and blood would not fall into the hands of stray cats and wild dogs. The boy was frightened when he heard the question of what he was doing here. Then he fell to his knees, asking for forgiveness for disturbing him. Xiao was glad that he had come to the truth, calling him honest. The hero leaned towards him, surprised that he was so happy, and asked if he was afraid of ghosts. He happily smiled and replied that the boy had been a hero in life, and that death had made him a formidable spirit, which meant that he had nothing to fear. Taking the bag in his hands, Xiao replied that he was his relative, and gave another name. Yuan agreed, saying that the dead cannot be brought back, and introduced himself as a warden in a heavenly prison. In the bag, the hero saw silver and a book, noting that they had not agreed on this. Putting his fist on his chest, the interlocutor told him that the elder had passed on the martial art to him in prison, and they had agreed that this silver would be passed on to the family. He also hoped that the canon of the human path would develop further. Then the hero thought that this guy not only had money, but was also honest, so he was worth communicating with. Yuan fearfully put his hands in front of himself, asking if he really didn't want to keep such a rare technique for himself, and replied that it was a relic. Looking down, he added that stealing things from relatives was the most bitter thing that could happen in life, and Xiao noticed that he had some kind of story and demanded to tell it. They sat down near a tree, and the guy told him that his family used to be merchants in the capital of the empire. Then he remembered himself with his parents, saying that although he was not a biological son, there was love and harmony in their family. Afterwards, he recalled a lot of gold, saying that his foster father had become rich thanks to his talent. He could tell a fake from a treasure at a glance. Afterwards, he presented a painting, saying that happiness often turns into misfortune, so a few years ago, his father accidentally obtained a bloody sun canvas that helps a spirit-tempering level warrior make a breakthrough, and because of this, he was killed. Looking ahead, Yuan said that after his father died, their family businesses were seized, and his sister went missing, so he became a jailer, hoping to use his connections in the government to find her. Later, he learned that the warrior was just an employee of another family. Imagining his silhouette, he said that his name was Ghost Sword. Xiao put his hand on his shoulder when he said that he wanted to take revenge on him. But then he learned that the head of that family had become friends with the great Tao sect, and the hero told him that revenge was muddy waters and he could not. But the boy replied that one must avenge one's parents. Then the hero pointed to himself, and told him that this was why he was here, thinking that he would have all the tools to level up. He laughed ominously when he heard that even the emperor did not want to get involved with this sect, and replied that he was happy at the thought, and that his blade was already waiting for its harvest. Words could be heard in the dark forest that this was Yuan's personal matter, but the hero replied that he should not worry, and passed on his last name. Meanwhile, the man bowed and greeted immortally. Stroking his beard with his hand, he said that Ching had served their great Tao sect for many years, and they all saw his aspirations. Raising his head, the man replied that he was being overpraised. A girl appeared behind him, saying that he was too modest. She sarcastically noted that Ching had killed his wife for the sake of achieving the Tao, and such determination was not something an ordinary person could have. Looking at him intently, she still said that he had no spiritual roots, and therefore was not fit for the path of immortals. Ching only looked at her with fear. Then he lowered his head again, saying that he knew that his talent was insignificant, but he aspired to the path with all his heart, and asked her to show him the way. Looking at him, the girl thought that he was a fanatic who could be seen through with a single glance, and he was useless for her path of enlightenment. Raising his hand, he told him that he could not become an immortal, and asked if he had ever heard of the Tao through martial arts. Surprised by this, the man raised his head again. A bright symbol appeared in front of his interlocutor, saying that after the death of the holy warrior, there was chaos among the martial artists, and if he could become the strongest who would become their leader, he would be able to represent the great Tao sect as the ruler of the martial arts world, and such a level of achievement is much higher than being an ordinary outer disciple. Ching landed on the ground again, thanking the immortal and saying that he had completely seen his order. Frowning, the man thought that the emperor had drawn the sword of the king of men, and the solution here is simple: if the Dayan dynasty falls, its fate will collapse, and the sword of human blood will also lose its shine. Then the puppet king will create a land immortal kingdom for the sect. After flying away, he said that there are still orders for the man, and handed him over to Daojun. Raising a finger, the girl said that the richest man in the capital is one of the main sources of their spiritual support. The stargazing teacher saw that he was in trouble. Ching told her that he was ready to serve even at the cost of his life. She placed her hand on his head, saying that he was a good man. Daojun looked at the man with a smile, thinking that even boring mortals, if provoked again and again, begin to change, but for now he will become her toy. The man's hand trembled, and he told himself to continue to endure, because only by performing a feat can he gain a foothold in the sect. The man stood next to the bloody trail. Pouring water from a jug, he said that they met too late, and regretted that fate did not bring them together, and also that as soon as he left, the emperor reinstated him in his position. The water fell, washing away the blood. Wuya, raising his eyes, said that he would not have time to complete the interpretation of the canon of the human path in the remaining days, and yet they would not see the flowering of the human Tao. He looked at the bright moon in the sky, saying that it was no big deal, and that the king's canon had already been passed down to the family, meaning that as long as the knowledge was passed down, hundreds of years later the wild flames would one day flare up again. Daojun wrote characters with a brush, saying that a man like a boundless sea had failed the imperial examinations many times. After the instruction from the holy warrior, he began to notice martial arts, seeing them as a shortcut to officialdom. Resting his head on his hand, she said that it seemed that because of his interference in the affairs of the immortals, he had angered the emperor, having been imprisoned twice in 30 years. His body was like a fly in the sky, but his mind was as strong as a mountain, and he was striving with all his heart for the prosperity of the human path, wondering whether this was a crazy dream or a great goal. Closing the scroll, she noted that this was much more interesting than the master's assignment about the best saint in the human world. Flying to the bloodstain, she noticed that even Wuya was favorably disposed towards Xiao. Blood stained her brush as Daojun decided to see who he really was and where he came from. She then ran it across the piece of paper. The blood that remained on the ground reached out to him. She watched in surprise. Slightly opening her mouth, the immortal noticed that he had no soul. Laughing loudly, she called it very interesting. Someone's dark silhouette was visible on the roof. Wei's eye was shining brightly, thinking that as soon as the holy warrior died, various evil spirits appeared. White clouds of dust in the sky. Xiao stood in front of the house. The man said that this was the old mansion of the Fong family that he wanted to rent, and the hero replied that everything was fine with him. Smiling, the man said that if everything was fine, he would go, happy that he managed to rent out the house where the man died for full price. He remembered his meeting with the guy, thinking that he had easily managed to get into this house, and now he needed to make his move, and also remembered his question about what the treasure map was. Yuan pulled his hand back, saying that the map was divided into the solar part and the lunar part. His father hid the solar part. The ghost sword was always hidden by another family. It could only be lured out with an exalted spirit-level artifact. The blood moon was the best choice, but he could not appear under his own name, so he asked for it. Now the hero took the map in his hands, having found it in a secret compartment in the office. Putting it in his pocket, he thought that the task was completed. Then he remembered the sad look of his comrade and his words about how sad it is when things left by loved ones are taken away. Sitting on the floor, he decided to leave him a gift. Xiao's body was surrounded by a bright light when he began to interpret the Quran on the human path. The light became brighter. Drops of blood fell to the floor. The hero put his hand on his chest, saying that he almost went mad, and also remembered the old man's words that it was extremely dangerous to comprehend this teaching. Sighing calmly again, he decided that nothing terrible had happened, and he needed to continue. Suddenly, the guy farted. The embarrassed hero told himself that such turns were quite natural. One of the organs fell to the floor. There was heat in his stomach, and he realized that his liver had burst. Then, smiling again, he told himself that this was a top martial art, so everything was fine. When the teeth fell to the floor, the hero continued to calm himself down. Blood spurted again. A rib pierced the wall. Trying to stay on his feet, Xiao said that it was too powerful this time, simply because he was too strong, the internal energy was too dense. Standing on the table, he decided that this was how they were testing the new rules of the system. He held the rope in his hands with a smile, saying that if he died, then at least on the path to the rise of the human Tao, life would not be lived in vain, asking the system not to let him down. Hanging on the rope, his last words were for the system to allow a reboot. Half a month later, people on the street were shouting that the Fong family house was the entrance to the world of the dead. The man hit the table with annoyance, saying that in 2 weeks there were 8 corpses, that the price of the house had fallen to 1/10, and still no one was renting or buying, worrying about their salaries. His companion waved to the people, asking for forgiveness, calling it a simple shock. He remembered the corpses in the house, saying that it was very strange, because all the tenants there died under mysterious circumstances, suggesting that there was an evil spirit there, and offering to invite a Taoist master. Another man remembered one of Xiao's corpses, answering that there was one like that too. He grabbed his companion, shouting that he did not care, and that they had been friends for many years, so he was obliged to help sell this house. But he replied that everyone already knew that people died in the house, and only ghosts would buy it. They turned around, hearing that someone was ready to buy it. Yuan put the paper on the table, saying that he would buy it at the current price, and asked for documents. The merchants looked at him, asking if he was serious, because even for 1,000 such an estate could not be bought, and also reminded them of the long-standing friendship of their masters. Yuan was about to leave, but the man grabbed his hand and stopped him. With a sly smile, he added that because of this friendship, no one else would be able to buy this estate. The guy showed 2 fingers behind his back, thinking that Xiao had foreseen everything, saying that if he came with money today, he would be able to return the family property on the spot, and it worked. Having changed his clothes, the hero sat nearby, thinking that it was not in vain that he died in his house every time. The system messaged with the death rating. He thought that recently the system had conducted a death test with a low rating, without affecting the life limit, removing a maximum of several months, and it seemed that if he did not receive an A or S rating, his life was not in danger. He recalled all his deaths and failed breakthroughs, thinking that all the points he had accumulated during this time were gone, but he had not advanced to the 6th level of the Mountain King Sutra, and as long as it did not advance, the chi and blood would decrease with each rebirth. Confidently clenching his fist, Xiao decided that at least a vector had appeared, and progress was clearly faster than the hundreds of years that we are expected to spend, and he needed to finish the canon of the human path as soon as possible. A dark silhouette of a man appeared around the corner. Peeking out from around the corner, she said that her brother now had money. He was able to buy back the family estate. Taking a deep breath, she added that now he was doing much better than in those years. Then, with a crazy smile, she said that her heart ached worse than when it lost money. Suddenly, the man grabbed her, saying that it was time to go home. She turned to him when he asked why she shouldn't go to her brother, and replied that he was only her mother's stepson, and besides, her father had written down all the inheritance to him before his death, completely forgetting about his own daughter, so she was no longer connected to them in any way. They began to leave, and he told her that it was right, that being his concubine was much more honorable than being the daughter of that family. In the courtyard, 2 trees towered. Yuan said that his father had once found them, and he and his sister had planted them with their own hands, so the man wanted them to support each other, like these trees. Both were sitting at the table, and the guy added that now that the house had been returned, he only dreamed of finding his sister, bringing her home, to which the hero noted that it was a matter of time, and now it was time to deal with his enemies. The guy put his hand on the map and asked about his interlocutor secretly spreading the rumor about the blood moon, to which he replied that no one does business by hiding it. Xiao looked at the interlocutor with a smile, asking where his father sold antiques. Many people gathered on the street. Someone said that the Blood Moon painting was an ancient painting that was hundreds of years old. Its price was 10,000 without bargaining. The old man hung this painting on a stick. People looked at him with distrust, calling the old man a swindler putting on a show in the capital, and that his painting was too pretentious and not worth that kind of money. One of the passers-by stared at that old man. A swing of the sword cut through the stone. The warrior turned around and asked if the interlocutor was sure. That same passerby bowed, saying that he was sure. The painting was exactly as he described it. The masked man lowered his head, thinking that the blood moon was only half a picture, and it was no wonder that he pondered it to no avail, and it seemed that only by combining the sun and moon could one understand its secret. He looked at his interlocutor with an ominous look and asked, "Where is that old man?" The old man was walking along the dark street. A certain sound was heard from behind him. The blade of a sword appeared near his neck. The attacker's eye was shining brightly. Yet he retreated. Xiao, holding the blade in front of him, did not understand why his intuition told him that if he struck with the sword now, he would die. A red aura emanated from the old man. Surrounded by it, the old man noted the superiority in strategy, calling him a warrior of the spirit tempering level. Turning around, he noted that it seemed to be that same ghost sword. The masked man thrust his sword into the ground, saying that he never thought he would encounter such a monster with such wild energy, although he was not even a spirit cultivation warrior. When the old man came closer, he asked him if they had met before, and he replied that he had been watching him for a long time, thinking that other than the holy warrior, he was the first true third-rank spirit-tempering warrior he was fighting. Xiao spread his arms wide, thinking that he could finally feel it personally, and hoped that his opponent would not disappoint him. The warrior, folding his hands in a welcoming gesture, was amazed by the transition from inner strength to spirit cultivation, comparing it to a leap from 0 to 1, and that the gap between them was huge, so he could not fight the old man, thinking that he could not fight head-on, but needed to intimidate him. The hero rushed at him, saying that it was wonderful, and he would see how big the gap between 0 and 1 was. His opponent was surprised that he wanted to scare him, but in the end, he caught fire. The masked warrior put his hand in front of him in confusion, saying that in his presence, a complete 0 was him. Both of them looked at each other in silence. The man rushed away, wondering why the old man froze. Deciding that it did not matter, he ran away. But suddenly he received a kick in the face. Then he fell to the ground. Xiao lowered his head, saying that he was not even worthy of using the heavenly demon's decay. Shocked by this, the man replied that he was from the Martial Arts Alliance. If he continued to be pushed into a corner, the Alliance would not let it go. The old man leaned towards him, saying that it sounded impressive. Visibly nervous, the masked man confirmed this and thought that his opponent was scared, thinking that this was a chance for survival. Imagining the silhouette of a man, he said that the Martial Arts Alliance was an organization that achieved the Tao through martial arts, and after the death of the Holy Warrior, the organization disappeared from the scene and faded into the shadows, and now in this world, only the king can raise the banner of the martial arts path. His eyes sparkled brightly. The opponent scared the historian. But Xiao slapped him on the cheek, telling him to stop talking, and asked about what it means to achieve the Tao through martial arts. Having presented the pyramid, the man replied that it meant that based on the stage of comprehension of the spirit, a person takes another step forward, creating a fighting golden body, overcomes the limits of the flesh, and then he is not afraid of blades, fire, or water, and breaks any techniques with one force. Having presented the emblem, he also noted that the Martial Arts Alliance consists only of those who have already achieved comprehension of the spirit. Interestedly raising his hand to his face, the hero called them cool. His interlocutor said that if he was interested, then he could also speak out, even if he had not yet achieved comprehension of the spirit. All this strength would not be a hindrance. Bright traces appeared. The masked man grabbed his hand, surprised that the old man actually hit him, not fearing the revenge of the alliance. Blood flowed from his fingers with the words that if this alliance is the same trash as he is, then he has nothing to fear. Besides, he has long wanted to figure out how tempering the spirit differs from tempering by force. Raising his hand ominously, Xiao told him to show his best, demanding that he let the intuition of the spiritual comprehension warrior feel it well. If he could dodge his attack, he would spare him. The old man moved his hand behind his back, talking about the attack from the left to the face. The man watched him with his bright eye. Xiao extended his hand forward, and he noticed the simple trajectory of the strike. With a confident smile on his face, the warrior thought that with such speed, he could easily dodge even if the enemy had powerful chi and blood. But then Xiao struck him in the face. He continued to attack him again and again. Seeing many hands in front of him, the masked warrior thought that he could feel his movement, but he still could not dodge. His opponent changed trajectories faster than the sensitivity of spiritual comprehension could react. After that, he fell to the ground. The man held his hand out in confusion and begged for mercy, saying that they were not enemies at all. The old man placed his hand on his head, saying that even if he died, he would understand why. Frowning, Xiao told him that when he killed the Fang clan couple for his own gain, he never thought that such a day would come. The warrior's eyes grew wider with fear. Kneeling in front of him, he said that he would tell him more about achieving the Dao through martial arts, but the hero demanded that he let him go, saying that he was not interested. But the man insisted that it would definitely come in handy, and in order to achieve the Dao through martial arts, one must first comprehend the spirit and then temper the body. With his mouth wide open, he told him that the members of the Martial Arts Alliance practiced the Golden Body technique. It has 3 stages of copper skin, iron bones and golden body, in which the strength of the body directly depends on the level of tempering the spirit, and a warrior of the comprehension of the spirit of the 3rd rank can only reach the level of copper skin. But suddenly blood came out of his mouth. Xiao moved away from him a little. The masked warrior fell to the ground dead. Raising his hand to him, the hero did not feel a pulse, thinking about what it could be. So he took out a scroll from his pocket. After putting it in his own, he decided that whatever it was, one thing is clear: those who possess the secret of the Dao through martial arts do not want it to be revealed, and they also act cruelly and decisively. Someone appeared behind him, saying that his family is really from the secret great clans. Xiao turned around, noting that he had sensed someone else's presence here from the very beginning, adding that he had long heard that there was a legendary detective operating in the capital, patrolling the streets at night and appearing as if from thin air, so the rumors were true. Wei folded his hands in a welcoming gesture and replied that he was too kind. The old man aimed his fist at him. The man managed to step back, not understanding why. Xiao addressed him, saying that his younger brother had died due to the fault of the authorities. And swinging his leg, he added that he would not forget or forgive this entity in pain. The old man rushed towards Wei, who had jumped up. Cold began to form in front of the man's hands. Ice blocks formed around him when he used the divine claws of the ice soul. The ice flows enveloped Xiao's hand. Both touched the ground. The old man looked at his ice-covered hand, thinking that his opponent had torn apart his inner strength in an instant, and so this was the power of a first-rank spirit-tempering warrior, although he could easily defeat a third-rank fighter now, but the intuition of a first-rank warrior was several steps ahead of his movement. Wei, who stood in front of him, said that he had no evil intent, he only wanted to ask about some things concerning his family. But he replied that he could not believe the words of the Emperor's dog. Looking at his interlocutor, the hero decided that he would end the performance here, telling him to remember that the old man had come to avenge his son, also thinking that Wei would definitely report this to the capital. After Xiao rushed away, hearing that the soul poison from the divine claws was difficult to remove, and he should consult a doctor at the clinic at the western gate of the city. Wei frowned, thinking that the old man's family was truly extraordinary. Although his claw art could tear apart his flesh, it could not penetrate deeper, and his profound strength was even stronger than his body. Looking down, the man also thought that he understood that the old man wanted him to tell everyone about this. But going against the Emperor's immortal sex was like beating an egg against a rock. Zhong sacrificed himself for justice, and he was not the one to achieve it at such a moment, and he would not let him die in vain. Seeing a silhouette on the roof, Wei asked him why he was hiding there, telling him to come down. But the unknown person began to run away, and after chasing after him, the man decided that no one should know about what happened today. Later, drops of blood fell to the ground. Wei put his hand on the wound, saying that today he was not strong enough to stop the rumors about the hero, which meant that the news would still spread throughout the capital. He fell to the ground, saying that achieving the Dao through martial arts was much more terrible than it seemed. Yuan fell to his knees, saying that he would never forget Xiao's great feat. Picking him up, the hero told him not to do that. Then he handed over a scroll with words about how Ghost Sword had set his sights on the bloody sun painting and tried to kill him, but in the end he himself died, and now the 2 paintings, the sun and the moon, had returned to the owner, which meant that partial revenge for his parents had been accomplished. But the guy handed it back. With a shining smile, he said that even though it was because of these paintings that his family died, they were still a treasure, and let the hero think that he was handing it over on their behalf, asking them to accept it. Mesmerized by it, Xiao did not answer that it was somehow awkward, thinking that this was a painting that could help with a breakthrough in comprehending the spirit, and it would be a lie if he said that they did not interest him. Yuan ran around the hero, asking him not to be shy and saying that he helped with revenge, and he had nothing else to repay. Pleased with this, Xiao took it in his hands, saying that in this case he would accept it, and the guy would now be under the protection of his family. On the table lay the paintings of the bloody sun and moon. Standing in front of them, the hero said that now he would see what was special about them. The red light reflected in his eyes, and at first he could not see anything. Blood spilled from under the paintings, so it flowed onto the floor. But in its place, red flowers appeared. Xiao found himself in a field, in the sky of which a bloody moon and sun were visible. Frowning, he wondered if this was the whole point of the double painting. A red aura surrounded him when using the decomposition of the heavenly demon. His eyes began to glow brightly. He did not understand what was happening. This whole skill was applied by itself, and his blood and chi were rapidly increasing. A strange force was flowing in every muscle, in all the bones, and the channels seemed to be bursting from the pressure. The images of the sun began to converge. The energy from them fell on the hero. He noticed that the two pictures were emitting a wave of aura, which was pulling his chi and blood along with it. All that was visible around was a red glow. Xiao was completely surrounded by it. The system notified that the decomposition of the heavenly demon was changing into a new form, the decomposition of the heavenly demon flame. Clenching his fist, he was surprised that he had awakened in advanced form, deciding to call the technique of flaming blood of the scarlet moon. Suddenly, blood splashed out of his hand. Looking at his hand, he noticed that Wei's claws were really scary, and even with the transformation, his wounds did not heal, surprising that the blood did not stop, because this had never happened before. But he noticed something. A blade of blood appeared in his hand, which curled into a sword, and perhaps it was telling him to use a sword technique. Swinging the weapon sent a wave forward. With a smile, holding the blade in his hand, he noted that if he put internal force into the blood and released it as mist, he could use a blood sword that was difficult to reflect. Its area of damage is much wider than that of ordinary techniques. With a confident smile on his face, Xiao noted that such blood-devouring techniques are perfect for him. The brightness of the sun illuminated the sign. In the form of an old man, Xiao approached her, noticing that this was the clinic Wei had spoken of and that there were a lot of people here, thinking that even the transformation of the flesh could not displace the cold poison, and so he would find out who this miracle doctor was. In front of him, he saw a screaming man who said that he had been standing in line for several days, and was simply kicked out. The man pointed to his comrade lying on the ground, saying that the great doctor did not even try to save the dying man, while another called him a deceiver profiting from fame. Looking at this, the doctor replied that he had a common cold. Xinglin handed over the prescription, saying that if he took it strictly as directed, he would be healthy in 15 days. Blood came out of the patient's mouth. The angry man again called the doctor a charlatan. People began to exchange glances. Someone said that someone had recently died here, and was the doctor really just lying? Another remembered that they used to treat people for free, but now they charge money, but it's useless. A guy in the crowd clenched his fist, telling everyone that Xinglin had saved many people, and without him, the poor people would not have been treated at all. But everyone paid attention to the man on the stairs, who did not notice that perhaps all this was so that everyone would be treated for free at first, and now they were standing in line, offering money, calling it a profitable business. But they told him that if he didn't like it, he could go elsewhere for treatment. The scandalous man clenched his fist angrily. Frowning, Xiao thought that those three people had blood energy boiling, and they didn't look like ordinary people. He saw one of them helping another, thinking that the one spitting blood was clearly doing so because of improper handling of energy, and perhaps his comrades were deliberately provoking him. Another man walked through the crowd, asking for passage. He was holding a small child in his arms, asking the doctor for help and saying that he was barely breathing. Xinglin extended his hands to the child, asking him to look at him, but the troublemaker shouted that they had arrived first. At this moment, his comrade grabbed his hand, only shaking his head. Xinglin approached the child, and his father asked how he was. There was a large scar on the boy's face. The doctor called it a ghost spider. The boy's father gritted his teeth when Xinglin said that there were sects in every province in the central region, and such sects only walked through the forests, wondering how he could have come across a child. And the man said that a disaster had struck his county half a month ago, so he just wanted to find a safe place in the capital. Xiao watched the people's conversations, hearing that cultivators from the demonic Blood Lotus sect had massacred the county in order to create a flag artifact of 10,000 souls. Another told about a disciple from the Great Tao sect who went to exterminate a demon, destroying 2 villages in the battle, and countless casualties. And that's not all, because a month ago in the Battle of Cultivators half the city burned down from heavenly lightning. Clenching his fist, the hero thought that this is why they are called a disaster in the guise of people. They are always fighting for followers and territory. The common people suffer. Looking at the doctor in confusion, the man asked how much the treatment would cost. He replied that first you need to pour out a dissolving potion, then open the nasal cavity with a scalpel and remove the spider, after which there will be a long recovery. Xinglin lowered his head, saying that it will cost at least 50 silver. Another man pointed at him and said that the doctor is still more important than lives, but a wallet. Then he reached out to the child's father, telling him not to believe someone who is simply blackmailing using his child. The wallet fell to the floor. Xiao approached them, asking the doctor to save the child. He opened his mouth in surprise. Looking at the doctor, the hero asked what he had said wrong, and the doctor replied that everything was correct, asking the assistant to take the child to the back room. The scandalous man gritted his teeth when the child's father thanked Xiao, and thought that there was an interloper who could not be allowed to ruin his master's plans. Stroking his beard, Xinglin wondered if this was the same old man the whole city was talking about. The 3 men looked at the old man with admiration, saying that he turned out to be a great hero whose name was known throughout the capital, and for them he was a role model, as well as a support for the poor. Xinglin watched as they continued to praise him. Afterwards, he just lowered his eyes in confusion, realizing that the three of them had made a noise on purpose, pretending to be sufferers in order to elicit pity, and if he had helped them, they would have demanded more, and in the end, it would all come down to the fact that the one who was trying to warm everyone would be burned first. Smiling slyly, one of the poor people said that they had no money and asked him to pay for their treatment, thinking about what his family liked to say, that everyone was responsible for the fate of the world. But scratching his nose, Xiao replied that he would not. This shocked him and the doctor. Then the poor man, pointing at the old man, called him a hypocrite who wanted to leave them to die. But the hero, making a threatening gesture, said that more than anything in life, he hated moral blackmail. The man pointed at him again, asking why he was going to raise his hands in front of everyone, shouting that he was beating the sick and mocking the weak. Xiao took his hand without touching it himself, after which he flew back, shouting about great inner strength. The crowd began to angrily point at this man, saying that since he did not pay, this is not a reason to beat him. But the poor man tried to justify himself, saying that he set himself up. Xiao pointed to the wound on his chest when he tried to say that there was none. Frightened, he opened his mouth, shouting that his heart flew out. The hero attacked him, asking why he was here, and did he really come on someone's orders to destroy the medical center? The man turned around, hearing the crowd shouts that the hero did not pay for his treatment, and he, having failed to achieve his goal, decided to kill him. The three rushed through the gate. The people decided to catch up with them, not letting them escape. Xinglin put his hand on Xiao's shoulder, asking him to hold on, and demanded that he bring a hemostatic agent. A small glow appeared around the wound. The old man jumped to his feet, shouting that he was cured. He bowed to his friend, saying that he had healing hands and that it was a real miracle. The people around were delighted, calling the doctor divine and asking for forgiveness for doubting him. Xinglin looked at the old man, thinking that this was the same technique of the martial arts alliance, and he had not waited for him in vain. Bright stars were visible above the house. Xiao walked next to Xinglin, who said that he had been waiting for him for a long time, and now he was in debt, and when he asked how he knew that the hero would come, the doctor replied that Investigator Wei had passed on a message, and he would do his best to cleanse the body of the ice poison. Looking at the doctor, the guy asked that this was not the first time, and was he really going to endure this? The interlocutor explained that in recent years the world has been in turmoil, disasters and wars are everywhere, and the hospital has become increasingly busy. Xinglin lowered his head and added that more and more people were coming to the free consultation just for the benefit. He hadn't paid attention to it before, but now the seriously ill were starting to suffer because of it, and it turned out that it was possible to save the urgent, but not the poor. Frowning, Xiao noted that the man was saving the lives of thousands, and even if God himself came, it was still the right thing to do, and let the empty chatter be left to people like him, because the one who lights the fire for everyone should not freeze in the cold. They approached the entrance to the house, and the doctor said that he was sincerely touched by his words. Opening the door, he also said that a guest had come today with whom they had some kind of connection. Wuya turned to them and, seeing the hero, noted that he was the one, offering to play a game with him. Xiao replied that he would be happy to play, because he had helped his junior many times. Later, they sat at the same table. Xinglin stuck a needle into him, saying that his body was unusual, because even a first-class spirit-tempering master's blow was only received by the flesh. The hero replied that it was all thanks to the cannon of the king of the mountain, which strengthened his blood and flesh. Pulling his hand back, Wuya noted that his interlocutor was too modest, and that this technique would definitely blossom in his hands, asking if he had a painting of a blood moon that helps in the transition to the spirit-tempering stage, and asked him to look at it. And the hero thought with displeasure that they were not waiting for him, but for the painting. Putting his hand in his pocket, the doctor noted that this was not just like that, but in return he would offer a first-class technique. Showing the book, Xinglin said that this was the void-piercing finger, a finger technique that could be used like a sword, releasing power from a distance. It was only suitable for those who had deep internal strength, and there were also similar methods of pressing on points that could be useful in medicine. Xiao thought that this perfectly matched his blood sword art. After that, he laid out the paintings in front of them. The men began to examine them carefully. A red light appeared in their eyes. But the doctor suddenly knocked them off the table. Then he pressed certain points on the body with his fingers. Wuya took a deep breath. Looking at them, Xiao asked what happened. Xinglin, raising his hand, explained that the painting was indeed a treasure, but before the stage of tempering the spirit, it could not be looked at without preparation, otherwise, at best, they would lose control of energy, but at worst, it would be instant death. To which the hero noted that he had looked yesterday, and everything was fine. Looking at his interlocutors in confusion, the guy heard a question about whether his blood and energy were seething, as if his body was about to break through its limits, and he answered that it was. Putting his hand behind his head, he added that he had broken through. The men opened their mouths in shock. Falling to the floor, they screamed that this was against the laws of nature. The sun's rays illuminated the sign the next day. Xiao was sitting at the table in front of the doctor. He was feeling the hero's pulse. Suddenly, he was surprised at something. Looking at him, the hero clarified what had happened. Imagining a volcanic eruption, Xinglin said that the blood in the body was boiling, and the internal strength was overflowing, far surpassing all the third-grade masters of spirit tempering that he had seen, although the interlocutor had not yet entered the spirit tempering, and this was amazing. Xiao realized that he had not yet broken through, asking how to do this. Wu Ya approached him, explaining that the path of martial arts is divided into 3 stages. He imagined a man with a dumbbell, saying that at the early stage, this is the tempering of strength, but due to the limitations of the body after middle age, the blood weakened, the internal strength almost did not grow, and this is the maximum of the 4th grade. The hero thought that before meeting the holy warrior, he himself was at this level. After the interlocutor imagined a flame around the man's hand, saying that later the holy warrior opened the path of spirit tempering, because controlling internal strength through the spirit and the growth of strength is still weak, but the controllability of power is higher, and there is more variability in battle. Then the man sat meditating. Wu Ya noted that they talk about the path in martial arts now, but these are just rumors that no one really understands, and the guy remembered that the Alliance of Martial Paths mentioned this. Resting his head on his hand, the hero noted that in essence, tempering the spirit is just another path, when strength no longer grows, and spirit and energy are used, which is very similar to the methods of immortals. Introducing a bucket being filled, Wu Ya said that strength, energy, technique are the components of a warrior, and the essence is to harness energy through the spirit, and transform the body through energy. But the level of martial skill is determined not by the weakest link, but by the strongest. Introducing some symbols, he also said that the path of tempering the spirit is very popular now, and the holy warrior is considered the strongest in this area, but in his opinion, this is not the true path. Then, imagining a palace among the clouds, he said that its appearance is directly related to those who rule the gates of immortality. The doctor sitting opposite him added that his blood was boiling, and perhaps he had not yet reached the limit, and whether he would be able to move on to tempering the spirit was unknown, but even without reaching it, he was already able to practice the corresponding methods, and this was beyond his expectations. With a gleam in his eyes, Xinglin asked Xiao if he could stay longer, because he wanted to delve deeper into the research. But the guy was indignant at being treated as a test subject. The hero turned to Wu Ya, who asked him how far he had advanced in the canon of the King of the Mountain. He replied that it had exhausted him quite a bit, to which the interlocutor noted that this was as it should be, because it was an unfinished technique, and even the 3rd stage was considered an outstanding result. The man was shocked to hear that Xiao had reached the 5th. The man began to examine, saying that in a matter of days he had done what others could not do in half a lifetime, saying that the guy was almost divine. Xiao ran his hand over his mustache, saying that he was being overpraised, and that this technique echoed his family's inherited art. He merely transferred his consciousness from one to the other, thinking that if an ancient monster of his family who possessed this technique ever appeared, it would not surprise anyone. Wu Ya smiled broadly, saying that it was wonderful that his path was not alone, and even if it was only a spark, over time it could flare up into a fire, and the warrior's path would blossom again. Then, coughing heavily, Xinglin asked him to be careful, because he had ruled the dungeon for 30 years, and his body was no longer the same. The man, running his hand over his beard, replied that he was fine, and that having seen Xiao, he knew what he had to do next, and although he felt that his days were numbered, he had enough strength left to spread the canon of the King of the Mountain, leaving at least a spark for the future, and that the true path of a warrior, the path of a man, could only be discovered by thousands and thousands of warriors. And he hoped that his family would one day bring this path to light. Looking at him, the hero replied that since the interlocutor asked, he would make every effort. Wu Ya sat down on a chair, asking him to tell the doctor about the person he had crossed. He replied that, of course, he was talking about the richest man. He recalled their meeting several months ago, saying that he had come then with an offer to buy the hospital, but knowing who he was, he did not give the hospital to such a huckster so that he could make money on it. Then the angry merchant pointed at him, and so from then on, constant problems began. Xiao frowned and thought that the Yuan family had also experienced something similar before their fall, and that man was using the most rotten methods in business. Looking at the doctor, he noted that he had been treating people for free for many years, not understanding how they could believe in such nonsense. Xinglin replied that in the midst of trouble, few people were able to maintain their sanity. Wu Ya, who was sitting on the chair, moved his hand away, adding that outsiders were behind all of this. Now people were begging them for protection, they were going to doctors, which meant they no longer believed in their doctors, they were depriving the people of their own will, so it would be easier to feed on their faith. But if they wanted to change this, they had to either educate the people or overthrow the outsiders. Xiao imagined Wang, thinking that the outsiders had created a news story, and that his comrade's path was far from over. Smiling slyly, he noted that he could not educate, but he could clear the way.